Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Voltaire directs European thought from Geneva, A.D. 1755, by George W. Kitchin. Two sayings which characterize the two speakers are recorded of this time. The one is that of Louis XV, who, with all his odious vices, his laziness, and unkingly seclusion, was not devoid of intelligence. "All this," he said, "will last as long as I shall." And his forecast was justified. The deluge came long after he had gone to his account, and the phrase stands against him as an expression of his base selfishness, which saw the coming troubles without caring about them, because he believed that they would not come in his day. The other saying is that of Voltaire, who in 1762 exclaimed in an ecstasy of hope and prophecy, "Happy the young men, for they shall see many things." And yet those youths were mostly gray-headed when the many things began, and not a few of them lost those gray heads, instead of looking on as interested spectators of a new order of things. The writers of this time, whatever their faults, form the true aristocracy of France. The rest of the nation, sinking lower and lower, left their superiority all the more marked and uncontested. The series of great writers of the age may be said to begin with Montesquieu, though Voltaire had published his Oedipus in 1718, and the Lettres persanes did not appear till 1721. Montesquieu, a man of noble birth, was brought up as a lawyer. We trace in him accordingly an aristocratic and legal tone of mind, which naturally took pleasure in England, and the law-abiding conservatism of her constitution, as it appeared to him in the middle of the 18th century. Like so many of his fellows, Montesquieu chafed under the influence of a corrupt clergy, and declared against them with the philosophers. This was almost the only point he had in common with Voltaire, whom he heartily disliked. We may say that he represents the aristocratic and constitutional resistance to the state of things in France, while Voltaire is champion of liberty of thought and tolerance. Montesquieu resists the Jesuit influences of his day on conservative grounds alone. Voltaire resists them by resting on the enlightened despotism of his time, and appealing to it rather than to the laws or constitution of his country. Lastly, at a later day, Rousseau, sworn foe to society, from which he had suffered much, the sentimentalist, enemy of aristocracy and monarchy, instinctively antagonistic to the legal temperament, speaks directly to the people, even as Montesquieu had spoken to the educated and the well-to-do, and Voltaire to kings, and they, stirred to the heart by his appeals, elected him the prophet of their cause, believed in him, and at his bidding subverted the whole fabric of society. Montesquieu's great work, the Esprit des Lois, which followed his Considerations on the Causes of the Greatness and Fall of the Romans, 1734, and appeared in 1748, forms an epoch in French prose style. He and Voltaire are the two parents of modern French prose literature. The Esprit des Lois was far more greedily read in England than in France. Society there had little taste for so solid a work. They vastly preferred the lively sparkle of the Persian letters. The book was perhaps too clearly influenced by an admiration for the Constitution of England and by a love for liberty, face to face with the weak arbitrary despotism which was dragging France to a catastrophe. If Montesquieu is the advocate of political freedom, Voltaire is the champion of tolerance and freedom of conscience. And that, in his day and with his surroundings, meant that he was the deadly foe of the established faith, as he saw it in its acts in France. When we regard this apostle of toleration, and watch his pettiness and vanity, note him at kings' courts, see him glorifying Louis XIV, that great antagonist of all tolerance, whether religious or political or social, we are inclined to think that the most difficult of all toleration is that of having to endure its champion, and to try to do him justice. Voltaire was no deep thinker. He had amazing cleverness, was very susceptible of the influence of thought, and unrivaled in expression. We shall expect to find him taking color from what was round him, nor shall we be astonished if that color is dazzling and brilliant. 5 successive influences marked his earlier life. First, his education under the Jesuits, which gave him an insight into their system. Secondly, his introduction to the irreligious and immoral society of the fashionable abbé of the day, which showed him another side of the official religion of the time. Thirdly, the beneficent friendship of the Abbé de Caumartin, who set him thinking about great and ambitious subjects, and led him to write the Henriade, and probably also to begin projecting his Siècle de Louis XIV. Fourthly, the enforced leisure of the Bastille, whither he went a second time in 1726, for having resented an insult put on him by a coarse nobleman, one of the Rohans. Lastly, thanks to the order for his exile, his sojourn in England after release from the Bastille, and his friendship for the chief writers and thinkers of this country. Hitherto he had been a purely literary man. Henceforth he was fired with an ambition to be a philosopher and a liberator. Certainly France was unfortunate in the education she gave this brilliant and wayward child of her genius. There was hardly a Frenchman of eminence in this period who did not either visit England or learn the English language, many doing both. And one so bright and receptive as Voltaire could not fail to notice many things. He could see how free thought was. He could make a contrast between the respect paid to letters in London and their degradation under Louis XIV and later. He saw Newton and Locke in places of honor, Prior and Gay acting as ambassadors, Addison as Secretary of State. He reached England in time to see the national funeral given to the remains of Newton. Bolingbroke took him in hand. He was astonished to find a learned and literary noblesse. Locke was his true teacher. He went back to France another man, after 3 years' absence. Above all, he carried with him the then popular English way of thinking as to the supernatural, and became a somewhat cold, common-sense deist, opposed to the atheism of some and the dull bigotry of the established creed in the hands of others. God was to him conscious creator of the world, and only faintly, if at all, its ruler. He recognized the need of a deity as a starting point for his system, though he did not feel the need of his care and presence in life. Not God our Father, only God our Creator. He brought over with him a great ripening of humane feelings. This is his noblest quality and parent of his best acts. When we see him as a champion of oppressed Huguenots, combating wrong and ill-doing with all the vehemence of his fiery soul, we find a common ground, which is lost sight of as we contemplate his equally hot attacks on Christianity, or his dwelling in kings' courts, or his panegyrics on great sovereigns, who had so fiercely crushed down that liberty of thought of which he was the lifelong defender. In his Oedipus he had assaulted priestcraft with not undeserved severity. We must always remember what he saw around him. In his Henriade, 1725, perhaps almost unintentionally, he had glorified Henry IV at the expense of the great monarch. After his stay in England we have his Brutus, 1730, an attack on kingcraft, and his Zaire, 1732, a Parisian Othello, both based on Shakespeare. From this time onward he plunges into a supple and dexterous, if sometimes rather disingenuous, strife with a superior power. Throughout, the poet and man of taste struggles against the philosophic freethinker. He loves the surface impressions, perhaps the reflective illusions. His sentiments are worth more than his ideas. The English letters of 1735, written some years before, and now issued with much hesitation, created a great storm. They boldly attacked the royal power, the clergy, the faith. They were burned by the hangman. And Voltaire had to go into voluntary exile for a while. There his literary activity was unwearied. Many of his works were written, or at least sketched, during the next 5 years. Strange problem of the human mind! While he here composed his Mahomet and other serious works, he also wrote his scandalous Pucelle, as if he could not rest without destroying all nobility of sentiment and faith in heroism. While Jeanne d'Arc is the helpless victim of his shameless attack, he is also busy with his Siècle de Louis XIV, a hero apparently more to his taste than the Great Maid of Orleans. The influence of Voltaire on opinion grew slowly but steadily through these years. No one more sedulously undermined the established faiths. It was in these years that he enjoyed a passing favor at the French court, whence his febrile energy, his roughnesses, his want of the true gloss of courtiership, soon lost him the good-will of his old friend, Madame de Pompadour. He then tried Berlin, finding it equally untenable ground. Eventually he withdrew to Ferney in the territory of Geneva, whence he kept up incessant war against all the injustices which touched his heart. His defense of Calas, of Servin, of the luckless Lally, all date from this time. In these days he animated the Encyclopédists with his spirit, encouraging them in their gigantic undertaking, the Carraccio of the battle of the 18th century. It was a huge dictionary of human knowledge, written in direct antagonism to all belief in spiritual powers or religion. It sold incredibly, and the effect of it on society was immense. This great edifice, built half of marble, half of mud, as Voltaire himself said, had as its chief architects Diderot and d'Alembert. Nothing contributed more to undermine the foundations on which all institutions, and not least royalty, were built. A little later than Voltaire came Rousseau, the valet who did not become a cardinal. His influences are also later, and touched society far more widely. Voltaire had spoken to society. Rousseau spoke to the heart of the people. He was above all things a sentimentalist, this son of a Genevan clockmaker. Society treated him harshly, and he avenged himself by making fierce war on society. The savage state is the best, society being revolting in its falseness and shallow varnish. All men are naturally equal and free. Society is nothing but an artificial contract, an arrangement by which, in the end, the strong domineer over the weak. The state of nature is divine. There is a Garden of Eden for those who will cast society behind them. Sciences and arts, civilization and literature, encyclopedists included, are hateful as corrupters of mankind. All progress has been backward, if one may venture to say so, downward certainly. Rousseau embroidered these paradoxes with 1,000 sweet sentiments. He shut his eyes to history, to facts, to the real savage, the very disagreeable primitive man, as he may yet sometimes be seen. Follow nature was his one great precept. Then you will scourge away the false and conventional, and life will grow pure and simple. There will be no rank, no cunning law devised to keep men from their rights, no struggle for life, no competition. All France panted and groaned to emulate the noble savage. With what success, we know. These were the chief literary luminaries of this time, and they all helped to pull down the fabric of the old society. That society, however, little understood the tendency of things. To a large extent it became the fashion to be philosophic, to be free-minded, to attack religion. With pride in their rank, and cold scorn for their humbler brethren, and high-bred contempt for their clergy, and ruinous vices sometimes made amusing by their brightness and their vivacious vanity. The French upper classes thought it great sport to pull merrily at the old walls of their country's institutions, never dreaming that they could be so ill-ordered as to fall down and crush them in their ruin. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Braddock's Defeat, A.D. 1755, by Winthrop Sargent. Winthrop Sargent, George Washington, Captain de Contrecœur. The repeated wars between France and England in the 17th and 18th centuries had involved also their colonies in America and India. In America, the Indians had been employed as allies upon both sides, and thus encouraged in their hideous deeds of massacre and torture. Hence there had grown an ever-increasing bitterness between the French in Canada and the English colonists along the Atlantic coasts, and this finally led to the momentous French and Indian War, which, contrary to the course of the earlier contest, originated in America and spread thence to Europe. Its immediate cause was the disputed possession of the interior of the continent, the Mississippi and Ohio valleys. These had been first explored by the French, and when English pioneers began to penetrate thither, the French built a chain of forts to resist them. An expedition of Virginians under the command of their youthful leader, Major George Washington, had a sharp encounter with the enemy in 1754, and then the English government determined to assert its authority by an overwhelming force. No war was declared against France, nor even against Canada, but a distinguished English general, Braddock, was sent over with 3,000 regular troops to seize the French forts in the Ohio Valley, especially Fort Duquesne, on the site of the modern city of Pittsburgh. Braddock's expedition thus started the war, which ended in the expulsion of France from the North American continent. It did more than that. It sowed the seeds of lasting dissension between the American colonial troops and the British regulars. The British despised their ununiformed allies, and the latter soon learned in their turn to despise the regulars. The English general liked the young Virginian major, Washington, and invited him, as one who knew the ground, to accompany the projected expedition and give advice, which Braddock never took. Its caution seemed to him to savor too much of cowardice, and he persisted in marching through the wilderness toward Fort Duquesne, as though his forces had been upon parade, with drums beating and colors flying. The French were very near to being frightened into flight, but determined on making one effort at resistance. Its results are here told by the Standard Pennsylvania historian, Sargent, and also in briefer form by Washington himself in a letter to the Virginian governor, and by the French commander of Fort Duquesne in his official report. Winthrop Sargent, with the commendable discretion, the utmost perhaps that he was capable of, Braddock had concluded his arrangements for passing what he regarded as the only perilous place between his army and the fort, which he designed to reach early on the 10th. Had the proposition, started and abandoned by St. Clair, to push forward that very night a strong detachment to invest it before morning, been actually made to him, it is very probable he would have discountenanced it. As in all human likelihood, it would have been crowned with success. It is as well for the general's reputation that the suggestion aborted. What precautionary steps his education and capacity could suggest were here taken by Braddock. Before 3 o'clock in the morning of the 9th, Gage was sent forth with the chosen band to secure both crossings of the river and to hold the farther shore of the second ford till the rest of the army should come up. At 4, St. Clair, with a working party, followed to make the roads. At 6 a.m., the general set out, and, having advantageously posted about 400 men upon the adjacent heights, made, with all the wagons and baggage, the first crossing of the Monongahela. Marching thence in order of battle toward the second ford, he received intelligence that Gage had occupied the shore, according to orders, and that the route was clear. The only enemy he had seen was a score of savages, who fled without awaiting his approach. By 11 o'clock the army reached the second ford, but it was not until after 1 that the declivities of the banks were made ready for the artillery and wagons, when the whole array by a little before 2 o'clock was safely passed over. Not doubting that from some point on the stream the enemy's scouts were observing his operations, Braddock was resolved to strongly impress them with the numbers and condition of his forces, and accordingly the troops were ordered to appear as for dress parade. In after life, Washington was accustomed to observe that he had never seen elsewhere so beautiful a sight as was exhibited during this passage of the Monongahela. Every man was attired in his best uniform. The burnished arms shone bright as silver in the glistening rays of the noonday sun, as, with colors waving proudly above their heads, and amid inspiring bursts of martial music, the steady files, with disciplined precision, and glittering in scarlet and gold, advanced to their position, while the rear was yet on the other side, and the band was falling into its ordained course. The bulk of the army was drawn up in battle array on the western shore, hard by the spot where one Fraser, a German blacksmith in the interest of the English, had lately had his home. 200 or 300 yards above the spot where it now stood was the mouth of Turtle Creek, the Tulipe Stipu of the Lalapi, which, flowing in a southwesterly course to the Monongahela, that here has a northwestern direction, embraces in an obtuse angle of about 125 degrees the very spot where the brunt of the battle was to be borne. The scene is familiar to tourists, being, as the crow flies, but 8 miles from Pittsburgh, and scarce 12 by the course of the river. But 3/4 of a mile below the entrance of the creek, the Monongahela was unusually shallow, forming a gentle rapid or ripple, and easily fordable at almost any point. Its common level is from 300 to 400 feet below that of the surrounding country, and along its upper banks, at the second crossing, stretches a fertile bottom of a rich pebbled mold, about 1/4 of a mile in width and 20 feet above low water mark. At this time it was covered by fair, open walnut wood, uncumbered with bush or undergrowth. The ascent from the river, however, is really abrupt, but by a succession of gentle alluvial slopes or bottoms, the steep hillsides are approached as though the waters had gradually subsided from their original glory to a narrow bed at the very bottom of the ancient channel. At this particular place, the rise of the first bottom does not exceed an angle of 3 degrees. Above it again rises a second bottom of the same width and about 50 feet higher than the first, and gradually ascending until its farther edge rests upon the bold, rocky face of the mountain line, climbing at once some 200 feet to the usual level of the region around. A firm clay, overlaid with mold, forms the soil of the second bottom, which was heavily and more densely timbered than the first, and the underwood began to appear more plentifully, where the ground was less exposed to the action of the spring floods. In the bosom of the hill several springs unite their sources to give birth to a petty rivulet that hurries down the steep to be lost in the river. Its cradle lies in the bed of a broad ravine, 40 or 50 feet deep, that rises in the hillside, and crossing the whole of the second bottom, debouches on the first, where the waters whose current is so far guides, trickle oozily down through a swampy bed. Great trees grew within and along this chasm, and the usual smaller growth peculiar to such a situation, and a prodigious copse of wild grapevines, not yet entirely gone, shrouded its termination upon the first bottom, and shadowed the birth of the infant brook. About 200 yards from the line of hills, and 300 south of the ravine just described, commences another of a more singular nature, with its steep sides, almost exactly perpendicular. It perfectly resembles a ditch cut for purposes of defense. Rising near the middle of the second bottom, it runs westwardly to the upper ridge of the first, with a depth at its head of 4 or 5 feet, increasing as it descends, and a width of 8 or 10. A century ago its channel was overhung and completely concealed by a luxurious thicket of pea vines and trailers, of bramble bushes and the Indian plum, its edges closely fringed with the thin, tall woodgrass of summer. But even now, when the forests are gone and plough long since passed over the scene, the ravine cannot be at all perceived until one is directly upon it, and hence arose the chief disasters of the day. Parallel with and about 150 yards north of the second gully, ran a third, a dry, open hollow, and rather thinly wooded, but which afforded a happy protection to the enemy from the English fire. Either of these ravines would have sheltered an army. The second, the most important, though not the largest, would of itself afford concealment to 1,000 men. There is little reason to doubt that as Braddock drew near, Monsieur de Contrecœur was almost decided to abandon his position without striking a blow, and, withdrawing his men, as did his successor in 1758, leave to the English a bloodless victory. He certainly was prepared to surrender on terms of honorable capitulation. A solitary gun was mounted upon a carriage to enable the garrison to evacuate with the honors of war, it being a point of nice feeling with the defeated soldier that he should retire with drums beating a national march, his own colors flying, and a cannon loaded with a leaded match. This deprives the proceeding of a compulsory air, and to procure this gratification, Contrecœur made his arrangements. The British army was so overwhelming in strength, so well appointed and disciplined, that he perhaps deemed any opposition to its advance would be not less fruitless than the defense of the works. However this may be, he had as yet on July 7th announced no definite conclusion, though possibly his views were perceptible enough to his subordinates. On that day it was known that the enemy, whose numbers were greatly magnified, were at the headwaters of Turtle Creek. On the 8th, where his route was changed, Monsieur de Beaujeu, a captain in the regulars, proposed to the commander that he might be permitted to go forth with a suitable band to prepare an ambuscade for the English on the banks of the Monongahela, and dispute with him the passage of the second ford. If we may believe tradition, it was with undisguised reluctance that Contrecœur complied with this request, and even then, it is said, refused to assign troops for the enterprise, bidding him call for volunteers as for a forlorn hope. To that summons the whole garrison responded. If this tale be true, Contrecœur recanted his determination and wisely preferred making him a regular detachment, conditioned on his success in obtaining the union of the Indians, who, to the number of nearly 1,000 warriors, were gathered at the place. Accordingly, the savages were at once called to a council. These people, consisting of bands assembled from a dozen different nations, listened with unsuppressed discontent to the overtures of the Frenchmen. Seated under the palisades that environed the fort, or standing in knots about the speaker, were gathered a motley but a ferocious crew. Alienated from their ancient friends, here were Delawares from the Susquehanna, eager to speed the fatal stroke, and Shawanoes from Grave Creek and the Muskingum, scattered warriors of the Six Nations, Ojibways, Potawatomis from the far Michigan, Abenakis and Caughnawagas from Canada, Ottawas from Lake Superior, led on by the Royal Pontiac, and Hurons from the Falls of Montreal and the Mission of Lorette, whose barbarous leader gloried in a name torn from the most famous pages of Christian story. To these reluctant auditors, Beaujeu stated his design. "How, my father," said they in reply, "are you so bent upon death that you should also sacrifice us? With our 800 men do you ask us to attack 4,000 English? Truly, this is not the saying of a wise man, but we will lay up what we have heard, and tomorrow you shall know our thoughts." On the morning of July 9th, the conference was repeated, and the Indians announced their intention of refusing to join in the expedition. At this moment, a runner, probably one of those dislodged by Gage in the early dawn, burst in upon the assembly and heralded the advent of the foe. Well versed in the peculiar characteristics of the savages, by whom he was much beloved, and full of tact and energy, Beaujeu took ready advantage of the excitement which these tidings occasioned. "I," said he, "am determined to go out against the enemy. I am certain of victory. What, will you suffer your father to depart alone?" Fired by his language and the reproach it conveyed, they at once resolved by acclamation to follow him to the fray. In a moment the scene was alive with frantic enthusiasm. Barrels of bullets and flints and casks of powder were hastily rolled to the gates. Their heads were knocked out, and every warrior left to supply himself at his own discretion. Then, painted for war and armed for the combat, the party moved rapidly away, in numbers nearly 900 strong, of whom 637 were Indians, 146 Canadians, and 72 regular troops. Subordinate to Beaujeu were Messieurs Dumas and de Linares, both captains in the regular army, 4 lieutenants, 6 ensigns, and 20 cadets. Though his numbers were thus not so greatly inferior to Braddock's, it is not likely that Beaujeu calculated on doing more than giving the English a severe check and perhaps delaying for a few days their advance. It is impossible that he should have contemplated the complete victory that was before him. On the evening of July 8th, the ground had been carefully reconnoitered and the proper place for the action selected. The intention was to dispute as long as possible the passage of the second ford, and then to fall back upon the ravines. But long ere they reached the scene, the swell of the military music, the crush of falling trees, apprised them that the foe had already crossed the river, and that his pioneers were advanced into the woodlands. Quickening their pace into a run, they managed to reach the broken ground just as the van of the English came in sight. Braddock had turned from the first bottom to the second, and mounting to its brow, was about to pass around the head of the ravines to avoid the little morass caused by the watercourse before described. His route did not lie parallel with the most dangerous defile, where the banks are so steep and the cover so perfect, but passed its head at an angle of about 45 degrees, thus completely exposing his face and flanks from a point on the second bottom, at 100 yards distance, to another within 30, where he would turn the ravine. Of course, the farther he advanced, the nearer he would approach to its brink, till the hulls should finally be left behind, this opening a line of 200 yards long, at an average distance of 60 to the enemy's fire. Had he possessed the least knowledge of these defiles, he would undoubtedly have secured them in season, since nothing would have been easier than their occupation by Gage's advanced party. But not a man in his army had ever dreamed of their existence. The arrangement of the march from the river's bank had been made as follows. The engineers and guides and 6 light horsemen proceeded immediately before the advanced detachment under Gage, and the working party under St. Clair, who had with them 2 brass 6-pounders and as many tumbrils or tool carts. On either flank, parties to the number of 8 were thrown out to guard against surprises. At some distance behind, Gage followed the line, preceding by the light horse, 4 squads of whom also acted as extreme flankers at either end of the column. Next came the seamen, followed by a subaltern with 20 grenadiers, a 12-pounder and a company of grenadiers. Then the vanguard succeeded, and the wagon and artillery train, which began and ended with a 12-pounder, and the rear guard closed the whole. Numerous flanking parties, however, protected each other, and 6 subalterns, each with 20 grenadiers and 10 sergeants, with 10 men each, were detached for this purpose. The greater part of Gage's command was actually advanced beyond the spot where the main battle was fought, and was just surmounting the second bottom, when Mr. Gordon, one of the engineers who were in front marking out the road, perceived the enemy bounding forward. Before them, with long leaps, came Beaujeu, the gaily colored fringes of his hunting shirt and the silver gorget of his bosom at once bespeaking the chief. Comprehending in a glance the position he had attained, he suddenly halted and waved his hat above his head. At this preconcerted signal, the savages dispersed to the right and left, throwing themselves flat upon the ground and gliding behind rocks or trees or into the ravines. Had the earth yawned beneath their feet and reclosed above their heads, they could not have been more instantaneously vanished. The French, some of whom, according to Garneau, were mounted, held the center of the semicircular disposition so instantly assumed, and a tremendous fire at once opened on the English. For a moment Gage's troops paused aghast at the furious yells and strangeness of the onset. Rallying immediately, he returned their fire, and halted a moment till St. Clair's working party came up, when he bade his men advance at once upon the center of the concentric line. As he drew near, he was again greeted with a staggering discharge, and again his ranks were shaken. Then, in return, they opened a fire of grape and musketry so tremendous as to sweep down every unsheltered foe who was upon his feet, and to utterly fright the savages from their propriety. Beaujeu and a dozen more fell dead upon the spot, and the Indians already began to fly, their courage being unable to endure the unwanted tumult of such a portentous detonation. But reanimated by the clamorous exhortations of Dumas and de Ligneris, and observing that the regulars and militia still preserved a firm front, they returned once more to their post and resumed the combat. For a time the issue seemed doubtful, and the loud cries of Vive le Roi of the French were met by the charging cheers of the English, but precision of aim soon began to prevail over mere mechanical discipline. In vain the 44th continued their fire. In vain their officers, with waving swords, led them to the charge. Hidden beneath great trees or concealed below the level of the earth, the muzzles of their pieces resting on the brink of the ravine, and shooting with a secure and steady aim, the majority of the enemy rested secure and invisible to their gallant foemen. In the meantime Braddock, whose extreme rear had not yet left the river's bank, hearing the uproar in advance, ordered Burton to press forward with the vanguard, and the rest of the line to halt, thus leaving Halkett with 400 men to protect the baggage, while 800 engaged the enemy. But just as Burton, under galling fire, was forming his troops upon the ground, Gage's party gave way and precipitately endeavored to fall into his rear, confusing men who were confused before. The maneuver was unsuccessfully executed, and the two regiments became inextricably commingled. Vainly Braddock strove to separate the soldiers, huddling together like frightened sheep. Vainly the regimental colors were advanced on opposite directions as rallying points. Ut conspicium imperio, haberunt signum quod centrico milites. The officers sought to collect their men together and lead them on in platoons. Nothing could avail. On every hand the officers, distinguished by their horses and their uniforms, were the constant mark of hostile rifles, and it was soon as impossible to find men to give orders as it was to have them obeyed. In a narrow road 12 feet wide, shut up on either side and overpent by the primeval forest, were crowded together the panic-stricken wretches, hastily loading and reloading, and blindly discharging their guns in the air, as though they suspected their mysterious murderers were sheltered in the boughs above their heads, while all around, removed from sight, but making day hideous with their war-whoops and savage cries, lay ensconced a host insatiate for blood. Foaming with rage and indignation, Braddock flew from rank to rank, with his own hands endeavoring to force his men into position. 4 horses were shot under him, but mounting a 5th, he still strained every nerve to retrieve the ebbing fortunes of the day. His subordinates gallantly seconded his endeavors, throwing themselves from the saddle and advancing by platoons, in the idle hope that their men would follow, but only to rush upon their fate. The regular soldiery, deprived of their immediate commanders, and terrified at the incessant fall of their comrades, could not be brought to the charge, while the provincials, better skilled, sought in vain to cover themselves and to meet the foe upon equal terms. For to the urgent entreaties of Washington and Sir Peter Halkett that the men might be permitted to leave the ranks and shelter themselves, the general turned a deaf ear. Wherever he saw a man skulking behind a tree, he flew at once to the spot and, with curses on his cowardice and blows with the flat of his sword, drove him back into the open road. Wherever the distracted artillerymen saw a smoke arise, thither did they direct their aim, and many of the flankers who had succeeded in obtaining the only position where they could be of any service were thus shot down. Athwart the brow of the hill lay a large log, 5 feet in diameter, which Captain Wagoner of the Virginia levies resolved to take possession of. With shouldered firelocks, he marched a party of 80 men to the spot, losing but 3 on the way, and at once throwing themselves behind it, the remainder opened a hot fire upon the enemy. But no sooner were the flash and the report of their pieces perceived by the mob behind, than a general discharge was poured upon the little band, by which 50 were slain outright, and the rest constrained to fly. By this time the afternoon was well advanced and the whole English line surrounded. The ammunition began to fail and the artillery to flag. The baggage was warmly attacked, and a runner was dispatched to the fort with the tidings that by set of sun not an Englishman would be left alive upon the ground. Still, gathering counsel from despair, Braddock disdained to yield. Still, strong in this point only of their discipline, his soldiers died by his side, palsied with fear, yet without one thought of craven flight. At last, with every aid but Washington was struck down, when the lives of the vast majority of the officers had been sacrificed with a reckless intrepidity, a sublime self-devotion that surpasses the power of language to express, when scarce a third of the whole army remained unscathed, and these incapable of aught save remaining to die or till the word to retire was given. At last, Braddock abandoned all hope of victory, and, with the main, undaunted as in his proudest hour, ordered the drums to sound a retreat. The instant their faces were turned, the poor regulars lost every trace of the sustaining power of custom, and the retreat became a headlong flight. Despite of all the efforts of the officers to the contrary, they ran, says Washington, as sheep pursued by dogs, and it was impossible to rally them. Beneath the large tree, standing between the heads of the northernmost ravines, and while in the act of giving an order, Braddock received a mortal wound, the ball passing through his right arm into the lungs. Falling from his horse, he lay helpless on the ground, surrounded by the dead, abandoned by the living. Not one of his transatlantic soldiery who had served with the Duke could be prevailed upon to stay his headlong flight and aid to bear his general from the field. Orme thought to tempt them with a purse containing 60 guineas, but in such a moment even gold could not prevail upon a vulgar soul, and they rushed unheeding on, disgusted at such pusillanimity, and his heart big with despair. Braddock refused to be removed, and bade the faithful friends who lingered by his side to provide for their own safety. He declared his resolution of leaving his own body on the field. The scene that had witnessed his dishonor he desired should bury his shame. With manly affection, Orme disregarded his injunctions, and Captain Stewart of Virginia, the commander of the light horse which were attached to the general's person, with another American officer, hastening to Orme's relief, his body was placed first in a tumbrel, and afterwards upon a fresh horse, and thus borne away. Stewart seems to have cherished a sense of duty or of friendship towards his chief that did not permit him to desert him for a moment while life remained. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the English abandoned the field. Pursued to the water's edge by about 50 savages, the regular troops cast from them guns, accoutrements, and even clothing, that they might run the faster. Many were overtaken and tomahawked there, but where they had once crossed the river, they were not followed. Soon turning from the chase, the glutted warriors made haste to their unhallowed and unparalleled harvest of scalps and plunder. The provincials, better acquainted with Indian warfare, were less disconcerted, and though their losses were as heavy, their behavior was more composed. In full possession of his courage and military instincts, Braddock still essayed to procure an orderly and soldier-like retreat, but the demoralization of the army now rendered this impossible. With infinite difficulty 100 men, after running about half a mile, were persuaded to stop at a favorable spot where Braddock proposed to remain until Dunbar should arrive, to whose camp Washington was sent with suitable orders. It will thus be seen how far was this indomitable soul from succumbing in the discharge of his duties beneath the unexpected burden that had been laid upon him. By his directions, Burton posted sentries here and endeavored to form a nucleus around which to gather the shattered remains of the troops, and where the wounded might be provided for. But all was idle, In an hour's time, almost every soldier had stolen away, leaving their officers deserted. These, making the best of their way off, were joined beyond the other ford by Gage, who had rallied some 80 men, and this was all that remained of that gallant army which scarce 6 hours before was by friend and foe alike deemed invincible. With little interruption the march was continued through that night and the ensuing day till at 10 p.m. on July 10th they came to Gist's plantation, where early on the 11th some wagons and hospital stores arrived from Dunbar for their relief. Despite the intensity of his agonies, Braddock still persisted in the exercise of his authority and the fulfillment of his duties. From Gist, he detailed a party to return toward the Monongahela with a supply of provisions to be left on the road for the benefit of stragglers yet behind, and Dunbar was commanded to send to him the only 2 remaining old companies of the 44th and 48th, with more wagons to bring off the wounded, and on Friday, July 11th, he arrived at Dunbar's camp. Through this and all the preceding day, men half famished, without arms and bewildered with terror, had been joining Dunbar. His camp was in the utmost confusion, and his soldiers were deserting without ceremony. Braddock's strength was now fast ebbing away. Informed of the disorganized condition of the remaining troops, he abandoned all hope of a prosperous termination to the expedition. He saw that not only death, but utter defeat was inevitable. But conscious of the odium the latter event would excite, he nobly resolved that the sole responsibility of the measure should rest with himself, and consulted with no one upon the steps he pursued. He merely issued his orders and insisted that they were obeyed. Thus, after destroying the stores to prevent their falling into the hands of the enemy, of whose pursuit he did not doubt, the march was to be resumed on Saturday, July 12th, toward Will's Creek. Ill-judged as these orders were, they met with but too ready acquiescence in the hands of Dunbar, whose advice was neither asked nor tendered on the occasion. Thus the great mass of those stores which had been so painfully brought thither were destroyed. Of the artillery, but 2 6-pounders were preserved. The cohorns were broken or buried, and the shells bursted. 150 wagons were burned. The powder casks were staved in, and their contents, to the amount of 50,000 pounds, cast into a spring, and the provisions were scattered abroad upon the ground or thrown into the water. Nothing was saved beyond the actual necessities for a flying march, and when a party of the enemy some time afterward visited the scene, they completed the work of destruction. For this service, the only instance of alacrity that he displayed in the campaign, Dunbar must not be forgiven. It is not perfectly clear that Braddock intelligently ever gave the orders, but in any case, they were not fit for a British officer to give or to obey. Dunbar's duty was to have maintained here his position, or at the least not to have contemplated falling back beyond Will's Creek. That he had not horses to remove his stores, however, is after excuse. It was not until Sunday, July 13th, that all this was finished, and the army with its dying general proceeded to the Great Meadows, where the close was to transpire. Last scene of all, that ends this strange, eventful history. Ever since the retreat commenced, Braddock had preserved a steadfast silence, unbroken save when he issued the necessary commands. That his wound was mortal he knew, but he also knew that his fame had received a not less fatal stab, that his military reputation, dearer than his own life to a veteran, or those of 1,000 others, was gone forever. These reflections embittered his dying hours, nor were there any means at hand of diverting the current of his thoughts or ministering to the comfort of his body. Even the chaplain of the army was among the wounded. He pronounced the warmest eulogiums upon the conduct of his officers, who, indeed, had merited all he could say of them, and seems to have entertained some compunctions at not having been scrupulously followed the advice of Washington. or perhaps at the loss of power to provide for this young soldier's interests, as thoroughly as he would have done had he returned victorious. At all events, we find him singling out his Virginia aide as his non-cupitive legatee, bequeathing to him his favorite charger and his bloody Sargent bishop, so well known in after years as the faithful attendant of the patriot chief. The only allusion he made to the fate of the battle was to softly repeat once or twice to himself, "Who would have thought it?" Turning to Horne, "We shall better know how to deal with them another time," were his parting words. A few moments later, and he breathed his last. Thus, at about 8 on the night of Sunday, July 13th, honorably died a brave old soldier, who, if wanting in temper and discretion, was certainly, according to the standard of the school in which he had been educated, an accomplished officer, and whose courage and honesty are not to be discussed. The uttermost penalty that humanity could exact, he paid for his errors, and if his misfortune brought death and woe upon his country, it was through no shrinking on his part from what he conceived to be his duty. He shared the lot of the humblest man who fell by his side. So terminated the bloody battle of the Monongahela, a scene of carnage which has been truly described as unexampled in the annals of modern warfare. Of the 1,460 souls, officers and privates, who went into combat, 456 were slain outright, and 421 were wounded, making a total of 877 men. Of 89 commissioned officers, 63 were killed or wounded, not a solitary field officer escaping unhurt. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events of Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Braddock's defeat, A.D. 1755 by George Washington. George Washington, Fort Cumberland, 18th July 1755. To Governor Dinwiddie. Honorable Sir, as I am favored with an opportunity, I should think myself inexcusable was I to omit giving you some account of our late engagement with the French on the Monongahela the 9th instant. We continued our march from Fort Cumberland to Frazier's, which is within 7 miles of Duquesne, without meeting any extraordinary event, having only a straggler or two picked up by the French Indians. When we came to this place, we were attacked, very unexpectedly, by about 300 French and Indians. Our numbers consisted of about 1,300 well-armed men, chiefly regulars, who were immediately struck with such an inconceivable panic that nothing but confusion and disobedience of orders prevailed among them. The officers in general behaved with incomparable bravery, for which they greatly suffered, there being near 60 killed and wounded, a large proportion out of the number we had. The Virginia companies behaved like men and died like soldiers, for I believe out of 3 companies that were on the ground that day, scarce 30 were left alive. Captain Penrony and all his officers down to a corporal were killed. Captain Paulson had almost as hard a fate, for only one of his escaped. In short, the dastardly behavior of the regular troops, so-called, exposed those who were inclined to do their duty to almost certain death, and at length, in despite of every effort to the contrary, broke and ran as sheep before hounds, leaving the artillery, ammunition, provisions, baggage, and in short, everything a prey to the enemy. Footnote: the regulars laid the responsibility of defeat on the provincials, alleging that they were harassed by duties unequal to their numbers, and dispirited through want of provisions, that time was not allowed them to dress their food, that their water, The only liquor, too, they had was both scarce and of a bad quality. In fine, that the provincials had disheartened them by repeated suggestions of their fears of defeat should they be attacked by Indians, in which case the European method of fighting would be entirely unavailing. Review of the military operations in North America from 1753 to 1756. The Gentleman's Magazine asserted these same forces. Irish, Scotch, and English ran away shamefully at Prestonapans. The news of Braddock's defeat struck a general damp on the spirits of the soldiers in Shirley's and Pepperell's regiments, and many deserted. I must leave a proper number in each county to protect it from the combinations of the Negro slaves who have been very audacious on the defeat on the Ohio. These poor creatures imagine the French will give them their freedom. Dinwiddie to Earl of Halifax, 23rd July, 1755. End of footnote. And when we endeavored to rally them in hopes of regaining the ground and what we had left upon it, it was with as little success as if we had attempted to have stopped the wild bears of the mountains or rivulets with our feet, for they would break by, in despite of every effort that could be made to prevent it. The general was wounded in the shoulder and breast, of which he died 3 days after. His 2 aides-de-camp were both wounded, but are in a fair way of recovery. Colonel Burton and Sir John St. Clair are also wounded, and I hope will get over it. Sir Peter Halkett, with many other brave officers, were killed in the field. It is supposed that we had 300 or more killed. About that number we brought off wounded, and it is conjectured, I believe with much truth, that 2/3 of both received their shot from our own cowardly regulars, who gathered themselves into a body, contrary to orders, 10 or 12 deep, would then level, fire and shoot down the men before them. I tremble at the consequences that this defeat may have upon our back settlers, who, I suppose, will all leave their habitations unless there are proper measures taken for their security. Colonel Dunbar, who commands at present, intends, as soon as his men are recruited at this place, to continue his march to Philadelphia for winter quarters. Consequently, there will be no men left here, unless it is the shattered remains of the Virginia troops, who are totally inadequate to the protection of the frontiers. Footnote: fearful of an unpursuing foe, all the ammunition and so much of the provisions were destroyed for accelerating their flight that Dunbar was actually obliged to send for 30 horse loads of the latter before he reached Fort Cumberland, where he arrived a very few days after with the shattered remains of the English troops. Review of the military operations in North America. Dinwiddie wished Dunbar to remain and make a new attempt on Duquesne, but a council of officers unanimously decided the scheme was impracticable, and on the next day, August 2nd, began his march toward Philadelphia. End of footnote. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Braddock's Defeat, A.D. 1755, by Captain de Contrecœur. Captain de Contrecœur. Monsieur le Contrecœur, captain of infantry commanding at Fort Duquesne, having been informed that the English would march out from Virginia to come to attack him, was warned a little time afterward that they were on the road. He put spies through the country who would inform him faithfully of their route. The 7th of this month, July, he was warned that the army, composed of 3,000 men of the regular English forces, were only 6 leagues from his fort. The commander employed the next day in making his arrangements, and on the 9th of the month he sent Monsieur de Beaujeu against the enemy, and gave him for second in command Messieurs Dumas and de Leguerny, all three of them being captains, and with 4 lieutenants, 6 ensigns, 20 cadets, 100 soldiers, 100 Canadians, and 600 savages, with orders to hide themselves in a favorable place that had been previously reconnoitered. The detachment found itself in the presence of the enemy at 3 leagues from the fort before being able to gain its appointed post. Monsieur de Beaujeu, seeing that his ambuscade had failed, began a direct attack. He did this with so much energy that the enemy, who awaited us in the best order in the world, seemed astounded at the assault. Their artillery, however, promptly commenced to fire, and our forces were confused in their turn. The savages also, frightened by the noise of the cannon rather than their execution, commenced to lose ground. Monsieur de Beaujeu was killed, and Monsieur Dumas rallied our forces. He ordered his officers to lead the savages and spread out on both wings, so as to take the enemy in the flank. At the same time, he, Monsieur de Lenery, and the other officers who were at the head of the French attacked in front. This order was executed so promptly that the enemy, who were already raising cries of victory, were no longer able even to defend themselves. The combat wavered from one side to the other, and success was long doubtful, but at length the enemy fled. They struggled unavailingly to keep some order in their retreat. The cries of the savages with which the woods echoed carried fear into the hearts of the foe. The rout was complete. The field of battle remained in our possession, with 6 large cannons and a dozen smaller ones, 4 bombs, 11 mortars, all their munitions of war, and almost all their baggage. Some deserters who have since come to us tell us that we fought against 2,000 men, the rest of the army being 4 leagues farther back. These same deserters tell us that our enemies have retired to Virginia. The spies that we have sent out report that the 1,000 men who had no part in the battle also took fright and abandoned their arms and provisions along the road. On this news, we sent out a detachment which destroyed or burned all that remained by the roadside. The enemies have lost more than 1,000 men on the field of battle. They have lost a great part of their artillery and provisions. Also, their general, named Monsieur Braddock, and almost all their officers. We had 3 officers killed and 2 wounded, 2 cadets wounded. This remarkable success, which scarcely seemed possible in view of the inequality of the forces, is the fruit of the experience of Monsieur Dumas and of the activity and valor of the officers that he had under his orders. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Exile of the Acadian Neutrals, A.D. 1755, William H. Withrow. Footnote 39, by permission of the author. The deportation and dispersion of the French neutrals from their Acadian homes at Grand Pré on the peninsula that projects into Minas Basin, Nova Scotia, was one of the most pitiful incidents in the French and Indian War, known as the American phase of the 7 Years' War. The region is familiar to Americans through the epic of the poet Longfellow as the land of Evangeline. The district around Minas Basin was settled in the early years of the 17th century by immigrants from La Rochelle, Saint-Onge, and Poitou. During the wars between France and England, the Acadians, as a Nova Scotian historian relates, were strongly patriotic and took up arms in the cause of their native land.
Intensely devoted to the Roman Catholic Church, and considering these wars as in the nature of crusades, they fought valiantly and well. But when Nova Scotia was finally ceded to Great Britain in 1713, their position became very awkward and painful. Many of them refused to take the oath of allegiance, and for others a modified formula was framed. Emissaries of the French power at Louisbourg and Quebec circulated among them and maintained their loyalty to France at a fever heat, while their priests pursued the same policy and kept up the hostility to the conquerors. The British provincial government was located at Annapolis, and though its laws were mild and clement, it could not command respect on account of its physical weakness. Under these circumstances, hundreds of Acadians joined the French armies during every war between the two powers and proved dangerous foemen on account of their knowledge of the region. British settlers were unwilling to locate among these people on account of their racial hostility, and the fairest lands of the province were thus held by an alien and hostile population. The expulsion and exile of the French neutrals from their homes in Acadia, the region now included in the Canadian provinces of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, are one of the saddest episodes in history. The occasion for their removal and dispersion was the alleged charge that they secretly took sides with their French compatriots against the English in every struggle on this continent between the two nations, each seeking supreme dominion in the New World, and were thus a constant menace to the English colonists on the seaboard. The trouble at this period was complicated by disputed boundary lines, the whole interior of the continent being claimed by France, while the English were shut in between the mountain ranges of the Alleghenies and the sea. But the English colonies would not be hemmed in either by nature or by France. Their hardy sons sought adventure and gain in the far west, while not a few for this purpose pushed their way to the St. Lawrence and the lakes by the waterways and woodland valleys of the continent. The French, resenting this intrusion, began to erect a series of forts to mark the boundaries of their possessions and conserve the inland fur trade. Already in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, the first scene in the opening drama had been enacted at Louisbourg. The stronghold in Cape Breton, which guarded the marine highway to New France, had surrendered in 1745 to the forces of England and her colonial levies on the Atlantic. French pride was hurt at this disaster and the loss of the important naval station in the Gulf. To recover the lost prestige, Comte de la Galissonière was sent as governor to Canada. This nobleman's extravagant assumptions of the extent of the territorial possessions of New France, however, offended the English colonists and roused the jealousy of many of the Indian tribes. Nor was this feeling allayed when France, by the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, recovered Louisbourg, and when her boundary commissioners claimed all the country north of the Bay of Fundy as not having been ceded to England by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713. The inevitable result followed. Hostilities between the two nations were precipitated in the valley of the Ohio by the persistent encroachment of the English. English successes in other parts of the continent in some measure atoned for Braddock's defeat. Beauséjour fell before an expeditionary force sent out from Massachusetts, while Dieskau was routed and made a prisoner near Lake George by Colonel, afterwards Sir William, Johnson, in command of the colonial militia and a band of Mohawk warriors. The command of the expedition against Beauséjour in the Acadian Isthmus, to which the French still laid claim, had been given to Colonel Monckton, who in the spring of 1755 sailed from Boston with 41 vessels and 2,000 men. Ill-manned by 100 refugees and a small body of soldiers, it soon capitulated and was renamed Fort Cumberland. The Acadian peasants, on the beautiful shores of the Bay of Fundy, Canadian historians tell us, were a simple, virtuous, and prosperous community, though other writers give them less favorable character, speaking of them as turbulent, aggressive, and meddlesome. With remarkable industry, they had reclaimed from the sea by dikes many thousand of fertile acres, which produced abundant crops of grain and orchard fruits, and on the sea meadows at one time grazed as many as 60,000 head of cattle. The simple wants of the peasants were supplied by domestic manufacture or by importations from Louisbourg. So great was their attachment to the government and institutions of their fatherland that during the aggressions of the English after the conquest of the region, a great part of the population, some 10,000 in number it is said, though the figures are disputed, abandoned their homes and migrated to that portion of Acadia still claimed by the French, while others removed to Cape Breton or to Canada. About 7,000 still remained in the peninsula of Nova Scotia, but they claimed a political neutrality, resolutely refusing to take the oath of allegiance to the alien conquerors. They were accused of intriguing with their countrymen at Louisbourg, with resisting the English authority, and with inciting and even leading the Indians to ravage the English settlements. The cruel Mi'kmaq needed little instigation. They swooped down on the little town of Dartmouth opposite Halifax and within gunshot of its forts, and reaped a rich harvest of scalps and booty. The English prisoners they sometimes sold at Louisbourg for arms and ammunition. The governor asserted that pure compassion was the motive of this traffic in order to rescue the captives from massacre. He demanded, however, an excessive ransom for their liberation. The Indians were sometimes, indeed generally, it was asserted, led in these murderous raids by French commanders. These violations of neutrality, however, were chiefly the work of a few turbulent spirits. The mass of the Acadian peasants seemed to have been a peaceful and inoffensive people, although they naturally sympathized with their countrymen and rejoiced at the victory of Duquesne and sorrowed at the defeat of Lake George. They were nevertheless declared rebels and outlaws, and a council at Halifax, confounding the innocent with the guilty, decreed the expulsion of the entire French population. Illustration: British officer reads the decree of exile of the Acadian neutrals in the village church. Painting by Frank Dixie, A.R.A. The decision was promptly given effect. Ships soon appeared before the principal settlement of the Bay of Fundy. All the male inhabitants over 10 years of age were summoned to hear the king's command. At Grand Pré, 400 assembled in the village church when the British officer read from the altar the decree of their exile. Resistance was impossible. Armed soldiers guarded the door, and the men were imprisoned. They were marched at the bayonet's point amid the wailings of their relatives on board the transports. The women and children were shipped in other vessels. Families were scattered, husbands and wives separated, many never to meet again. Hundreds of comfortable homesteads and well-filled barns were ruthlessly given to the flames. A number, variously estimated at from 3,000 to 7,000, were dispersed along the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to Georgia. 1,200 were carried to South Carolina. A few planted a new Acadia among their countrymen in Louisiana. Some sought to return to their blackened hearths, coasting in open boats along the shore. These were relentlessly intercepted when possible and sent back into hopeless exile. An imperishable interest has been imparted to this sad story by Longfellow's beautiful poem Evangeline, which describes the sorrows and sufferings of some of the inhabitants of the little village of Grand Pré. End of section 18, read by Mary Gabriel, Bethesda, Maryland, July 9th, 2023.
Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Clive establishes British supremacy in India. The Black Hole of Calcutta, Battle of Plassey, A.D. 1756, by Sir Alexander J. Arbuthnot. Part 1. Robert Clive is recognized as the man to whom, above all others, England owes the establishment of her empire in India. Born in 1725 in Shropshire, he was raised to the Irish peerage in 1760 as Baron Clive of Plassey. The son of a poor country squire, at 18 he entered the service of the East India Company at Madras. For over a century the company had competed with its Dutch rival in India, and Clive went to his post at a time when French rivalry with the English was becoming formidable. In 1744 war broke out between the English and French, and Clive saw his first military service. In the Second War with the French, 1751 to 1754, he bore the leading part, capturing Arago, 1751, and successfully defending it against a vastly superior force of natives, who were aided by the French. By these successes he won a brilliant reputation. His later career proved him to be as efficient in civil as in military affairs, and he stands in English history distinguished among great administrators, although he has been no less the object of censure than of praise by his country's historians. A parliamentary inquiry into his official conduct resulted, 1773, in his practical vindication. Whatever the truth in the case may be, Clive must ever hold his place among the builders of Greater Britain. In 1753 Clive returned to England, and 2 years later went back to India as governor of Fort St. David in the Madras Presidency. Of his proceedings in this government, and his further successful military enterprises, which went so far to win India for England, Arbuthnot, late member of the Council of India, gives an authoritative account, based on the fullest information available at the close of the 19th century. Clive returned to the Madras Presidency at a critical moment. War with France was imminent, and broke out in the course of a few months. The very day that Clive assumed the government of Fort St. David, Calcutta was captured by the Nawab of Bengal, and the tragedy of the Black Hole took place. The acquisition of Calcutta by the East India Company was somewhat later than that of Madras. It dates from 1686, when the representatives of the company, driven by the Mughal authorities from Hooghly, where they had established a factory, moved under the leadership of John Charnock some 26 miles down the river to Satanati, now one of the northern suburbs of Calcutta. 10 years afterward they built the original Fort William, and in 1700 they purchased the villages of Satanti, Kalikata, and Govindpur from the son of the emperor. In 1707 the East India Company declared Calcutta a separate presidency. Here, surrounded by the richest districts in India, amid a teeming population, on the banks of a river which was the chief highway of Eastern commerce, the servants of the company drove a thriving trade, threatened only but never actually assailed by the raids of the Mahrattas, the memory of which is still kept alive by the famous Mahratta ditch. They were in the same relation to the Nawab of Bengal as the servants of the company at Madras were to the Nawab of the Carnatic. In April 1756, Aliverdi Khan, who was a just and strong ruler, died, and was succeeded by his grandson Suraj-ud-Dowla, a youth under 20 years of age, whose training had been of the worst description. One of the whims of this youth was hatred toward the English, and he had not been 2 months on the throne when he found a pretext for indulging this sentiment in the fact that the English, in anticipation of difficulties with the French, were strengthening the fortifications of Fort William. On June 4th he seized the English factory at Kazim Bazar, and on the 15th attacked Calcutta. The women and children in the fort were removed on board ship on the 18th, and on the same day the governor, Mr. Drake, and the military commandant, Captain Minchin, deserted their posts, and to their lasting disgrace betook themselves to the ships. Mr. Holwell, a member of the council, assumed command in the fort, but on the 25th the place was taken. All the Englishmen in the fort, 146 persons, were thrust at the point of a sword into a small room, the prison of the garrison, commonly known as the Black Hole, only 20 feet square. The Nawab had promised to spare their lives, but had gone to sleep after a debauch. No expostulations on the part of the prisoners, not even bribes, would induce the guards to awake the Nawab and obtain his leave to liberate the prisoners, until the morning, when, having slept off his debauch, he allowed the door to be opened. By that time, out of 146 prisoners, 123 had miserably perished. The survivors, among whom was the acting governor Holwell, were brought before the tyrant, insulted and reproached by him, and detained in custody in wretched sheds, and fed upon grain and water. An Englishwoman, who was one of these survivors, was placed in the Nawab's harem. The details of this terrible tragedy, and of the sufferings which the survivors subsequently underwent, are given in a letter from Mr. Holwell, from which it appears that his eventual release was brought about by the intercession of Aliverdi Khan's widow, who had in vain endeavored to dissuade the Nawab from attacking Calcutta, and had predicted that his doing so would be his ruin. Intelligence of the outrage did not reach Madras until August 16th, when it was at once decided to send a force under Clive to Calcutta to avenge it. Clive was appointed commander-in-chief, with full military and political control. He took with him 900 English soldiers and 1,200 sepoys and some artillery. Owing, however, to the obstinacy of Admiral Watson, and to jealousy of Clive on the part of Colonel Aldercron, who had recently arrived at Madras in command of the 39th Foot, a delay of 2 months took place before the expedition sailed. Watson declined to undertake it at all unless the government of the Bengal settlement, which the Madras Council proposed to assume, pending orders from home, was entrusted to the survivors of the Bengal Council, the leaders of which had so shamefully deserted their posts. While Aldercron, on being informed that Clive was to exercise the military command, actually went so far as to disembark the greater part of his regiment, together with guns and stores, which had already been put on board ship, allowing only 250 men to remain, who were to serve as marines under Watson. The delay was unfortunate, for before the squadron sailed, the northeast monsoon had set in, and in consequence none of the ships reached the Hooghly until the middle of December, and even then 2 of the largest ships were missing, the Marlborough, with most of the artillery, and the Cumberland, with Admiral Pocock and 250 English soldiers, having failed to make their way against the monsoon. Clive's orders were to recapture Calcutta, to attack the Nawab at his capital, Murshidabad, and in the event of war between England and France being declared, to capture the French settlement of Chandernagor. When the expedition reached the Hooghly, Clive wished the men under his command to be taken on in the ships as far as Bajbaj, a fortified place about 10 miles from Calcutta, which it was necessary to capture. But Watson, with his habitual perversity, insisted upon the troops being landed at Mayapur, some miles farther down, thus obliging them to make a most fatiguing night march through a swampy country covered with jungle. The result was that they reached Bajbaj in an exhausted condition, and being surprised by the Nawab's troops shortly after their arrival, had a very narrow escape from destruction, which was averted only by Clive's presence of mind and readiness of resource. Clive says, in a letter to Pigeon, reporting this affair a few days afterward, "You must know our march from Mayapur to the northward of Bajbaj was much against my inclinations. I applied to the admiral for boats to land us at the place we arrived at after 16 hours' march by land. The men suffered hardships not easily to be described. It was 4 in the afternoon when we decamped from Mayapur, and we did not arrive off Bajbaj until past 8 the next morning. At 9 the Grenadier Company and all the sepoys were dispatched to the fort, where I heard Captain Coote was landed with the king's troops. At 10 Manikchand, the governor of Calcutta, attacked us with between 2,000 and 3,000 horse and foot, and was worsted. Manikchand himself received a shot in his turban. Our 2 field pieces were of little or no service to us, having neither tubes nor port fires, and heavy carriages were sent with them from Fort St. David. Indeed, we still labor under every disadvantage in the world for want of the Marlborough. It seems the enemy were encamped within 2 miles of us, and we ignorant of the matter. So much for the intelligence of the country." There can be no doubt that Clive sustained a surprise that might have been prevented had the ordinary precautions been used, but in the circumstances there is much allowance to be made. Clive himself was ill, and had suffered much from the fatiguing march which he and his men had gone through, owing to Watson's wrong-headed obstinacy. But notwithstanding illness and fatigue, and the unexpected appearance of a hostile force, Clive on this, as on other occasions, never for a moment lost his nerve. He at once rallied his men, who, awakened out of their sleep by being fired upon, were at first thrown into confusion, and then, with scarcely a pause, made dispositions which retrieved the situation, although not without heavy loss to the English. When Watson and Clive entered the river, they found at Falta some of the fugitives from Calcutta, and the scanty remains of a small force, which, on the receipt of intelligence of the seizure of Kazim Bazar, but before the news of the Black Hole tragedy had arrived, the Madras authorities had sent to Bengal under Major Kilpatrick. Clive, after beating off Manikchand's army, was met by Major Kilpatrick, who had been sent to his aid with reinforcements. In the meantime, Watson had bombarded Budge from his ships, and had effected a breach in the ramparts of the fort. Clive had arranged to assault the fort the next day, when a drunken sailor, discovering the breach, entered it alone, and firing his pistol among a small group of the defenders who were sitting near, shouted out, "The fort is mine," accompanying the exclamation by 3 loud cheers. He was at once attacked, but defended himself valiantly, and some of the English soldiers and sepoys coming up, the garrison abandoned the fort, which was taken possession of by Captain Eyre Coote, who had come up from Madras with a detachment of the 39th Foot. The squadron with the troops then moved on to Calcutta, which surrendered on January 2nd, Manik Chand having evacuated the place, and returned with his army to the headquarters of the Nawab at Murshidabad. Then occurred another of Watson's arbitrary and ill-judged proceedings. Notwithstanding the orders of the Madras government, investing Clive with military and political control in Bengal, Watson appointed Coote, whose rank was that of captain, to be governor of Fort William. Clive declined to permit this arrangement, claiming the command as the senior officer, and threatened to place Coote under arrest if he disobeyed his orders. Thereupon Watson threatened to fire upon the fort unless Clive gave it up. The matter ended in a compromise, Clive surrendering the fort to Watson on condition that it was afterward handed over to the representatives of the company. In this and in other disputes with Watson, Clive appears to have kept his temper, while acting with firmness. Writing to Mr. Pigot, Clive describes this affair in the following words: "I cannot help regretting that I ever undertook this expedition. The mortifications I have received from Mr. Watson and the gentlemen of the squadron in point of prerogative are such that nothing but the good of the service could induce me to submit to them. The morning the enemy quitted Calcutta, a party of our sepoys entered the fort at the same time, with a detachment from the ships, and were ignominiously thrust out. Upon coming near the fort myself, I was informed that there were orders that none of the company's officers or troops should have entrance. This, I own, enraged me to such a degree that I was resolved to enter if possible, which I did, though not in the manner maliciously reported, by forcing the sentries, for they suffered me to pass very patiently upon being informed who I was. At my entrance, Captain Coote presented me with a commission from Admiral Watson, appointing him governor of Fort William, which I knew not a syllable of before. And it seems this dirty underhand contrivance was carried on in the most secret manner, under a pretence that I intended the same thing, which I declare never entered my thoughts. The affair was compromised by the admiral consenting that I should be governor, and that the company's troops should remain in the fort. The next day the admiral delivered up the fort to the company's representatives in the king's name. Watson, it would seem, could not bring himself to recognize the fact that Clive was not only an officer of the East India Company, but had been granted a royal commission. In this he showed himself both stupid and headstrong. Notwithstanding this petty jealousy of the company's service, a jealousy in which he was by no means singular, he was an honorable man, desirous, according to his lights, to serve his king and country, and in the important transactions which afterward took place, his cooperation with Clive appears to have been fairly cordial. It was otherwise with the council at Calcutta, who greatly resented the independent powers which had been conferred upon Clive by the Madras authorities. At that early period, those presidential jealousies, which have so often interfered with the efficient administration of Indian affairs, and even now are not entirely extinguished, appear to have existed in full force. The Select Committee at Calcutta, as the Governor's Council was then designated, called upon Clive to surrender the powers with which he had been invested, and to place himself under them. His reply was a decided refusal. "I do not," he wrote, "intend to make use of my power for acting separately from you, without you reduce me to the necessity of so doing. but as far as concerns the means of executing these powers, you will excuse me, gentlemen, if I refuse to give them up. I cannot do it without forfeiting the trust reposed in me by the Select Committee of Fort St. George. It does not become me as an individual to give my opinion whether the conduct of the gentlemen of Fort St. George has been faulty or not. That point must be determined by our superiors. The attitude of the Calcutta Committee was described by Clive in a letter to his friend Pigot in the following terms. I am sorry to say that the loss of private property and the means of recovering it seem to be the only objects which take up the thoughts of the Bengal gentlemen. Believe me, they are bad subjects and rotten at heart, and will stick at nothing to prejudice you and the gentlemen of the committee. Indeed, how should they do otherwise when they have not spared one another? I shall only add, their conduct at Calcutta finds no excuse even among themselves, and that the riches of Peru and Mexico should not induce me to dwell among them. Immediately after the recapture of Calcutta, Clive, in conjunction with Watson, moved up the river to Hooghly, and captured that place without difficulty, securing booty which was estimated at 15,000 pounds, and destroying some large and valuable granaries. They had also planned an expedition to Dhaka, the capital of eastern Bengal, when they learned that the Nawab was again marching upon Calcutta with a large force. A battle ensued on February 5th, in which Clive, with 1,350 Europeans, 800 sepoys, and 7 field guns, beat the Nawab's force of 40,000 men, including 18,000 cavalry, 40 guns, and 50 elephants. The greater part of the battle was fought in a dense fog, and Clive's men, losing their way, came under the fire of their own guns and of those in Fort William. At one time the position of the troops was very critical. The English loss was heavy, amounting to 57 killed and 117 wounded, of whom 39 and 82 respectively were Europeans, and it included Clive's aide-de-camp and secretary, who were killed by his side. But the battle, although attended by this heavy loss to the English, was even more disastrous to the Nawab's troops, whose casualties amounted to 1,300, among whom were 2 noblemen of high rank and 22 of lesser note. Clive's account of this engagement is contained in the following letter addressed by him a few weeks after it was fought, to the Duke of Newcastle. It has been for many years deposited among the manuscripts in the British Museum, whence, by the kindness of Dr. Richard Garnett, a copy has been furnished to the writer of this memoir. It is believed that the letter has not been published before. From Lieutenant Colonel Robert Clive to Thomas Pelham Hollis, Duke of Newcastle, First Lord of the Treasury. May it please your Grace, the countenance your Grace was pleased to show me when I left England encourages me to address you on the subject of the East India Company. No doubt your Grace hath been acquainted with the capture of the town of Calcutta and Fort William by the Moors, the principal settlement in the kingdom of Bengal, and of the utmost consequence to the East India Company. The loss of private property only is computed at more than 2 millions sterling. When this unfortunate news arrived at Madras, the President and Council applied to Vice Admiral Watson for assistance in recovering the rights and possessions of the province of Bengal, and for the same purpose ordered a large body of land forces to embark under my command. and I have the pleasure to inform your Grace this expedition by sea and land has been crowned with all the success that could be wished. The town of Calcutta and Fort William was soon retaken, with several other forts belonging to the enemy. This news brought down the Nabob, or prince of the country, himself at the head of 20,000 horse and 30,000 foot, 25 pieces of cannon, with a great number of elephants. Our little army, consisting of 700 Europeans and 1,200 blacks, armed and disciplined after the English manner, lay encamped about 5 miles from the town of Calcutta. On the 4th of February, the Nabob's army appeared in sight, and passed our camp at the distance of 1½ miles, and encamped on the back of the town. Several parties of their horse passed within 400 yards of our advanced battery, but as we entertained great hopes of a peace from the Nabob's promises, we did not fire upon them. On the 5th, agreeable to the Nabob's desire, I dispatched 2 gentlemen to wait upon him, in hopes everything might be settled without drawing the sword, but the haughtiness and disrespect with which he treated them convinced me nothing could be expected by mild measures. This determined me to attack his camp in the night time, for which purpose I applied to Admiral Watson for 500 sailors to draw our cannon, which he readily sent me, and at 3 o'clock in the morning our little army, consisting of 600 Europeans, 500 blacks, 7 field pieces, and the sailors above mentioned, set out for the attack. A little before daybreak we entered the camp, and received a very brisk fire. This did not stop the progress of our troops, which marched through the enemy's camp upwards of 4 miles in length. We were more than 2 hours passing, and what escaped the van was destroyed by the rear. We were obliged to keep a constant fire of artillery and musketry the whole time. A body of 300 of the enemy's horse made a gallant charge, but were received with so much coolness by the military that few escaped. Several other brisk charges were made on our rear, but to no purpose, and we returned safe to camp, having killed by the best accounts 1,300 men, and between 500 and 600 horse, with 4 elephants. The loss on our side, 200 men killed and wounded. This blow had its effect, for the next day the army decamped, and the Nabob sent me a letter offering terms of accommodation, and I have the pleasure of acquainting your Grace a firm peace is concluded, greatly to the honor and advantage of the company, and the Nabob has entered into an alliance, offensive and defensive, with them, and is returned to his capital at Moxadavad. As I have already been honored with your Grace's protection and favor, I flatter myself with the continuance of it, and that, if your Grace thinks me deserving, your Grace will recommend me to the Court of Directors. I am, with the greatest respect, your Grace's most devoted humble servant. Camp near Calcutta, 23rd February, 1757. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Clive establishes British supremacy in India. The Black Hole of Calcutta, Battle of Plassey. Part 2. The terms of the treaty were exceedingly favorable to the company. All the privileges formerly granted to the English were renewed. All trade covered by English passes was freed. All property of the company, or of its servants or tenants, which had been taken by the Nawab's officers to servants, was to be restored. The English were to fortify Calcutta, and to coin money as they might deem proper. The Nawab, on February 11th, began his return march to his capital, previously commissioning Amachand, in whose garden the late battle had been fought, to propose a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with the English. This treaty was accepted and signed by Clive and Watson, not without some hesitation on the part of the latter, who, the day after the fight in the outskirts of Calcutta, advised Clive to renew his attack. Clive, however, dreaded a combination between the French and the Nawab, and regarded the French settlement at Chandernagore as a serious danger to Calcutta. He had learned when at Hooghly that war had been again declared between England and France, and before leaving Madras he had been instructed by the government there that, in the event of a war with France again breaking out in Europe, he was to capture Chandernagore. After the capture of Chandernagore, Clive's distrust of the Nawab was intensified, not only by the information supplied by Mr. Watts of his intrigues with the French, but by his refusal to allow the passage of a few sepoys, and of supplies of ammunition and stores to the English factory at Kazim Bazar. Meanwhile, Clive received from Watts information of a plot which had been formed by some of the leading personages at the Nawab's court to dethrone him. These persons were Raja Dullah Brum, the finance minister, Mir Jafar, the commander-in-chief of the army, and Yar Latif Khan, a man not of the first rank, who would seem to have started the conspiracy, stipulating that, if it succeeded, he should be made Nawab. There is some ground, however, for supposing that the original suggestion emanated from Jagat Seth, a wealthy banker, who had received personal insults from the Nawab. Another person of considerable weight, who was also implicated in the plot, was Amachand, the wealthy Hindu, in whose garden the Nawab's camp had been pitched on that foggy night in February when Clive marched through it. On that occasion he sustained a somewhat heavy loss, but inflicted a much heavier loss upon the troops of the Nawab, and thereby frightened the latter into treating for peace. At an early stage of the proceedings, Clive received overtures from Mir Jafar, the commander-in-chief, who offered to aid the English against the Nawab on condition that he should succeed him. The events which followed included what in some respects were the most brilliant and were certainly the most questionable incidents in Clive's career. While his military reputation, already established by the defense of Arcot, the victory at Kaveripak, and the operations before Trichinopoly, rose higher than ever, and while he developed a capacity for civil and political administration of the highest order, the fame of his exploits was tarnished by a breach of faith which it is impossible to justify, and by the acceptance of large sums of money from the native prince, whom he placed upon the throne of Bengal after the deposition of Suraj ud-Dowlah. The treaty provided for an offensive and defensive alliance with Mir Jafar, for a prohibition against any resettlement of the French in Bengal, and for the transfer of their factories to the English company, for compensation for English losses at Calcutta, viz., to the company £1,000,000, to the European inhabitants £500,000, to the native inhabitants £200,000, to the Armenians 70,000 pounds, for the cession of all land within the Mahratta ditch and 600 yards beyond it, for the cession to the company of the Zemindari of the country to the south of Calcutta as far as Calpe, subject to the payment of the customary rent, for the payment by the Nawab of all English troops sent to his assistance, and for a prohibition against the erection of any new forts below Hooghly. Under a supplementary treaty, Mir Jafar was to pay 500,000 pounds to the army and navy, and 120,000 pounds to the members of council. Mir Jafar's signature to the treaty was received on June 12th, and Clive's force at once advanced. On that day, all the troops quartered at Calcutta, together with 150 sailors from the fleet, crossed over to Chandernagore, where they joined the remainder of the force already quartered at the latter place. The Europeans, including the artillery, were sent up the river in 200 boats, the sepoys marching by land. On June 13th, Clive dispatched to the Nawab a letter which was practically a declaration of war. It arraigned the Nawab for his breach of treaty, and informed him that Clive had determined, with the approbation of all who were charged with the company's affairs, to proceed immediately to Kazum Bazar, and to submit the dispute with the Nawab to the arbitration of Mir Jafar, Raja Dullah Brum, Jagat Seth, and others of your Highness's great men. If these, he wrote, decide that I have deviated from the treaty, then I swear to give up all further claims upon your Highness. But if it should appear that your Highness has broken faith, then I shall demand satisfaction for all the losses sustained by the English and all the charges of the army and navy. The letter ended with an intimation that as the rains were at hand, and it would take many days to receive an answer, the writer would wait upon the Nawab at his capital to receive satisfaction. The attitude which Clive adopted was bold and defiant, but for all that, Clive was by no means free from anxiety. It was not at all certain that Mir Jafar would adhere to his agreement. He was to have joined Clive at Katwa with a friendly force, but instead of doing so, he merely sent Clive a letter promising to join him on the field of battle. On the 14th, Clive's force reached Kalna, where it was joined by Watts, who had escaped from Murshidabad on the previous day. On the 17th, they captured Katwa with its fortress, after a slight resistance, and found the place well stocked with grain. On the 19th, while they halted at Katwa, the monsoon rains set in, and the troops, who were lodged in tents, had to take shelter in huts and small houses. On the same day, Clive, whose anxiety continued to be very great, addressed the following letter to the committee at Calcutta. I feel the greatest anxiety at the little intelligence I receive from Mir Jafar, and if he is not treacherous, his sang-froid or want of strength will, I fear, overset the expedition. I am trying a last effort by means of a Brahmin to prevail upon him to march out and join us. I have appointed Plassey as the place of rendezvous, and have told him at the same time that unless he gives this or some other sufficient proof of the sincerity of his intentions, I will not cross the river. This, I hope, will meet with your approbation. I shall act with such caution as not to risk the loss of our forces, and whilst we have them, we may always have it in our power to bring about a revolution, though the present should not succeed. They say there is a considerable quantity of grain in and about the place. If we collect 8 or 10,000 mons, 8 or 10 hundred thousand pounds, we may maintain our situation during the rains, which will greatly distress the Nawab, and either reduce him to terms which may be depended upon, or give us time to bring in the Burnham Rajah, the Mahrattas, or Ghazi-ud-Din. I desire you will give your sentiments freely how you think I should act, if Mir Jafar can give us no assistance. The situation was certainly a very alarming one. Clive had only 3,200 men to oppose what proved to be an army of 50,000. He had no cavalry and only a few guns, while the enemy had a large artillery force. In the circumstances, it is perhaps hardly to be wondered at that Clive should desire to share the responsibility. This he did, for what proved to be the first and last time in his life, by holding a council of war, to which he propounded the following question: whether, in our present situation, without assistance, and on our own bottom, it would be prudent to attack the Nawab, or whether we should wait till joined by some country power. Of the 16 members of the council, 9, including Clive, voted for delay, and 7, including Ericourt, were for an immediate attack. But Clive did not adhere to his original vote. After the council had risen, he withdrew to a clump of trees, and having passed an hour in thinking over all the arguments for and against delay, he determined to move forward at once. Meeting Ericourt on his way back to camp, he told him he had changed his mind, and intended to march the next morning. Accordingly, in the early morning of June 22nd, the force marched down the bank of the Bhagirathi, and crossed the river the same afternoon without meeting with any opposition. There still remained 15 miles to be traversed in order to reach Plassey. Clive's force, after struggling through mud and water in a continued torrent of rain, did not arrive at the village until 1 o'clock on the morning of the 23rd. Clive had heard from Mir Jafar that the Nawab's army would halt at Mankara, a place some miles short of Plassey. But the Nawab had changed his plans, and reached Plassey 12 hours before Clive. Thus, on his arrival, Clive found that the enemy were close at hand. He spent the remainder of the night making his dispositions, while his troops bivouacked in an extensive mango grove, on ground already soaked by the rain, which was still falling. The mango grove was 800 yards in length and 300 in breadth, and was surrounded by a bank and a ditch. About 50 yards beyond it stood a hunting box belonging to the Nawab of Oud. Of this Clive at once took possession. The grove was a little more than a mile from the Nawab's encampment. The force under Clive, as stated, did not exceed 3,200 men, of whom 900 were English, 200 were Eurasians, and 2,100 native sepoys. There was a small artillery train, composed of 8 6-pounders and 2 small howitzers. The Nawab's army, so far as numerical strength was concerned, was enormously superior to Clive's force. It consisted of 35,000 infantry, for the most part imperfectly trained and undisciplined, and 15,000 cavalry well mounted and well armed. He had 53 pieces of artillery, most of them of heavy caliber, and with them 40 or 50 Frenchmen commanded by Monsieur Saint-Fré, who had been a member of the French Council of Chandernagore. His army occupied a strongly entrenched position. His right rested on the river, while his left stretched out into the open plain. The following is a brief description of the battle, taken from Clive's Journal of Military Proceedings. At daybreak we discovered the Nawab's army, at the distance of about 3 miles, in full march towards us, upon which the whole were ordered under arms, being in 2 battalions. The Europeans were told off in 4 grand divisions, the artillery distributed between them, and the sepoys on the right and left of the hull. Our situation was very advantageous, being in a grove surrounded by high mudbanks. Our right and front were entirely covered by those mudbanks, our left by Plassis's house and the river, our rear by the grove and a large village. The enemy approached apace, covered a fine extensive plain in front of us as far as the eye could discern from right to left, and consisted, as we have since learned, of 15,000 horse and 35,000 foot, with more than 40 pieces of cannon, from 32 to 9-pounders. They began to cannonade from this heavy artillery, which, though well pointed, could do little execution, our people being lodged under the banks. We could not hope to succeed in an attempt on their cannon, as they were planted almost round, and at a considerable distance both from us and each other. We therefore remained quiet in front, in hopes of a successful attack on their camp at night. At 300 yards from the bank under which we were posted was a pool of water with high banks all round it, and was apparently a post of strength. This the enemy presently took possession of, and would have galled us much from thence, but for our advantageous position, with some cannon managed by 50 Frenchmen. This heavy artillery continued to play very briskly on the grove. As their army, exclusive of a few advanced parties, were drawn up at too great a distance for our short sixes to reach them, one field piece with a howitzer was advanced 200 yards in front, and we could see that they played with great success amongst those that were of the first rank, by which the whole army was dispirited and thrown into confusion. A large body of their horse starting out on our right, and as by that movement we supposed they intended an attempt on the advanced field piece and howitzer, they were both ordered back. About 11 o'clock a very heavy shower of rain came on, and we imagined the horse would now, if ever, have attacked in hopes of breaking us, as they might have thought we could not then make use of our firelocks, but their ignorance or the brisk firing of our artillery prevented them from attempting it. At noon, a report being made that a party of horse had attacked and taken our boats, the pickets were ordered, but the account proving false, they were countermanded. The enemy's fire now began to slacken, and soon after entirely ceased. In this situation we remained until 2 o'clock, when, perceiving that most of the enemy were returned to their camp, it was thought a proper opportunity to seize one of the eminences, from which the enemy had much annoyed us in the morning. Accordingly the grenadiers of the 1st Battalion, with 2 field pieces and a body of sepoys, supported by 4 platoons and 2 field pieces from the 2nd Battalion, were ordered to take possession of it, which accordingly they did. This encouraged us to take possession of another advanced post, within 300 yards of the entrance to the enemy's camp. All these motions brought the enemy out a second time, but in attempting to bring out their cannon, they were so galled by our artillery that they could not effect it, notwithstanding they made several attempts. Their horse and foot, however, advanced much nearer than in the morning, and by their motions made as if they intended to charge, 2 or 3 large bodies being within 150 yards. In this situation they stood a considerable time, a very brisk and severe cannonade, which killed them upwards of 400 men, among whom were 4 or 5 principal officers. This loss put the enemy into great confusion, and encouraged us to attack the entrance into their camp and an adjacent eminence at the same time. This we effected with little or no loss, although the former was defended by the 50 French and a very large body of black infantry, and the latter by a large body of horse and foot intermixed together. During the heat of the action, the remainder of the forces were 2 or 3 times ordered to join us, and that order as often countermanded on account of the movement of a large body of horse towards the grove, whom we had often fired upon to keep at a proper distance. Those afterwards proved to be our friends, commanded by Mir Jafar. The entrance to the camp being gained, a general rout ensued, and the whole army continued the pursuit for upwards of 6 miles, which, for want of horse, answered no other purpose than that of taking all their artillery, consisting of 40 pieces of cannon, and all their baggage. Such is the account which Clive gave of the battle in a journal written by him very shortly after, if not on the day after, it was fought. It cannot be said that it furnishes a very clear or full narrative of the events of the day. It does not mention the death of Mir Muddin, the Nawab's only faithful general, which appears to have occurred shortly after 11 o'clock, and was really the crisis of the battle. It contains no statement of the loss sustained, which, however, was very slight. Orme gives some particulars, but as regards the Europeans in a very imperfect form. He states, "This important victory was gained with little loss. Only 16 sepoys were killed and 36 wounded, and of the Europeans about 20 were killed and wounded, of which number 6 of the killed and 10 of the wounded were of the artillery, as were likewise the 2 officers who were wounded during the different operations of the day." The numbers of killed and wounded are given somewhat more in detail by Malleson, although his totals agree with those given by Orme. By Malleson's account, 7 Europeans were killed and 16 wounded. According to both these writers, the total number of killed and wounded in Clive's force was 72. The loss on the Nawab's side appears to have been between 500 and 600. Considering the great disparity of numbers, the loss to Clive's force was ridiculously small. Indeed, as Sir Alfred Lyell justly observes in his interesting review of The Rise and Expansion of the British Dominion in India, the so-called Battle of Plassey was a rout rather than a battle. As a military achievement, it cannot be compared with the defense of Arcot, or with the fight at Caveripac, or with some other actions in which Clive was engaged. At the same time, its results were far-reaching and of the greatest political importance. Indeed, it is universally regarded by historians as the starting point of British dominion in India. Had Plassey been lost, the establishment of British rule in India would in all probability never have taken place, and although Plassey was followed in a very few years by other contests far more severe, such as Adams's fight at Gheriah and at Antanella, and Sir Hector Munro's victory over the Moguls and the Nawab Vazir's troops at Buxar, the political importance of Plassey, which placed the ruler of the richest provinces in India in subjection to the English Company, can hardly be overestimated. Nor, although the victory was so easily won, was it less remarkable that Clive's other military achievements, for the strategy which he displayed, or for the unfailing nerve and coolness with which he encountered the enormous odds against him. Clive had not anticipated that the Nawab would be able to array against him so large a force. When day broke on that June morning, and revealed to his astonished gaze the 50,000 horse and foot and the large artillery force, to which he had to oppose his 3,200 infantry, his 8 light field pieces, and no cavalry, it must have needed an amount of nerve which is rarely possessed, even by the bravest men, to make his dispositions for the approaching battle. But on this, as on other occasions, Clive's nerve never failed. Indeed, the greater the danger, the more clear was his judgment, and the more keen his courage. The position which Clive took up in the mango grove, protected as it was by the trees and by the mud banks surrounding it, which rendered the heavy artillery of the enemy practically innocuous, and the skill with which his few field pieces were directed, were important elements in securing the victory. Indeed, the most remarkable feature in the battle is that while the artillery force of the enemy was enormously superior in the weight of metal and in the number of guns to that of Clive, the contest was mainly an artillery contest, and was practically decided by that arm. The death of the Nawab's only faithful general, Mir Mudin, who was mortally wounded by a cannon shot, was, as we have said, the crisis of the battle. It so disheartened the Nawab that from that moment he gave himself up in despair, and became only too ready to listen to the insidious advice of the leaders who had betrayed him, that he should quit the field and leave it to them to continue the battle. Important as Plassey was, and well as it was fought by Clive and his small force, it is not a battle that can be held to redound to the credit of British arms. Looking to the enormous disparity of numbers, and making every allowance for the superior courage and training of the victorious force, it can hardly be supposed that the result could have been what it was, had it not been for the treachery of the Nawab's principal generals. On the evening after the battle, Clive's force halted at Dodpur, 6 miles beyond Plassey. There, on the next day, he was joined by Mir Jafar, the latter not altogether at ease as to the reception he might meet with, after his somewhat ambiguous attitude, both before and during the engagement. But Clive at once reassured him, and saluted him as the Nawab of Bengal, Behar, and Orissa, advising him to proceed at once to Murshidabad to secure the person of Suraj ud-Dawla and prevent the place being plundered. Suraj ud-Dawla had fled from the battlefield some time before the issue was finally decided, and had arrived that same night at Murshidabad. On the following night Mir Jafar reached that place. The whole of that day Suraj ud-Dawla had passed in a state of the greatest perplexity as to the course he should pursue, whether he should submit to the English or should make a stand in the city. Some of his principal officers advised the former, some the latter course. He had decided to resist, and had ordered his troops to be massed for this purpose, when he heard of the arrival of Mir Jafar. Then he resolved upon flight, and accompanied by his favorite wife and a single eunuch, he left his palace in disguise, and entering a boat which had been engaged for the purpose, reached Raj Mahal, 90 miles distant, on the evening of the 4th day. There the rowers were obliged to halt for a rest, and taking refuge in a deserted garden, the Nawab was seen by a fakir, whose ears he had caused to be cut off 13 months before, and was handed over to Mir Jafar's brother, who resided at Raj Mahal. He was at once captured, sent back to Murshidabad, and handed over to Mir Jafar on July 2nd. He pleaded earnestly for his life, offering to give up everything else, and Mir Jafar, probably remembering the kindness he had received from the grandfather of his prisoner, was at first disposed to spare him, but afterward consulted with his higher officials, some of whom advocated a policy of clemency, while others, including Mir Jafar's son Miran, a truculent youth, not unlike Suraj ud-Dowlah in disposition, urged that the only security against a fresh revolution lay in the death of the prisoner. The latter accordingly was made over to Miran, by whose orders he was brutally murdered in the course of the night. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. 7 Years' War, A.D. 1756 to 1763, by Wolfgang Menzel. In the 7 Years' War, Prussia stood practically alone against the united strength of all Europe, and it was the success of her king, Frederick, in withstanding the assaults of the vast and determined coalition that won him, from the unanimous voice of military critics, the title of the Great. The tremendous conflict, the most gigantic in Europe, between the 30 Years' War and the French Revolution, was the natural outcome of that earlier contest in which Frederick had seized Silesia. If this strong and able monarch was the type of the new spirit of doubt and endless questioning which had begun to permeate Europe, his chief antagonist, Maria Theresa, was no less emblematic of all that was noblest in the older conservative Catholicism which Frederick defied. Maria Theresa never forgot her loss of Silesia. It was said of her that she could not see a Silesia without weeping, and with steady patience she set herself to draw all Europe into an alliance against Frederick. Her rival's caustic tongue helped her purpose. He gave personal offense not only to Elizabeth, the ruler of Russia, but to Madame Pompadour, the real sovereign of France under Louis XV. Both of these ladies urged their countries against the insulter. The three leading powers of continental Europe, having thus leagued against Prussia, the lesser states soon joined them. Only England stood outside the coalition, her war with France originating at the colonies and on the ocean, led her into an alliance with Prussia. But England was safe on her island, and few of her troops fought upon the continent. She sent Frederick some money help. Part of the time she kept the French troops from his frontier. That was all. The succession of Frederick's remarkable battles are too numerous to detail. In one campaign he crushed the French at Rossbach and overthrew the Austrians at Leuthen. Then he defeated the Russians at Zorndorf. Torgau was his last great triumph, and therefore his own account of that contest is here presented in connection with the concise narrative of the entire war by the standard German historian Menzel. Frederick was a vigorous writer, as well as a great fighter, and it is only fair to caution the reader against accepting too fully the perhaps unconscious egotism of the monarch's personal view. Some critics consider General Zieten the real winner of this battle. Wolfgang Menzel. In the autumn of 1756, Frederick unexpectedly, without previously declaring war, invaded Saxony, of which he speedily took possession, and shut up the little Saxon army, thus taken unawares on the Elbe at Pirna. A group of Austrians, who were also equally unprepared to take the field, hastened, under the command of Browne, to their relief, but were, on October 1st, defeated at Lowositz, and the 14,000 Saxons under Rutalki at Pirna were in consequence compelled to lay down their arms, the want to which they were reduced by the failure of their supplies, having already driven them to the necessity of eating hair powder mixed with gunpowder. Augustus III and Brule fled with such precipitation that the secret archives were found by Frederick at Dresden. The Electress vainly strove to defend them by placing herself in front of the chest. She was forcibly removed by the Prussian grenadiers. and Frederick justified the suddenness of his attack upon Saxony by the publication of the plans of his enemies. He remained during the whole of the winter in Saxony, furnishing his troops from the resources of the country. It was here that his chamberlain Glasow attempted to take him off by poison, but meeting by chance one of the piercing glances of the king, trembling, let fall the cup and confessed his criminal design, the inducement for which has ever remained a mystery to the astonished king. The Allies, surprised and enraged at the suddenness of the attack, took the field in the spring of 1757 at the head of an enormous force. 500,000 men were levied, Austria and France furnishing each about 150,000, Russia 100,000, Sweden 20,000, the German Empire 60,000. These masses were, however, not immediately assembled on the same spot, were, moreover, badly commanded and far inferior in discipline to the 70,000 Prussians brought against them by Frederick. The war was also highly unpopular and created great discontent among the Protestant party in the empire. On the departure of Charles of Württemberg for the imperial army, his soldiery mutinied, and notwithstanding their reduction to obedience, the general feeling among the imperial troops was so much opposed to the war that most of the troops deserted, and a number of the Protestant soldiery went over to Frederick. The Prussian king was put out of the ban of the empire by the Diet, and the Prussian ambassador at Ratisbon kicked the bearer of the decree out of the door. Frederick was again the first to make the attack, and invaded Bohemia, 1757. The Austrian army under Charles of Lorraine lay before Prague. The king, resolved at all hazards to gain the day, led his troops across the marshy ground under a terrible and destructive fire from the enemy. His gallant general, Schwerin, remonstrated with him. "Are you afraid?" was the reply. Schwerin, who had already served under Charles XII in Turkey and had grown gray in the field, stung by this taunt, quitted his saddle, snatched the colors, and shouted, "All who are not cowards follow me." He was at that moment struck by several cartridge balls and fell to the ground enveloped in the colors. The Prussians rushed past him to the attack. The Austrians were totally routed. Brown fell, but the city was defended with such obstinacy that Daun, one of Maria Theresa's favorites, was meanwhile able to levy a fresh body of troops. Frederick consequently raised the siege of Prague and came upon Daun at Kolin, where he had taken up a strong position. Here again were the Prussians led into the thickest of the enemy fire, Frederick shouting to them, on their being a third time repulsed with fearful loss, "Would you live forever?" Every effort failed, and Beckendorf's charge at the head of 4 Saxon regiments, glowing with revenge and brandy, decided the fate of the day. The Prussians were completely routed. Frederick lost his splendid guard and the whole of his luggage. Seated on the verge of a fountain and tracing figures in the sand, he reflected upon the means of realluring fickle fortune to his standard. A fresh misfortune befell him not many weeks later. England had declared in his favor, but the incompetent English commander, nicknamed, on account of his immense size, the Duke of Cumberland, allowed himself to be beaten by the French at Hastenbeck, and signed the shameful Treaty of Gloucester 7, by which he agreed to disband his troops. This treaty was confirmed by the British monarch. The Prussian general Leopold, who had merely 20,000 men under his command, was at the same time defeated at Groß-Zagendorf by an overwhelming Russian force under Aprazin. 4,000 men were all that Frederick was able to bring against the Swedes. They were, nevertheless, able to keep the field, owing to the disinclination to the war evinced by their opponents. Autumn fell, and Frederick's fortune seemed fading with the leaves of summer. He had, however, merely sought to gain time in order to recruit his diminished army, and Daun having, with his usual tardiness, neglected to pursue him, he suddenly took the field against the Imperialists under the Duke of Saxe-Hildburghausen and the French under Soubise. The two armies met on November 5, 1757, on the broad plain around Leipzig, near the village of Rossbach, not far from the scene of the famous encounters of earlier times. The enemy, 3 times superior in number to the Prussians, lay in a half-circle with the view of surrounding the little Prussian camp, and certain of victory, had encumbered themselves with a numerous train of women, wig-makers, barbers, and modistes from Paris. The French camp was one scene of confusion and gaiety. On a sudden, Frederick sent General Seyditz with his cavalry among them, and an instant dispersion took place, the troops flying in every direction without attempting to defend themselves. Some Swiss, who refused to yield, alone accepted. The Germans on both sides showed their delight at the discomfiture of the French. An Austrian coming to the rescue of a Frenchman who had just been captured by a Prussian. "Brother German," exclaimed the latter, "let me have this French rascal." "Take him and keep him," replied the Austrian, riding off. The scene more resembled a chase than a battle. The Imperial Army, Reich Army, was thence nicknamed the Runaway, Reich's Army. 10,000 French were taken prisoners. The loss on the side of the Prussians amounted to merely 160 men. The booty chiefly consisted in objects of gallantry belonging rather to a boudoir than to a camp. The French army perfectly resembled its mistress, the Marquise de Pompadour. The Austrians had meanwhile gained great advantages to the rear of the Prussian army, had beaten the king's favorite, General Winthrop, at Moys in Silesia, had taken the important fortress of Schweidnitz and the metropolis Breslau, whose commandant, the Duke of Bevern, a collateral branch of the House of Brunswick, had fallen into their hands while on a reconnoitering expedition. Frederick, immediately after the Battle of Rossbach, hastened into Silesia, and on his march thither fell in with the body of 2,000 young Silesians who had been captured in Schweidnitz, but, on the news of the victory gained at Rossbach, had found means to regain their liberty and had set off to his rencontre. The king, inspired by his reinforcement, hurried onward, and at Leuthen, near Breslau, gained one of the most brilliant victories over the Austrians during the war. Making a false attack upon the right wing, he suddenly turned upon the left. "Here are the Württembergers," said he. "They will be the first to make way for us." He trusted to the inclination of these troops, who were zealous Protestants, in his favor. They instantly gave way, and Daun's line of battle was destroyed. During the night he threw 2 battalions of grenadiers into Lissa, and, accompanied by some of his staff, entered the castle, where, meeting with a number of Austrian generals and officers, he civilly saluted them and asked, "Can one get a lodging here too?" The Austrians might have seized the whole party, but were so thunderstruck that they yielded their swords, the king treating them with extreme civility. Charles of Lorraine, weary of his unvarying ill luck, resigned the command and was nominated Stadtholder of the Netherlands, where he gained great popularity. At Leuthen, 21,000 Austrians fell into Frederick's hands. In Breslau, which shortly afterward capitulated, he took 17,000 more, so that his prisoners exceeded his army in number. Fresh storms rose on the horizon and threatened to overwhelm the gallant king, who, unshaken by the approaching peril, firmly stood his ground. The Austrians gained an excellent general in the Livonian, Gideon Loudon, whom Frederick had refused to take into his service on account of his extreme ugliness, and who now exerted his utmost endeavors to avenge the insult. The great Russian army, which had until now remained an idle spectator of the war, also set itself in motion. Frederick advanced in the spring of 1758 against Loudon, invaded Moravia, and besieged Olmütz, but without success. Loudon ceaselessly harassed his troops and seized a convoy of 300 wagons. The king was finally compelled to retreat. The Russians, under firmer, crossing the Oder, murdering and burning on their route, converting Küstrin, which refused to yield, into a heap of rubbish, and threatening Berlin. They were met by the enraged king of Zorndorf. Although numerically but half as strong as the Russians, he succeeded in beating them, but with the loss of 11,000 of his men. The Russians standing like walls. The battle was carried on with the greatest fury on both sides. No quarter was given, and men were seen, when mortally wounded, to seize each other with their teeth as they rolled fighting on the ground. Some of the captured Cossacks were presented by Frederick to some of his friends with the remark, "See with what vagabonds I am reduced to fight." He had scarcely recovered from his bloody victory when he was again compelled to take the field against the Austrians, who under down in Loudon had invaded Lusatia. He for some time watched them without hazarding an engagement, under an idea that they were themselves too cautious and timid to venture an attack. He was, however, mistaken. The Austrians surprised his camp at Holdkirk during the night of October 14th. The Prussians, the hussar troop of the faithful Zieten, whose warnings had been neglected by the king, alone excepted, slept and were only roused by the roaring of their own artillery, which Loudon had already seized and turned upon their camp. The excellent discipline of the Prussian soldiery nevertheless enabled them, half naked as they were, and notwithstanding the darkness of the night, to place themselves under arms, and the king, although with immense loss, to make an orderly retreat. He lost 9,000 men, many of his bravest officers, and upwards of 100 pieces of artillery. The principal object of the Austrians, that of taking the king prisoner, or of annihilating his army at a blow, was, however, frustrated. Frederick eluded the pursuit of the enemy and went straight into Silesia, whence he drove the Austrian general Harsch, who was besieging Nice, across the mountains into Bohemia. The approach of winter put a stop to hostilities on both sides. During this year, Frederick received powerful aid from Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick, brother to Charles, the reigning duke, who replaced Cumberland in the command of the Hanoverians and Hessians. With great ability, covered the right flank of the Prussians, maneuvered the French under their wretched general, Richelieu, who enriched himself with the plunder of Hasselstadt, across the Rhine, and defeated Clermont, Richelieu's successor, at Krefeld. His nephew, the Crown Prince Ferdinand, served under him with distinction. Toward the conclusion of the campaign, an army under Broglio again pushed forward and succeeded in defeating the Prince von Jessenberg, who was to have covered Hesse with 7,000 men at Sangerhausen. Another body of troops under Soubise also beat Count Oberg on the Lutterberg. The troops on both sides then withdrew into winter quarters. The French had, during this campaign, also penetrated as far as East Friesland, whence they were driven by the peasantry until Wurser of Alsace made terms with them and maintained the severest discipline among his troops. The campaign of 1759 was opened with great caution by the Allies. The French reinforced the army opposed to the Duke of Brunswick and attacked him on two sides, Broglio from the Main, Contadis from the lower Rhine. The Duke was pushed back upon Bergen, but nevertheless gained a glorious victory over the united French leaders at Minden. His nephew, the Crown Prince Ferdinand, also defeated another French army under Brissac. On the same day, at Herford, the Imperial Army, commanded by its newly nominated leader, Charles of Württemberg, advanced, but was attacked by the Crown Prince, while its commander was amusing himself at a ball at Fulda, and ignominiously put to flight. Frederick, although secure against danger from this quarter, was threatened with still greater peril by the attempted junction of the Russians and Austrians, who had at length discovered that the advantages gained by Frederick had been mainly owing to the want of unity in his opponents. The Russians under Soltykov accordingly approached the Oder. Frederick, at that time fully occupied with keeping the main body of the Austrians under Daun at bay in Bohemia, had been unable to hinder Loudon from advancing with 20,000 men for the purpose of forming a junction with the Russians. In this extremity he commissioned the youthful General Wedel to use every exertion to prevent the further advance of the Russians. Wedel was, however, overwhelmed by the Russians near the village of Kay, and the junction with Loudon took place. Frederick now hastened in person to the scene of danger, leaving his brother Henry to make head against Daun. On the banks of the Oder at Kunersdorf, not far from Frankfurt, the king attempted to obstruct the passage of the enemy, in the hope of annihilating him by a bold maneuver, which, however, failed, and he suffered the most terrible defeat that took place on either side during this war, August 12, 1759. He ordered his troops to storm a sand mountain, bristling with batteries, from the bottom of the valley of the Oder. They obeyed, but were unable to advance through the deep sand, and were annihilated by the enemy's fire. A ball struck the king, whose life was saved by the circumstances of becoming in contact with an etui in his waistcoat pocket. He was obliged to be carried almost by force off the field when all was lost. The poet Kleist, after storming 3 batteries and crushing his right hand, took his sword in his left hand and fell while attempting to carry a 4th. Saltykov, fortunately for the king, ceased his pursuit. The conduct of the Russian generals was, throughout this war, often marked by inconsistency. They sometimes left the natural ferocity of their soldiery utterly unrestrained. At others, enforced strict discipline, hesitated in their movements, or spared their opponent. The key to this conduct was their dubious position with the Russian court. The Empress Elizabeth, continually instigated by her minister, Bestehev, against Prussia, was in her dotage, was subject to daily fits of drunkenness, and gave signs of approaching dissolution. Her nephew Peter, the son of her sister Anna, and of Charles Frederick, Prince of Holstein-Gottorp, the heir to the throne of Russia, was a profound admirer of the great Prussian monarch, took him for his model, secretly corresponded with him, became his spy at the Russian court, and made no secret of his intention to enter into alliance with him on the death of the Empress. The generals, fearful of rendering themselves obnoxious to the future emperor, consequently showed great remissness in obeying Bestehev's commands. Frederick, however, although unharassed by the Russians, was still doomed to suffer fresh mishaps. His brother Henry had, with great prudence, cut off the magazines and convoys to Daun's rear, and had consequently hampered his movements. The king was, notwithstanding, discontented, and unnecessarily fearing lest Daun might still succeed in effecting a junction with Saltykov and Loudon, recalled his brother, and by so doing occasioned the very movement it was his object to prevent. Daun advanced, and General Fink, whom Frederick had dispatched against him at the head of 10,000 men, fell into his hands. Shut up in Maxen and too weak to force its way through the enemy, the whole corps was taken prisoner. Dresden also fell. Schmettau, the Prussian commandant, had, up to this period, bravely held out, notwithstanding the smallness of the garrison. But, dispirited by the constant ill success, he had at length resolved at all events to save the military chest, which contained $3 million, and capitulated on a promise of free egress. By this act he incurred the heavy displeasure of his sovereign, who dismissed both him and Prince Henry. Fortune, however, once more favored Frederick. Saltykov separated his troops from those of Austria and retraced his steps. The Russians always consumed more than the other troops, and destroyed their means of subsistence by their predatory habits. Austria vainly offered gold. Saltykov persisted in his intention and merely replied, "My men cannot eat gold." Frederick was now enabled, by eluding the vigilance of the Austrians, to throw himself upon Dresden, for the purpose of regaining a position indispensable to him on account of its proximity to Bohemia, Silesia, the Mere, and Saxony. His project, however, failed, notwithstanding the terrible bombardment of the city, and he vented his wrath at this discomfiture on the gallant regiment of Bernburg, which he punished for its want of success by stripping it of every token of military glory. The constant want of ready money for the purpose of recruiting his army, terribly thinned by the incessant warfare, compelled him to circulate a false currency, the English subsidies no longer covering the expenses of the war, and his own territory being occupied by the enemy. Saxony consequently suffered and was, owing to this necessity, completely drained, the town council at Leipzig being, for instance, shut up in the depth of winter without bedding, light, or firing, until it had voted a contribution of 8 tons of gold. The finest forests were cut down and sold, etc. Berlin, meanwhile, fell into the hands of the Russians, who, on this occasion, behaved with humanity. General Tolleben even ordered his men to fire upon the allied troop, consisting of 15,000 Austrians, under Lacy and Brentano, for attempting to infringe the terms of capitulation by plundering the city. The Saxons destroyed the chateau of Charlottenburg and the superb collection of antiques contained in it, an irreparable loss to art, and revenge for the destruction of the palaces of Brühl by Frederick. No other treasures of art were carried away or destroyed either by Frederick in Dresden or by his opponents in Berlin. This campaign offered but a single pleasing feature, the unexpected relief of Coburg, who was hard pushed by the Russians in Pomerania, by the Prussian hussars under General Werner. Misfortune continued to pursue the king throughout the campaign of 1760. Fouquet, one of his favorites, was, with 8,000 men, surprised and taken prisoner by Loudon in the giant mountains near Landshut. The mountain country was cruelly laid waste. The important fortress of Glatz fell, and Breslau was besieged. This city was defended by General Tauentzien, a man of great intrepidity. The celebrated Lenzing was at that time his secretary. With nearly 3,000 Prussians, he undertook the defense of the extensive city, within whose walls were 19,000 Austrian prisoners. He maintained himself until relieved by Frederick. The king hastened to defend Silesia, for which Saltykov's procrastination allowed him ample opportunity. Daun had, it is true, succeeded in forming a junction with Loudon at Leibnitz, but his camps were separated, and the two generals were on bad terms. Frederick advanced close in their vicinity, an attempt made by Loudon during the night of August 15th to repeat the disaster of Holkirk, was frustrated by the secret advance of the king to his rencounter, and a brilliant victory was gained by the Prussians over his most dangerous antagonist. The sound of the artillery being carried by the wind in a contrary direction, the news of the action and of its disastrous termination reached Daun simultaneously. At all events, he put this circumstance forward as an excuse, on being, not groundlessly, suspected of having betrayed Loudon from a motive of jealousy. He retreated into Saxony. The regiment of Bernburg had greatly distinguished itself in this engagement, and on its termination, an old subaltern officer stepped forward and demanded from the king the restoration of its military badges, to which Frederick gratefully acceded. Scarcely, however, were Breslau relieved and Silesia delivered from Landau's wild hordes, and his rear was again threatened by Daun, who had fallen back upon the united imperial army in Saxony, and threatened to form a junction with the Russians then stationed in his vicinity in the Mere. Frederick, conscious of his utter inability to make head against this overwhelming force, determined at all risks to bring Daun and the imperial army to a decisive engagement before their junction with the Russians, and accordingly attacked them at Torgau. Before the commencement of the action, he earnestly addressed his officers and solemnly prepared for death. Daun, naturally as anxious to evade an engagement as Frederick was to hazard one, had, as at Colin, taken up an extremely strong position and received the Prussians with a well-sustained fire. A terrible havoc ensued. The battle raged with various fortune during the whole of the day, and notwithstanding the most heroic attempts, this position was still uncarried at fall of night. The confusion had become so general that Prussian fought with Prussian. Whole regiments had disbanded, and the king was wounded when Seaton, the gallant hussar general, who had during the night cut his way through the Austrians, who were in an equal state of disorder and had taken the heights, rushed into his presence. Seaton had often excited the king's ridicule by his practice of brandishing his saber over his head in a sign of the cross, as an invocation for the aid of heaven before making battle. But now, deeply moved, he embraced his deliverer, whose work was seen at break of day. The Austrians were in full retreat. The bloody action by which the Prussian monarchy was saved took place on November 3rd, 1760. George II, King of England, expired during this year. His grandson, George III, the son of Frederick, Prince of Wales, who had preceded his father to the tomb, at first declared in favor of Prussia, and fresh subsidies were voted to her monarch by the English Parliament, which at the same time expressed its deep admiration of his unshaken fortitude and of the inexhaustible resources of his genius. Female influence, however, ere long placed Lord Bute in Pitt's stead at the helm of state, and the subsidies so urgently demanded by Prussia were withdrawn. The Duke of Brunswick was, meanwhile, again victorious at Billinghausen over the French, and covered the king on that side. On the other hand, the junction of the Austrians with the Russians was effected in 1761. The Allied army amounted in all to 130,000 men, and Frederick's army, solely consisting of 50,000, would in all probability have again been annihilated had he not secured himself behind the fortress of Schweidnitz. In the strong position at Bunzewitz, Butelin, the Russian general, was moreover little inclined to come to an engagement on account of the illness of the Empress, and the favor with which Frederick was beheld by the successor to the throne. It was in vain that Loudon exerted all the powers of eloquence. The Russians remained in a state of inactivity and finally withdrew. Loudon avenged himself by unexpectedly taking Schweidnitz under the eyes of the king by a clever coup de main, and had not a heroic Prussian artilleryman set fire to a powder magazine, observing as he did so, "All of ye shall not get into the town," and blown himself with an immense number of Austrians into the air. He would have made himself master of this important stronghold almost without losing a man. Frederick retreated upon Breslau. The Empress Elizabeth expired in the ensuing year, 1762, and was succeeded by Peter III, who instantly ranged himself on the side of Prussia. 6 months afterward he was assassinated, and his widow seized the reins of government under the title of Catharine II. Frederick was on the eve of giving battle to the Austrians at Reichenbach in Silesia, and the Russians under Chernichev were under his command when the news arrived of the death of his friend and of the inimical disposition of the new empress, who sent Chernichev instant orders to abandon the Prussian banner. Such was, however, Frederick's influence over the Russian general that he preferred hazarding his head rather than abandon the king at this critical conjuncture, and deferring the publication of the empress's orders for 3 days, remained quietly within the camp. Frederick, meanwhile, was not idle, and gained a complete victory over the Austrians, July 21st, 1762. The attempt made by a Silesian nobleman, Baron Watox, together with a priest named Schmidt, secretly to carry off the king from his quarters at Strehlen, failed. In the autumn, Frederick besieged and took Schweidnitz. The two most celebrated French engineers put their new theories into practice on this occasion. Lefebvre, for the Prussians against the fortress, Gribouval for the Austrians engaged in its defense. Frederick's good fortune was shared by Prince Henry, who defeated the imperial troops at Freiburg in Saxony, and by Ferdinand of Brunswick, who gained several petty advantages over the French, defeating Soubise at Vincenthal and the Saxons on the Lutherbach. The spiritless war on this side was finally terminated during the course of this year, 1762, by a peace between England and France. Goltz at the same time instigated the Tatars in southern Russia to revolt, and was on the point of creating a diversion with 50,000 of them in Frederick's favor. Frederick, with a view of striking the empire with terror, also dispatched General Kleist into Franconia with a flying corps, which no sooner made its appearance in Nuremberg and Bamberg than the whole of the south was seized with a general panic. Charles, Duke of Württemberg, for instance, preparing for instant flight from Stuttgart. Sturzenegger, a bold cornet of Russian hussars, accompanied by a trumpeter and by 25 men, advanced as far as Rothenburg on the Tauber, where, forcing his way through the city gate, he demanded a contribution of $80,000 from the town council. The citizens of this town, which had once so heroically opposed the whole of Tilly's forces, were chased by a handful of hussars into the Bockshorn, and were actually compelled to pay a fine of 40,000 florins, with which the cornet scoffingly withdrew, carrying off with him 2 of the town councillors as hostages. So deeply had the citizens of the free towns of the empire at that time degenerated. Frederick's opponents at length perceived the folly of carrying on war without the remotest prospect of success. The necessary funds were, moreover, wanting. France was weary of sacrificing herself for Austria. Catharine of Russia, who had views upon Poland and Turkey, foresaw that the aid of Prussia would be required in order to keep Austria in check, and both cleverly and quickly entered into an understanding with her late opponent. Austria was, consequently, also compelled to succumb. The rest of the Allied powers had no voice in the matter. Peace was concluded at Hubersburg, one of the royal Saxon residences, February 15, 1763. Frederick retained possession of the whole of his dominions. The machinations of his enemies had not only been completely frustrated, but Russia had issued from the 7 Years' War with redoubled strength and glory. She had confirmed her power by her victories, had rendered herself feared and respected, and had raised herself from her station as one of the principal potentates of Germany, on a par with the great powers of Europe. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. 7 Years' War, A.D. 1756 to 1763, by Frederick the Great. The Russians entered Berlin the same day. It was agreed the citizens should, by tax, raise the sum of 2 millions, which should be paid in lieu of pillage. Generals Lacy and Chernichev were nevertheless tempted to burn a part of the city, and something fatal might have happened had it not been for the remonstrances of Monsieur Verlest, the Dutch ambassador. This worthy Republican spoke to them of the rights of nations, and depicted their ferocity in colors so fearful as to excite flame. Their fury and vengeance turned on the royal palaces of Charlottenburg and Schönhausen, which were pillaged by the Cossacks and Saxons. The rumor of the march of the king, Frederick, gained credit. Information was received by Lacy and Chernichev that he intended to cut off their retreat. This hastened their departure, and they retired on October 12th. The Russians repassed the Oder at Frankfurt and Schwedt, and on the 15th, Soltikoff marched toward Landsberg on the Varth. Lacy pillaged whatever he could find on his route, and in 3 days regained Torgau. The Prince of Württemberg and Husseln, embarrassed as to how to act, had turned toward Coswig and cantoned there for want of knowing where to go. At Gross Morau, the king heard 3 different accounts. As there were no more Russians to combat, he was at liberty to direct all his efforts against Saxony. Therefore, instead of taking the route to Köpenick, he took that of Leuben. Marshal Daun, however, had followed the king into Lusatia. He then approached Torgau, and, as it was known that he had left Loudon at Lauenburg, General Goetz had orders to return into Silesia to oppose the attempts of the Austrians with his utmost abilities. On the 22nd, the army of the king arrived at Jessen. The troops of the Prince de Dopotz extended wholly along the left shore of the Elbe. He and the greatest part of his forces were at Prada, opposite Wittenberg. This fortress he evacuated as soon as the van of the Prussians appeared near the town. The sudden changes that had happened during this campaign required new measures to be taken and other dispositions to be made. The Prussians had not a single magazine in all Saxony. The army of the king existed from day to day. He drew some little flour from Spandau, but this began to fail. Add to this, the enemy occupied all Saxony. Daun had arrived at Torgau. The troops of the circles held the course of the Elbe, and the Duke of Württemberg occupied the environs of Dessau. To free himself from so many enemies, the king ordered Hulsen and the Prince of Württemberg to march to Magdeburg, there to pass the Elbe, and escort the boats loaded with flour which were to come to Dessau, where the king resolved to pass the Elbe with the right of his army, and afterward join Hulsen. In the Principality of Halberstadt, the Prince of Württemberg had a rencounter with the detachment of the Duke, his brother, which was entirely destroyed. The Duke returned with all speed through Merseburg and Leipzig to Nürnberg. The right of the king passed the Elbe on the 26th and joined Hulsen and the prince near Dessau. On this movement, the Prince Diederspold abandoned the banks of the Elbe and retired through Düben to Leipzig. He had left Ried in the rear in a forest between Orienbaum and Kenberg, where this officer had taken post with little judgment, having garnished the woods with his hussars, and posted his pandours in the plain. The van of the Prussians attacked Ried. His scattered troops were beaten in detail and his corps almost destroyed. Of 3,600 men, he could only assemble 1,700 at Presch, to which place he was driven after the action. When the army of the king had obtained Kernberg, Zieten, who, with the left, had stopped the enemy at Wittenberg, passed the Elbe and joined the main army. Marshal Daun had, however, come up with Lacy at Torgau, as certain information was received from his vanguard had taken the road to Uhlenberg. He could be supposed to have no other intention than that of joining the army of the circles. On this the army marched to Düben to oppose a junction so prejudicial to the interests of the king. Here arriving, a battalion of Croats was found, who were all either taken or put to the sword. At this place the king formed a magazine. It seemed the most convenient post because it is a peninsula and nearly surrounded by the mold. Some redoubts were constructed, and 10 battalions under Saido were left for its defense. The army of the king thence marched to Eulenburg. The Austrian troops that had encamped in that vicinity retired through Mokrina to Torgau with so much precipitate haste that they abandoned a part of their tents. The army encamped with the right at Thalwitz and at the left at Eulenburg. Hulsen was obliged to pass the mold with some battalions. He took a position between Belsen and Kostvera, opposite the Prince de Dopons, whose army was at Talcha. Under the present circumstances, the first thing necessary was to drive the troops of the circles to a distance, as well because they were on the rear of the Prussians as to prevent their union with the Austrians. This caused but little trouble. Halson gave them the alarm, and they decamped the same night, passed the place, and then the Ulster, and retreated to Zeitz. Major Quintus, with his free battalion, vigorously charged their rear guard, from which he took 400 prisoners. After so happily terminating this expedition, the Prussians recovered possession of Leipzig, and Halson rejoined the army. Every event hitherto, November, had turned to the advantage of the king. The eruption of the Russians and the taking of Berlin, which might appear to induce consequences so great, ended in a manner less afflicting than could have been expected. Contributions and money only were lost. The enemy was driven from the frontiers of Brandenburg. Wittenberg and Leipzig were recovered, and the troops of the circle were repulsed to a distance too considerable for it to be feared that they should join the imperialists with promptitude. But all was not yet done, and the projects that remained were the most difficult part of the whole. The Russians kept at Landsberg on the Wartha, and there might remain peaceful spectators of what should pass in Saxony. The king, however, was informed that other reasons engaged them not to march to too great a distance, for their design was, should the Austrians obtain any advantages over the army of the king, or should Marshal Daun maintain Torgau, to re-enter the electorate of Brandenburg, and conjointly with the Austrians to take up their quarters on the banks of the Elbe. The consequence of such a project would have been fatally desperate to Prussia. By this position they would cut off the army, not only from Silesia and Pomerania, but from Berlin itself. That nursing mother which supplied clothing, arms, baggage, and every necessary for the men. Add to which the troops would have no quarters to take except beyond the Mulde, between the Pleiss, the Saal, the Elster, and the Unstrut. This would have been a space too narrow to supply the army with subsistence through the winter. And when should magazines for the spring, uniforms, and recruits be obtained? The army thus pressed, and thrown back upon the Allies, would have starved them by starving itself. Without any profound military knowledge, every rational man would comprehend that had the king remained quiet during autumn, and formed no new attempts, he would but have delivered himself, tied hand and foot, into the power of the enemy. Let us still further add that the provisions that had been deposited at Dubin scarcely would supply the troops for the space of a month, that the frost which began to be felt would soon impede the navigation of the Elbe. Consequently, the boats could no longer bring provisions from Magdeburg, and in fine, that the very last distress must have succeeded had not good measures been taken to remove the enemy and gain ground on which the army might encamp and subsist. After having maturely examined and weighed all these reasons, it was determined to commit the fortune of Prussia to the issue of a battle, if no other means by maneuvering could be found of driving Marshal Daun from his post at Torgau. It will be proper to observe that the fears with which he might be inspired could only relate to two objects. The first, that of gaining Dresden before him, in which there was but a feeble garrison, and the second, of approaching the Elbe and disturbing him concerning subsistence, which was brought from Dresden by the river. It must be confessed that this last maneuver could not give him much uneasiness, because he was entirely master of the right shore of the Elbe, and might bring the provisions he wanted by land when they could no more be transported by water. The greatest difficulty in executing this plan was that two things nearly contradictory were to be reconciled: the march of the army to the Elbe, and the security of the magazine. Not to forget all rule, the army of the king in advancing ought not to depart too far from the line of defense by which it covered its subsistence, and the motion it was to make upon the Elbe threw it entirely to the right and uncovered its rear. It was still endeavored to reconcile this enterprise on the enemy with the security of the magazine. The king proposed to incline to Schilda, that he might prove the countenance of Daun, and attack him at Torgau, should he obstinately persist in remaining there. as it was but one march to Schilde. Should the marshal retire on his motion, there was no fear that he should attempt Dubin, and if he remained at Torgau, by attacking him on the morrow, it seemed apparent that he would have so many occupations, he would have no time to form projects against the magazine. Everything conspiring to confirm the king in his resolution, he, on November 2nd, marched the army to Schilde. During the whole route he continued with the vanguard of the hussars, that he might observe to which side the advanced posts of the enemy retired as they were repulsed by the troops of the king. This did not long remain a subject of doubt. The detachments all withdrew to Torgau, except Brentano, who was attacked at Belgern, and taken in such a direction they could only escape towards Sturbe. Clive took 800 prisoners. The army of the king encamped from Schilde through Prostheim to Langenbreichenbach, and Marshal Daun remained firm and motionless at Torgau. There no longer was any doubt that he had received positive orders from his court to maintain his post at any price. The following dispositions were made for the attack on the morrow. The right of the Imperialists was supported behind the ponds of Gresswick. Their centre covered the hill of Supitz. The left terminated beyond Zena, extending toward the ponds of Torgau. Exclusive of this, Reed observed the Prussian army from beside the forest of Torgau. Lacy, with a reserve of 20,000 men, covered the causeway and the ponds that lie at the extremity of the place where the Imperialists had supported their left. Still the ground on which the enemy stood wanted depth, and the lines had not an interval of above 300 paces. This was a very favorable circumstance for the Prussians, because, by attacking the center and front and rear, the foe would be placed between two fires, and could not avoid being beaten. To produce this effect, the king divided his army into two bodies, the one destined to approach from the Elbe, after having passed the forest of Torgau, was to attack the enemy in the rear from the hill of Supitz, while the other, following the route of Eulenburg to Torgau, was to fix a battery on the eminence of Grosvik, and at the same time attack the village of Supitz. These two corps, acting in concert, must necessarily divide the center of the Austrians, after which it would be easy to drive the remnant toward the Elbe, where the ground was one continued gentle declivity, excellently advantageous to the Prussians, and must have procured them a complete victory. The king began his march at the dawn of the day on the 3rd, and was followed by 30 battalions and 50 squadrons of his left. The troops crossed the forest of Torgau in 3 columns. The route of the first line of infantry led through Mokrina, Waldenhain, Groswick, and Neiden. The route of the second through Prashut, Jägertrich, and Bruckendorf to Elstrick. The cavalry that composed the third column passed the wood of Waldenhain to march to Volsingang. Zieten at the same time led the right of the army, consisting of 30 battalions and 70 squadrons, and filed off the road that goes from Eulenburg to Torgau. The corps, headed by the king, met with General Reed, posted at the skirts of the forest of Torgau, with 2 regiments of hussars, as many dragoons, and 3 battalions of Pandours. Some volleys of artillery were fired, and he fell back on the right of the Imperialists. Near Waldenhain, there is a small plain in the forest, where 10 battalions of grenadiers were seen, well posted, who affected to dispute the passage of the Prussians. They made some discharges of artillery on the column of the king, which were answered by the Prussians. A line of infantry was formed to charge, but they reclined toward the army. The hussars brought word at the same time that the regiment of St. Ignan was in the wood between the 2 columns of infantry, and that it had even dismounted. It was incontinently attacked, and as these dragoons found no outlet for escape, the whole regiment was destroyed. These grenadiers and this regiment were mutually to depart on an expedition against Olben, and the commanding officer, St. Ignan, who was taken, bitterly complained that Reed had not informed him of the approach of the Russians. This trifling affair only cost the troops a few moments. They pursued their road, and the heads of the columns arrived at 1 o'clock on the farther side of the forest in the small plain of Nyden. Here were seen some dragoons of Bethany, and 4 battalions who, coming from the village of Elsnick, made some discharges of artillery at a venture and fired with their small arms. This, no doubt, was a motion of surprise, occasioned perhaps by having seen some Prussian hussars. They retired upon a height behind the defile of Nyden. In this place is a large marsh, which begins at Grosvik and goes to the Elbe, and over which there is no other passage but 2 narrow causeways. Had this corps taken advantage of its ground, there certainly would have been no battle. However determined the king might be to attack the Imperialists, such an attack would have become impossible. He must have renounced his project and returned full speed to regain Eulenburg. But it happened far otherwise. These battalions hastened to rejoin the army, to which they were invited by a heavy cannonade, which they had heard from the side of Zieten. The king supposed, as was very probable, that the troops of Zieten already were in action with the enemy. This induced him to pass the defile of Nyden with his hussars and infantry, but the cavalry, which ought to have proceeded, was not yet come up. The king glided into a little wood, and personally reconnoitred the position of the enemy. He judged there was no ground on which it was proper to form in presence of the Austrians, but by passing this small wood, which would in some measure conceal his troops, and whence a considerable ravine might be gained, to protect the soldiers, while they formed from the enemy's artillery. This ravine was not indeed above 800 paces from the Austrian army, but the remainder of the ground which, from Supitz, descended like a glacis to the Elbe, was such that, had the army here been formed, 1/2 must have been cut off before it could approach the enemy. Marshal Daun scarcely could credit the report that the Prussians were marching to the attack, nor was it till after reiterated information that he ordered his second line to face about, and that the greatest part of the artillery of the first line was brought to the second. Whatever precaution the king might take to cover the march of his troops, the enemy, which had 400 pieces of artillery and battery, could not fail to kill many of his men. 800 soldiers fell, and 30 cannon were destroyed with their horses, train, and gunners, before the columns arrived at the place where they were to be put in order of battle. The king formed his infantry in 3 lines, each of 10 battalions, and began the attack. Had his cavalry been present, he would have thrown 2 regiments of dragoons into a bottom that was on the right of his infantry to cover its flank. But the Prince of Holstein, whose phlegm was invincible, did not come up till an hour after the action had begun. According to the regulations that had been agreed on, the attacks were to be made at the same time, and the result ought to have been that either the king or Zieten should penetrate through the center of the enemy at Supitz. But General Zieten, instead of attacking, amused himself for a considerable time with a body of Pandours, whom he encountered in the forest of Torgau. He next cannonaded the corps of Lacy, who, as we have said, was posted behind the ponds of Torgau. In a word, the orders were not executed. The king attacked singly, without being seconded by Zieten, and without his cavalry being present. This still did not prevent him from pursuing his purpose. The first line of the king left the ravine and boldly marched to the enemy, but the prodigious fire of the imperial artillery and the descent of the ground were too disadvantageous. Most of the Prussian generals, commanders of battalions, and soldiers were killed or wounded. The line fell back and returned in some disorder. By this the Austrian cavalry profited, pursued, and did not retreat till they had received some discharges from the second line. This line also approached, was disturbed, and after a more bloody and obstinate combat than the preceding, was in like manner repulsed. Bülow, who led to the attack, was taken. At length the much-expected Prince of Holstein and his cavalry arrived. The third line of the Prussians were already in action. The regiment of Prince Henry attacking the enemy was in turn charged by the Austrian cavalry and supported by the hussars of Horne, Reitzenstein, and Primwitz, against all the efforts of the enemy to break its ranks. The dreadful fire of the artillery of the Austrians had too hastily consumed the ammunition. They had left their reserve of cannon on the other side of the Elbe, and their close lines did not admit of ammunition wagons to pass and make proper distribution to the batteries. The king profited by the moment when their fire slackened, and ordered the dragoons of Bayreuth to attack their infantry. They were led on with so much valor and impetuosity by Bülow that, in less than 3 minutes, they took prisoners the regiments of the Emperor Neuburg, Geistruck, and Imperial Bayreuth. The cuirassiers of Spain and Frederick, at the same time, made an assault on that part of the enemy's infantry which was most to the right of the Prussians, put it to the rout, and brought back many prisoners. The Prince of Holstein was placed to cover the left flank of the infantry which his right wing joined, and his left inclined toward the Elbe. The enemy soon presented himself before the prince, with 80 squadrons, the right toward the Elbe, the left toward Zinna. O'Donnell commanded the imperial cavalry. Had he resolutely attacked the prince, the battle must have been lost without resource, but he was respectful of a ditch of 1.5 feet wide, which those who skirmished were forbidden to pass. The enemy believed it to be considerable, because the Prussians made a pretense of fearing to cross it, and the imperialists remained, in the presence of the prince, inactive. The dragoons of Bayreuth had just cleared the height of Supitz. The king sent thither the regiment of Maurice, which had not engaged, and a brave and worthy officer, Lestwitz, brought up a corps of 1,000 men, which he had formed from the different regiments that had repulsed in previous attacks. With these troops, the Prussians seized on the eminence of Supitz, and there fixed themselves with all the cannon they could hastily collect. Zieten, at length, having arrived at his place of destination, attacked on his side. It began to be dark, and to prevent Prussians from combating Prussians, the infantry of Supitz beat the march. They were presently joined by Zieten, and scarcely had the Prussians begun to form with order on the ground before Lacy came up, with his corps, to dislodge the king's forces. He came too late. He was twice repulsed. Offended at his ill reception, at 9:30, he retired toward Torgau. The Prussians and Imperialists were so near each other among the vineyards of Supitz that many officers and soldiers on both parts, wandering in the dark, were made prisoners after the battle was over and all was tranquil. The king himself, as he was repairing to the village of Nieden, as well to expedite orders relative to the victory as to send intelligence of it through Brandenburg and Silesia, heard the sound of a carriage near the army. The word was demanded, and the reply was Austrian. The escort of the king fell on and took 2 field pieces and a battalion of bandors that had lost themselves in the night. 100 paces farther he came up with a troop of horse that again gave the word Austrian Cabineers. The king's escort attacked and dispersed them in the forest. Those who were taken related that they had lost their road with Reed in the wood, and that they had imagined the Imperialists remained masters of the field. The whole forest that had been crossed by the Prussians before the battle, and beside which the king was then riding, was full of large fires. What these might mean no one could divine, and some hussars were sent to gain information. They returned, and related that soldiers sat round the fires, some in blue uniforms and others in white. As intelligence more exact was necessary, officers were then sent, who learned a very singular fact, of which I doubt whether any example in history may be found. The soldiers were of both armies, and had sought refuge in the woods, where they had passed an act of neutrality, to wait till fortune had decided in favor of the Prussians or Imperialists, and they had mutually agreed to follow the victorious party. This battle cost the Prussians 13,000 men, 3,000 of whom were killed, and 3,000 fell into the enemy's hands. During the first attacks, while the Austrians were victorious, Bülow and Fink were among these. The breast of the king was grazed by a ball, and the Margrave, Charles, received a contusion. Several generals were wounded. The battle was obstinately disputed by both armies. Its fury cost the Imperialists 20,000 men, 8,000 of whom were taken, with 4 generals. They lost 27 pair of colours and 50 cannon. Marshal Daun was wounded at the commencement of the battle. When the enemy saw the first line of the Prussians give ground, with hopes too frivolous, they dispatched couriers to Vienna and Warsaw to announce their victory. But the same night they abandoned the field of battle and crossed the Elbe at Torgau. On the morning of the following day, the 4th, Torgau capitulated to General Hulsen. The Prince of Württemberg was sent over to Elbe to pursue the foe, who fled in disorder. He augmented the number of prisoners already made. The Imperialists would have been totally defeated had not General Beck, who was not in the engagement, covered their retreat by posting his corps between Auersburg and Trieswitz, behind the Laudgrimmen. It was wholly in the power of Daun to have avoided a battle, had he placed Lacy behind the defile of Neiden instead of the ponds of Torgau, which 6 battalions would have been sufficient to defend. His camp would have been impregnable, so great may the consequences be of the least inadvertency in the difficult trade of war. When the Russians were informed of the fate of the day of Torgau, they retired to Thorn, where they crossed the Vistula. The army of the king on the 5th advanced to Strobla, on the 6th to Meissen. The Imperialists had left Lacy on that side of the Elbe, that he might cover the bottom of Plauen before their arrival. He attempted to dispute the defile of Zeren with the vanguard, but when he saw the cavalry in motion to turn him by Landsmarsch, he fled to Meissen, where he crossed the Trippisch. But in spite of the celerity of his march, his rearguard was attacked and lost 400 men. The pursuit was continued that an attempt might be made, favored by the fears and disorder of the foe, to pass the bottom of Plauen with him and seize on this important post. But no diligence could accomplish this. The troops were 2 hours too late, for on arriving at Uckersdorf, another corps of the enemy was discovered that had already taken post at the Windberg, the right of which extended to the Trompeter Schlurgen. This was the corps of Haddock, who, with the Prince de Doveponts, quitting Leipzig, had marched to Zeitz and afterward to Rosswein. No sooner were they informed of the imperial defeat at Torgau than they diligently advanced to cover Dresden before the Prussians could come up. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Will Caffey. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conquest of Canada, Part 1 of 2. Victory of Wolfe at Quebec, A.D. 1759, by A.G. Bradley. With the opening of the 7 Years' War, the two races, French and English, once more began to contend for the prize of empire in the New World. For a while, the advantage in the struggle was on the side of France, though the preponderance of population was vastly on the side of the English colonies. Louis XV, however, had one general in Canada worthy of the gallant race from which he had sprung, and who strenuously endeavored to uphold the fortunes of his country. This was the Marquis de Montcalm, a cultured and far-seeing French nobleman, whose ability and enthusiasm in the profession of arms had procured for him the chief military command in Canada, and who was now seeking to expel the English from the colonial possessions of France on the continent. But unfortunately for his country, Montcalm was ill supported by Old France, and his difficulties were increased by the maladministration of affairs in the colony. Despite these drawbacks, he was for some years the means of protracting the gallant struggle in America and of bringing many disasters on the English arms. Concentrating his forces in the neighborhood of Lake Champlain, he attacked Fort William Henry on Lake George, and with a body of Indian auxiliaries from the Ottawa, forced the English to capitulate. The victory was marred by horrible Indian atrocities on the English prisoners of war, which Montcalm was unable to prevent. During the year 1757, Montcalm acted solely on the defensive, while the English, having incompetent generals, accomplished little, and failed in an attempt to wrest Louisbourg from the French. The following year, however, William Pitt, the great English commoner, was called to the councils of his nation and infused new vigor into the war which had now been formally declared between the two countries. Pitt, aiming at the extinction of French power in America, fitted out a fleet of 150 sail under Admiral Boscawen, with a land force of some 14,000 men, under General Amherst and Brigadier General James Wolfe, and dispatched both to Canada. The first operation was the siege of Louisbourg, which surrendered with about 5,000 prisoners, and in the capture of which young Wolfe greatly distinguished himself. Later in the year, the French were compelled to abandon Fort Duquesne in the Ohio Valley, which the English now named Pittsburgh, in honor of War Minister Pitt, and Frontenac, Kingston. The marine arsenal of the French at the foot of Lake Ontario surrendered and was destroyed. The effect of these losses was disheartening to the French, though before the season's campaign closed, Montcalm defeated the English under General Abercrombie in an attack on the French post on Lake Champlain, afterward named Ticonderoga. When the year 1759 opened, the English were ready to resume operations with spirit and effect. Amherst's army advanced upon Crown Point and Ticonderoga, from which the French retired, and Sir William Johnson captured Niagara and drove the French from the lakes. Wolfe, now general of the forces of the St. Lawrence, sailed in June with his army from Louisbourg to Quebec. The story of this eventful expedition and its result here given is by the able pen of the historian A.G. Bradley. When the flag of Britain supplanted the emblem of France on the ramparts of Quebec, the city was held by an English garrison under General Murray, and in the spring of 1760 it narrowly escaped recapture by de Levis, at the head of 7,000 men, who had come from Montreal to attack it. The timely arrival of a British fleet saved the now British stronghold, while Montreal was in turn invested, and that post and all Canada surrendered to the British Crown. 3 years later, the Peace of Paris confirmed the cession of the country to Britain and closed the dominion of France in Canada. England rang with the triumphs of her ally Frederick of Prussia, and, by a perversion peculiarly British, the scoffing freethinker became the Protestant hero in both church and taproom. Pitt was omnipotent in Parliament. Only a single insignificant member ever ventured to oppose him. "Our unanimity is prodigious," wrote Walpole. "You would as soon hear a no from an old maid as from the House of Commons." Newcastle was supremely happy among jobbers and cringing place-hunters, under the full understanding that neither he nor his kind trespassed within the sphere of foreign politics. The estimates had exceeded all former limits, and reached for those days the enormous sum of 12.5 millions. The struggle with France was vigorously waged, too, upon the ocean, warships, privateers, and merchantmen grappling to the death with one another in many a distant sea, while the main fleets of the enemy were for the most part blockaded in their ports by vigilant British armaments. Everywhere were exhilaration and a superb feeling of confidence, engendered by incipient successes and by the consciousness that the nation was united in purpose, and that the leaders of its enterprises were not chosen because they were rich in votes or were related to a duke. James Wolfe had certainly neither of these qualifications, and he it was whom Pitt designed to act the leading part in the coming year. A greater part, he modestly wrote after receiving his appointment, than I wished or desired. The backwardness of some of the older officers has, in some measure, forced the government to come down so low. I shall do my best and leave the rest to fortune, as perforce we must, when there are not the most commanding abilities. Pitt's plan for the coming season in America was to strike 2 great blows at Canada, and a lesser one, which, if successful, would involve the conquest of that country. Wolfe, aided by a fleet, was to attack Quebec. Amherst, with another force, was to push through by the Lake Champlain route, and unite with him if possible. A further expedition was to be sent against Niagara under Prideaux, but for the present we are concerned only with the first and by far the most memorable of the 3. Wolfe at this time was colonel of the 67th Regiment. He was to have local rank only of Major General while in America, since more substantial elevation would, in the eyes of Newcastle and his friends, have been almost an outrage on the British Constitution, as by them interpreted. Pitt and his young officers, however, were well content to waive such trifles for the present, and concede so much of consolation to the long list of rejected incapables in return for such honor and glory as might perchance be theirs. The land force was to consist of 12,000 men, a few of whom were to sail from England, but the bulk were to be drawn from the American and West Indian garrisons. The latter, however, were counter-ordered. The former proved to be below the estimated strength, and the actual number that gathered in Louisbourg, the point of rendezvous, was only about 8,500. The command of the fleet was given to Admiral Saunders, and this appointment demanded great discretion, as the sailor in this instance had not only to be efficient on his own element, but to be a man of tact, and one who at the same time would put patriotism above professional jealousy, and could be trusted to work heartily with the land forces. It was late in February when Saunders' fleet, convoying Wolfe, his stores, and a few troops, sailed from Spithead. The winds being adverse and the seas running high, May had opened before the wild coast of Nova Scotia was dimly seen through the whirling wreaths of fog. It was a late season, and Louisbourg harbor was still choked with ice, so that the fleet had to make southward for Halifax, at the cost of much of that time, which 3 years' experience had at length taught the British was so precious in all North American enterprises. At Halifax, Wolfe found the troops from the American garrisons awaiting him. Among them was the 43rd Regiment, with the gallant Major Knox, our invaluable diarist, filled with joy at the prospect of active service after 20 months' confinement in a backwoods fort, and ready with his sword, as happily for us he was with his pen. In a fortnight Louisbourg was open, and both fleet and transports were grinding amid the still drifting ice in its harbor. Here again the army was landed, and its numbers completed from the Louisbourg garrison. There was naturally much to be done with an army brought together from so many various quarters. The force, too, proved, as I have said, far short of the estimate, being considerably under 9,000 men. But, on the other hand, these were all good troops and mostly veterans, though the benefits of Bath waters had been more than neutralized by nearly 3 months of buffeting on the element he so loathed. Wolfe spared himself no effort. He was not only a fighting but to the highest degree an organizing general. Every sickly and unlikely man, small as was his force, was weeded out. Every commissariat, detailed down to the last gaiter button, was carefully scrutinized. Seldom had England sent out a body of men so perfect in discipline, spirit, and material of war, and assuredly none so well commanded since the days of Marlborough. It was well it was so. seeing that they were destined to attack one of the strongest posts in the world, defended by an army nearly twice as numerous as themselves, and fighting, moreover, in defense of its home and country, and, as it fully believed, of its religion. The young general was thoroughly alive to the numerical weakness of his force, but that he rejoiced in its efficiency is evident from his letters, and he was hard to please. Quote, "If valor can make amends for want of numbers," he wrote to Pitt, "we shall succeed." Admiral Durell, with 10 ships, had been sent forward early in May to stop French supply or warships from ascending the St. Lawrence when navigation opened. It was June 1st when Wolfe and Saunders, with the main army following them, owing to fog and ice and contrary winds, in somewhat straggling fashion. The bands played the time-honored air of "The Girl I Left Behind Me," and the men cheered lustily as the ships cleared the bar, while at the mess tables, says Knox, there was only one toast among the officers: "British colors on every French fort, post, and garrison in America." With Saunders went 22 ships of the line, 5 frigates and 17 sloops of war, besides the transports. All went smoothly until the 20th, when, the wind dropping, they were caught in the cross-currents caused by the outpouring waters of the Saguenay, which, draining a vast mountain wilderness to the northward, would be accounted a mighty river if it were not for the still mightier one that absorbs it. Here the ships ran some risk of fouling, but escaped any serious damage, and in 3 days were at the Île aux Coudres, where the real dangers of the navigation began. It must be remembered that such a venture was unprecedented, and regarded hitherto as an impossibility for large ships without local pilots. The very presence of the first made the second possible, for some of the vessels approaching the shore ran up French flags, whereupon numbers of the country people, in response to an invitation, came on board, little guessing the visitors could be their enemies. Pilots were by this ruse secured, and their services impressed under pain of death. Knox, who understood French, tells us that the poor, unwilling pilot who took his ship up the tortuous channel made use of the most frightful imprecations, swearing that most of the fleet and the whole army would find their graves in Canada. An old British tar, on the other hand, master of a transport and possessed of an immense scorn for the foreigners, would not allow a French pilot to interfere, and insisted, in the teeth of all remonstrance, on navigating his own ship. "Damn me," he roared, "I'll convince you that an Englishman shall go where a Frenchman daren't show his nose." And he took it through in safety. "The enemy," wrote Vaudreuil soon after this to his government, "have passed 60 ships of war where we dare not risk a vessel of 100 ton by night or day. The British Navy has not been sufficiently remembered in the story of Quebec." Let us now turn for a moment to Montcalm and see what he's been doing all this time to prepare for the attack. It was an accepted axiom in Canada that no armament strong enough to seriously threaten Quebec could navigate the St. Lawrence. In the face of expected invasion, it was the Lake George and Champlain route that mostly filled the public mind. Bougainville, however, had returned from France early in May with the startling news that a large expedition destined for Quebec was already on the sea. A former opinion of this able officer's declared that 3,000 or 4,000 men could hold the city against all comers. There was now 4 times that strength waiting for Wolfe, while his own, so far as numbers went, we know already. 18 transport ships carrying supplies and some slight reinforcements had slipped past the English cruisers in the fogs and brought some comfort to Montcalm. The question now was how best to defend Quebec, as well as make good the 2 land approaches at Ticonderoga and Lake Ontario, respectively. For the defense of the city, when every able-bodied militiaman had been called out, nearly 16,000 troops of all arms would be available. About the disposition of these and the plan of defense there was much discussion. Montcalm himself was for a long time undecided. The alternative plans do not concern us here. The one finally adopted is alone to the point. Everyone knows that the ancient capital of Canada is one of the most proudly placed among the cities of the earth. But it may be well to remind those who have not seen it that it occupies the point of a lofty ridge, forming the apex of the angle made by the confluence of the St. Charles River and the St. Lawrence. Westward from the city, this ridge falls so nearly sheer into the St. Lawrence for several miles that, watched by a mere handful of men, it was impregnable. Moreover, the river suddenly narrows to a breadth of 3/4 of a mile opposite the town, whose batteries were regarded as being fatal to any attempt of an enemy to run past them. On the other side of the town, the St. Charles River, coming in from the northwest, immediately below its walls, formed a secure protection. Montcalm, however, decided to leave only a small garrison in the city itself and go outside it for his main defense. Now, from the eastern bank of the mouth of the St. Charles, just below the city, there extends in an almost straight line along the northern shore of the St. Lawrence a continuous ridge, the brink, in fact, of a plateau, at no point far removed from the water's edge. 6 miles away, this abruptly terminates in the gorge of the Montmorency River, which, rushing tumultuously toward the St. Lawrence, makes that final plunge onto its shore level, which is one of the most beautiful objects in a landscape teeming with natural and human interest. Along the crown of this 6-mile ridge, known in history as the Beauport Lines, Montcalm decided to make his stand. So, throughout the long days of May and June, the French devoted themselves to rendering impregnable from the front a position singularly strong in itself, while the Montmorency and its rugged valley protected the only flank which was exposed to attack. Below him spread the river, here over 2 miles in width from shore to shore, with the western point of the island of Orleans overlapping his left flank. Above the woods of this long, fertile island, then the Garden of Canada, the French, upon June 27th, first caught sight of the pennons flying from the topmasts of the English battleships, and before evening they witnessed the strange sight of red-coated infantry swarming over its well-tilled fields. Wolfe had not much time that evening to consider the situation, which might well have appalled a less stout heart than his, for the troops had scarcely landed when a sudden summer storm burst upon the scene, churned the river into angry waves, broke some of the smaller ships from their moorings, casting them upon the rocks and staving in many of the boats and rafts. The people of Quebec, who for weeks had been urging upon the divinity in their peculiar way that they, his chosen people, were in danger, would not have been Canadian Catholics of their generation had they not been jubilant at this undoubted sign of divine intervention. But Montcalm was the last man to presume on such favor by any lack of energy. The very next night the British, having, in the meantime, pitched their camp upon the Isle of Orleans, were thrown into no small alarm by the descent of a fleet of fire-ships. The only men awake were the guards and sentries at the point, and, as the matches were not applied to the drifting hulks till they were close at hand, the sudden effect in the darkness of the night upon the soldiers' nerves was more than they could stand, having beheld nothing like it in their lives, and they rushed in much confusion on the sleeping camp, causing still more there. For it was not alone the flames and the explosives that were a cause of perturbation, but a hail of grape-shot and bullets from the igniting guns poured hurtling through the trees. The chief object of the fire-ships, however, was the fleet which lay in the channel between the Isle of Orleans and the shore, and towards it they came steadily drifting. Knox describes the pandemonium as awful, and the sight as inconceivably superb of these large burning ships, crammed with every imaginable explosive and soaked from their mastheads to their waterline in pitch and tar. It was no new thing, however, to the gallant sailors, who treated the matter as a joke, grappling fearlessly with the hissing, spitting demons and towing them ashore. "Damn, Jack," they shouted, "didst ever take hell in tow before?" This exploit seems to have been a venture of Vaudreuil's, and its failure, an extremely expensive one, cost that lively egotist and his friends a severe pang. The next day Wolfe published his first manifesto to the Canadian people. "We are sent by the English king," it ran, "to conquer this province, but not to make war upon women and children, the ministers of religion, or industrious peasants. We lament the sufferings which our invasion may inflict upon you, but if you remain neutral, we proffer you safety in person and property, and freedom in religion. We are masters of the river. No succor can reach you from France. General Amherst, with a large army, assails your southern frontier. Your cause is hopeless, your valor useless. Your nation have been guilty of great cruelties to our unprotected settlers, but we seek not revenge. We offer you the sweets of peace among the horrors of war. England, in her strength, will befriend you. France, in her weakness, leaves you to your fate." Wolfe could hardly have felt the confidence he here expressed. The longer he looked upon the French position, the less he must have liked it, and the larger must Amherst and his eventual cooperation have loomed in his mind as a necessary factor to success. But would Amherst get through to Montreal and down the St. Lawrence in time to be of use before the short season had fled? Those who were familiar with the difficulties would certainly have discouraged the hope which Wolfe for a time allowed himself to cherish, and Wolfe, though he admired his friend in chief, did not regard celerity of movement as his strongest point. About the first move, however, in the game Wolfe had to play there could be no possible doubt, and that was the occupation of Point Levis. This was the high ground immediately facing Quebec, where the river, narrowing to a width of 1,200 yards, brought the city within cannon shot from the southern bank. It was the only place, in fact, from which it could be reached. It is said Montcalm had been anxious to occupy it and entrench it with 4,000 men, but was overruled on the supposition that the upper town, about which official Quebec felt most concern, would be outside its range of fire. If this was so, they were soon to be undeceived. The occupation of Point Levis by Monckton's brigade, which Wolfe now ordered on that service, need not detain us. They crossed from the camp of Orleans to the village of Beaumont, which was seized with slight resistance. Thence, moving on along the high road to Point Levis, they found the church and village occupied by what Knox, who was there, estimates at 1,000 riflemen and Indians. The grenadiers charging the position in front, and the Highlanders and light infantry taking it in the rear, it was stormed with a loss of 30 men, and Monckton then occupied a position which, so far as artillery fire was concerned, had Quebec at its mercy. The brigadier, who had fully expected to find French guns there, at once began to entrench himself on this conspicuous spot, while floating batteries now pushed out from Quebec and began throwing shot and shell up at his working parties, till Saunders sent a frigate forward to put an end to what threatened to be a serious annoyance. The French had changed their minds about the danger of Monckton's guns, though not a shot had yet been fired, and agitated loudly for a sortie across the river. Montcalm thought poorly of the plan, but a miscellaneous force of 1,500 Canadians, possessed of more ardor than cohesion, insisted on attempting a night assault. They landed some way up the river, but did not so much as reach the British position. The difficulties of a combined midnight movement were altogether too great for such irregulars, and they ended by firing upon one another in the dark and stampeding for their boats, with a loss of 70 killed and wounded. 2 brigades were now in midstream of the Isle of Orleans, and one on Point Levis. Landing artillery and stores, entrenching both positions, and mounting siege guns at the last named one, consumed the first few days of July. Wolfe's skill in erecting and firing batteries had been abundantly demonstrated at Louisbourg, and though his headquarters were on the island, he went frequently to superintend the preparations for the bombardment of Quebec. On July 12th, a rocket leaped into the sky from Wolfe's camp. It was the signal for the 40 guns and mortars that had been mounted on Point Levis to open on the city that Vaudreuil and his friends had fondly thought was out of range. The first few shots may have encouraged the delusion, as they fell short, but the gunners quickly got their distance, and then began that storm of shot and shell which rained upon the doomed city with scarce a respite for upward of 8 weeks. Houses, churches, and monasteries crashed and crumbled beneath the pitiless discharge. The great cathedral, where the memories and the trophies of a century's defiance of the accursed heretic had so thickly gathered, was gradually reduced to a skeleton of charred walls. The church of Notre-Dame de la Victoire, erected in gratitude for the delivery of the city from the last and only previous attack upon it 60 years before, was one of the first buildings to suffer from the far more serious punishment of this one. Wolfe, though already suffering from more than his chronic ill health, was ubiquitous and indefatigable. Now, behind Monckton's guns at Point Levis, now with Townsend's batteries at Montmorency, now up the river, ranging with his glass those miles of forbidding cliffs which he may already have begun to think he should one day have to climb, some of Saunders' ships were in the basin between Orleans and Quebec, and frequently engaged with Montcalm's floating batteries, while in the meantime the roar of artillery from a dozen different quarters filled the simmering July days, and lit the short summer nights with fiery shapes, and drew in fitful floods the roving thunderclouds that at this season of the year in North America are apt to lurk behind the serenest sky. Fighting at close quarters there was, too, in plenty, though of an outpost and backwoods kind. Bois-Herbert, with his painted Canadians and Abenakis Indians, and Stark and young Rogers with their colonial rangers, Greek against Greek, scalped each other with a hereditary ferocity that English and French regulars knew nothing of. In bringing a fleet up to Quebec, British sailors had already performed one feat pronounced impossible by Canadian tradition. They now still further upset their enemies' calculations by running the gauntlet of the batteries of Quebec and placing the Sutherland, with several smaller ships, at some distance up the river. This cost Montcalm 600 men, whom he had to send under Dumas to watch the squadron. But all this brought the end no nearer. Time was exceeding precious, and July was almost out. Necessary messages were continually passing under flags of truce, and superfluous notes of defiance sometimes accompanied them. "You may destroy the town," said de Ramezay to Wolfe, "but you will never get inside it." "I will take Quebec," replied the fiery stripling, "if I stay here till November." End of section 23. Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Will Caffey. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Conquest of Canada, Part 2 of 2. Through the whole weary month of August, little occurred that the exigencies of our space would justify recording. Montcalm considered himself safe, and he even allowed 2,000 Canadians to leave for the harvest. Wolfe had 1,000 men of his small force sick or wounded in hospital. Amherst, it was reported, had taken Ticonderoga, but there was little likelihood of his getting through to their assistance. Prideaux, in the far west, as it then was, had captured Niagara. It was a great success, but it in no way helped Wolfe. It must not be supposed, however, that August had passed away in humdrum fashion. The guns had roared with tireless throats, and the lower town was a heap of ruins. Far away down both banks of the St. Lawrence, the dogs of war had raged through seigneuries and hamlets. Between the upper and the nether millstone of Wolfe's proclamations and Montcalm's vengeance, the wretched peasantry were in a sore plight. Raided through and through by the fierce guerrillas of North American warfare, swept bare of grain and cattle for Wolfe's army, the fugitives from smoking farms and hamlets were glad to seek refuge in the English lines, where the soldiers generously shared with them their meager rations. More than one expedition had been sent up the river. Admiral Holmes, with over 20 ships, was already above the town, and had driven the French vessels, which had originally taken refuge there, to discharge their crews and run up shallow tributaries. Wolfe's intention now was to place every man that he could spare on board the ships in the upper river, and his entire force was reduced by death, wounds, and sickness to under 7,000 men. On September 3rd, with slight annoyance from an ill-directed cannon fire, he removed the whole force at Montmorency across the water to the camps of Orleans or Point Levis. On the following day, all the troops at both these stations, which were not necessary for their protection, were paraded. For what purpose no one knew, least of all the French, who, from their lofty lines, could mark every movement in the wide panorama below, and were sorely puzzled and perturbed. Some great endeavor was in the wind, beyond a doubt, but both Wolfe and his faithful ally, the admiral, did their utmost to disguise its import. And for this very reason it would be futile, even if necessary, to follow the fluctuating maneuvers that for the next few days kept the enemy in constant agitation. The sudden rage of batteries here, the threatening demonstrations of troop-laden boats there, the constant and bewildering movement of armed ships at every point. It was well designed and industriously maintained for the sole purpose of harassing the French and covering Wolfe's real intention. On the night of September 4th, the general was well enough to dine with Monckton's officers at Point Levis, but the next day he was again prostrate with illness, to the great anxiety of his army. He implored the doctor to patch him up sufficiently for the work in hand. After that, nothing mattered. Chronic gravel and rheumatism, with a sharp low fever, aggravated by a mental strain of the severest kind, all preying on a sickly frame, were what the indomitable spirit there imprisoned had to wrestle with. On the 6th, however, Wolfe struggled up, and during that day and the next superintended the march of his picked column, numbering some 4,000 men, up the south bank of the river. Fording, near waist-deep, the Etchemin River, they were received beyond its mouth by the boats of the fleet, and, as each detachment arrived, conveyed on board. The 48th, however, 700 strong, were left, under Colonel Burton, near Point Levis, to await orders. The fleet, with Wolfe and some 3,600 men on board, now moved up to Cap Rouge, behind which, at the first dip in the high barrier of cliffs, was Bougainville, with 1,500 men, soon afterward increased, exclusive of 300 serviceable light cavalry. The cove here was entrenched, and the French commander was so harried with feigned attacks that he and his people had no rest. At the same time, so well was the universal activity maintained that Montcalm, 8 miles below, was led to expect a general attack at the mouth of the Charles River under the city. Throughout the 8th and 9th, the weather was dark and rainy, and the wind from the east, an unfavorable combination for a movement requiring the utmost precision. On the 10th, the troops from the crowded ships were landed to dry their clothes and accoutrements. Wolfe and his brigadiers now finally surveyed that line of cliffs which Montcalm had declared 100 men could hold against the whole British army. It was defended here and there by small posts. Below one of these, a mile and a half above the city, the traces of a zigzag path up the bush-covered precipice could be made out, though Wolfe could not see that even this was barricaded. Here, at the now famous Anse de Foulon, he decided to make his attempt. The ships, however, kept drifting up and down between Cap Rouge and the city, with a view to maintaining the suspense of the French. Each morning, Wolfe's general orders to the soldiers were to hold themselves in readiness for immediate action, with as full directions for their conduct as was compatible with the suppression of the spot at which they were to fight. On the night of the 11th, the troops were re-embarked and instructions sent to Burton to post the 48th on the south shore opposite the Anse de Foulon. On the following day, Wolfe published his last orders, and they contained a notable sentence. A vigorous blow struck by the army at this juncture may determine the fate of Canada. Almost at the same moment, his gallant opponent from his headquarters at Beauport was writing to Bourg-la-Marque at Montreal that he gave the enemy a month or less to stay, but that he himself had no rest night or day, and had not had his boots or clothes off for a fortnight. Another Frenchman was informing his friends that what they knew of that impetuous, bold, and intrepid warrior, Monsieur Wolfe, gave them reason to suppose he would not leave them without another attack. A suspicious calm brooded over the British squadron off Cap Rouge as Bougainville watched it from the shore throughout the whole of the 12th. The men were under orders to drop into their boats at 9, and were doubtless busy looking to their arms and accoutrements. By a preconcerted arrangement, the day was spent, after a very different fashion, in the bassin de Quebec. Constant artillery fire and the continual movement of troops against various parts of the Beauport lines engaged the whole attention of Montcalm, who had, in fact, little notion what a number of men had gone up the river with Wolfe. When night fell upon the ruined city and the flickering campfires of the long French lines, the tumult grew louder and the anxiety greater. The batteries of Point Levis and the guns of Saunders' ships redoubled their efforts. Amid the roar of the fierce artillery, served with an activity not surpassed during the whole siege, Montcalm, booted and spurred, with his black charger saddled at the door, awaited some night attack. The horse would be wanted yet, but for a longer ride than his master anticipated, and, as it so turned out, for his last one. Up the river at Cap Rouge all was silence, a strange contrast to the din below. The night was fine but dark, and was some 3 hours old when a single light gleamed of a sudden from the Sutherland's mainmast. It was the signal for 1,600 men to drop quietly into their boats. A long interval of silence and suspense then followed, till at 2 o'clock the tide began to ebb, when a second lantern glimmered from Wolfe's ship. The boats now pushed off and drifted quietly down in long procession under the deep shadow of the high northern shore. The ships followed at some distance with the remainder of the force under Townsend, the 48th, it will be remembered, awaiting them below. The distance to be traversed was 6 miles, and there were 2 posts on the cliffs to be passed. French provision boats had been in the habit of stealing down in the night, and to this fact, coupled with the darkness, it seems Wolfe trusted much. He was himself in one of the leading boats, and the story of his reciting Gray's elegy in solemn tones while he drifted down, as he hoped to victory, and, as he believed, to death, rests on good authority. The tide was running fast, so that the rowers could ply their oars with a minimum of disturbance. From both posts upon the cliff their presence was noted, and the challenge of a sentry rang out clear upon the silent night. On each occasion, a Highland officer, who spoke French perfectly, replied that they were a provision convoy, to the satisfaction of the challengers. But the risk was undeniable, and illustrates the hazardous nature of the enterprise. Wolfe's friend, Captain Howe, brother of the popular young nobleman who fell at Ticonderoga, with a small body of picked soldiers, was to lead the ascent, and as the boats touched the narrow beach of the Anse de Foulon, he and his volunteers leaped rapidly on shore. Some of the boats accidentally overran the spot, but it made little difference, as the narrow path was, in any case, found to be blocked, and the eager soldiers were forced to throw themselves upon the rough face of the cliff, which was here over 200 feet high, but fortunately sprinkled thick with stunted bushes. Swiftly and silently, Howe and his men scrambled up its steep face. No less eagerly the men behind, as boat after boat discharged its load of redcoats under Wolfe's eye on the narrow shore, followed in their precarious steps. Day was just beginning to glimmer as the leading files leaped out onto the summit and rushed upon the handful of astonished Frenchmen before them, who fired a futile volley and fled. The shots and cries alarmed other posts at some distance off, yet near enough to fire in the direction of the landing boats. It was too late, however. The path had now been cleared of obstacles, and the British were swarming onto the plateau. The first 1,600 men had been rapidly disembarked, and the boats were already dashing back for Townsend's brigade, who were approaching in the ships, and for the 48th awaiting them on the opposite shore. The scattered French posts along the summit were easily dispersed, while the main army at Beauport, some miles away on the far side of the city, were as yet unconscious of danger. Bougainville and his force back at Cap Rouge were as far off and as yet no wiser. Quebec had just caught the alarm, but its weak and heterogeneous garrison had no power for combined mobility. By 6 o'clock, Wolfe had his whole force of 4,300 men drawn up on the plateau, with their backs to the river and their faces to the north. Leaving the Royal Americans, 540 strong, to guard the landing place, and with a force thus reduced to under 4,000, he now marched toward the city, bringing his left round at the same time in such fashion as to face the western walls, scarcely a mile distant. As Wolfe drew up his line of battle on that historic ridge of tableland known as the Plains of Abraham, his right rested on the cliff above the river, while his left approached the then brushy slope which led down toward the St. Charles Valley. He had outmaneuvered Montcalm. It now remained only to crush him. Of this Wolfe had not much doubt, though such confidence may seem sufficiently audacious for the leader of 4,000 men, with twice that number in front of him and half as many in his rear, both forces commanded by brave and skillful generals. But Wolfe counted on quality, not on numbers, which Montcalm himself realized were of doubtful efficacy at this crucial moment. The French general, in the meantime, had been expecting an attack all night at Beauport, and his troops had been laying on their arms. It was about 6 o'clock when the astounding news was brought him that the British were on the plateau behind the city. The Scotch Jacobite, the Chevalier Johnstone, who has left us an account of the affair, was with him at the time, and they leaped on their horses, he to give the alarm towards Montmorency, the general to hasten westward by Vaudreuil's quarters to the city. "This is a serious business," said Montcalm to Johnstone as he dug his spurs into his horse's flanks. Vaudreuil, who, in his braggart amateur fashion, had been crushing the English with pen and ink and verbal eloquence this last 6 weeks, now collapsed, and Montcalm, who knew what a fight in the open with Wolfe meant, hastened himself to hurry forward, every man that could be spared. 1,500 militia were left to guard the Beauport lines, while the bulk of the army poured in a steady stream along the road to Quebec, over the bridge of the St. Charles, some up the slopes beyond, others through the tortuous streets of the city, on to the Plains of Abraham. Montcalm, by some at the time and by many since, has been blamed for precipitating the conflict, but surely not with justice. He had every reason to count on Bougainville and his 2,300 men, who were no farther from Wolfe's rear than he himself was from the English front. The British held the entire water. Wolfe, once entrenched on the plateau, the rest of his army, guns and stores, could be brought up at will, and the city defenses on that side were almost worthless. Lastly, provisions with the French were woefully scarce. The lower country had been swept absolutely bare. Montcalm depended on Montreal for every mouthful of food, and Wolfe was now between him and his source of supply. By 9 o'clock, Montcalm had all his men in front of the western walls of the city and was face to face with Wolfe, only half a mile separating them. His old veterans of William Henry, Oswego, and Ticonderoga were with him. The reduced regiments of Béarn, Royal Roussillon, Languedoc, La Sarre, and La Guyenne, some 1,300 strong, with 700 colony regulars and a cloud of militia and Indians. Numbers of these latter had been pushed forward as skirmishers into the thickets, woods, and cornfields which fringed the battlefield, and had caused great annoyance and some loss to the British, who were lying down in their ranks, reserving their strength and their ammunition for a supreme effort. 3 pieces of cannon, too, had been brought to play on them, no small trial to their steadiness, for, confident of victory, it was not to Wolfe's interest to join issue till Montcalm had enough of his men upon the ridge to give finality to such a blow. At the same time, the expected approach of Bougainville in the rear had to be watched for and anticipated. It was indeed a critical and anxious moment. The 48th Regiment were stationed as a reserve of Wolfe's line, though to act as a check rather to danger from Bougainville than as a support to the front attacks, in which they took no part. Part 2 of Townsend's brigade, who occupied the left of the line nearest to the wooded slopes in which the plain terminated, were drawn up en potence, or at right angles to the main column, in case of attacks from flank or rear. The Bougainville incident is, in fact, a feature of this critical struggle that has been too generally ignored, but in such a fashion that inferences might be drawn, and have been drawn, detrimental to that able officer's sagacity. Theoretically, he should have burst on the rear of Wolfe's small army as it attacked Montcalm with more than 2,300 tolerable troops. He was but 6 miles off, and it was now almost as many hours since the British scaled the cliff. Pickett sent a small battery or 2 between himself and Wolfe, had been early in the morning actually engaged. The simple answer is that Bougainville remained ignorant of what was happening. Nothing but an actual messenger coming through with the news would have enlightened him, and in the confusion none came till 8 o'clock. The sound of desultory firing borne faintly against the wind from the neighborhood of the city had little significance for him. It was a chronic condition of affairs, and Bougainville's business was to watch the upper river, where an attack was really expected. It was a rare piece of good fortune for Wolfe that the confusion among the French was so great as to cause this strange omission. But then it was Wolfe's daring that had thus robbed a brave enemy of their presence of mind and created so pardonable a confusion. The constituents of that ever-memorable line of battle which Wolfe drew up on the plains of Abraham must, of a surety, not be grudged space in this account. On the right toward the cliffs of the St. Lawrence were the 28th, the 35th, the 43rd, and the Louisbourg Grenadiers under Monckton. In the center, under Murray, were the 47th, 58th, and the 78th Highlanders. With Townsend on the left were the 15th, en potence, and the 2nd Battalion of the 60th, or Royal Americans. In all, somewhat over 3,000 men. In reserve, as already stated, was Burton with the 48th, while Howe, with some light infantry, occupied the woods still further back, and the 3rd Battalion of the 60th guarded the landing place. None of these last corps joined in the actual attack. When Montcalm, toward 10 o'clock, under a cloudy but fast-clearing sky, gave the order to advance, he had, at the lowest estimate from French sources, about 3,500 men, exclusive of Indians and flanking skirmishers, who may be rated at a further 1,500. The armies were but half a mile apart, and the French regulars and militia, being carefully but perhaps injudiciously blended along their whole line, went forward with loud shouts to the attack. The British, formed in a triple line, now sprang to their feet and moved steadily forward to receive the onset of the French. Wolfe had been hit on the wrist, but hastily binding up the shattered limb with his handkerchief, he now placed himself at the head of the Louisbourg Grenadiers, whose temerity against the heights of Beauport in July he had soundly rated. he had issued strict orders that his troops were to load with 2 bullets, and to reserve their fire till the enemy were at close quarters. He was nobly obeyed, though the French columns came on firing wildly and rapidly at long range, the militia throwing themselves down, after their backwoods custom, to reload, to the disadvantage of the regular regiments among whom they were mixed. The British fire, in spite of considerable punishment, was admirably restrained, and when delivered, it was terrible. Knox tells us that the French received it at 40 paces, that the volleys sounded like single cannon shots, so great was the precision, and French officers subsequently declared that they had never known anything like it. Whole gaps were rent in the French ranks, and in the confusion which followed, the British reloaded with deliberation, poured in yet another deadly volley, and, with a wild cheer, rushed upon the foe. They were the pick of a picked army, and the shattered French, inured to arms in various ways, though every man of them was, had not a chance. Montcalm's 2,000 regulars were ill supported by the still larger number of their comrades, who, unsurpassed behind breastworks or in forest warfare, were of little use before such an onslaught. The rush of steel, of bayonet on the right and center, of broadsword on the left, swept everything before it, and soon broke the French into a flying mob, checked here and there by brave bands of white-coated regulars who offered a brief but futile resistance. Wolfe, in the meantime, was eagerly pressing forward at the head of his grenadiers, while behind him were the 28th and the 35th of Lake George renown. One may not pause here to speculate on the triumph that must at such a moment have fired the bright eyes that redeemed his homely face and galvanized the sickly frame into a very paladin of old, as sword in hand he led his charging troops. Such inevitable reflections belong rather to his own story than to that of the long war which he so signally influenced, and it was now, in the very moment of victory, as all the world well knows, that he fell. He was hit twice in rapid succession, a ball in the groin which did not stop him, and a second through the lungs, against which his high courage fought in vain. He was seen to stagger by Lieutenant Brown of the Grenadiers and 2nd Regiment, who rushed forward to his assistance. "Support me," exclaimed Wolfe, "lest my gallant fellows should see me fall." But the lieutenant was just too late, and the wounded hero sank to the ground, not, however, before he was also seen by Mr. Henderson, a volunteer, and almost immediately afterward by an officer of artillery, Colonel Williamson, and a private soldier whose name has not been preserved. The accurate Knox himself was not far off, and this is the account given him by Brown that same evening, and seems worthy to hold the field against the innumerable claims that have been set up in the erratic interests of family tradition. These 4 men carried the dying general to the rear, and by his own request, being in great pain, laid him upon the ground. He refused to see a surgeon, declared it was all over with him, and sank into a state of torpor. "They run, see how they run!" cried out one of the officers. "Who run?" asked Wolfe, suddenly rousing himself. "The enemy, sir! Egad, they give way everywhere." "Go, one of you, my lads," said the dying general, "with all speed to Colonel Burton, and tell him to march down to the St. Charles River and cut off the retreat of the fugitives to the bridge." He then turned on his side, and, exclaiming, "God be praised, I now die in peace," sank into insensibility, and in a short time, on the ground of his victory, which for all time was to influence the destinies of mankind, gave up his life contentedly at the very moment, to quote Pitt's stirring eulogy, when his fame began. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Usurpation of Catharine II in Russia, A.D. 1762, by W. Knox Johnson. No sovereign since Ivan the Terrible, says Rimbaud, extended the frontiers of the empire by such vast conquests as those of Catharine II. She gave Russia for boundaries the Niemen, the Dniester, and the Black Sea. End quote. This aggrandizement, which was her own boast, was a sufficient compensation to Russia, if not to history, for the crimes charged against Catharine, both at home and elsewhere in the scenes of her political and military triumphs. Her participation in the three partitions of Poland, 1772, 1793, and 1795, associated her name forever with the long and pathetic tragedy of that nation. Voltaire, whose admiration for Catharine engages Johnson's attention, seems really to have regarded her as the political teacher of Europe, for, referring to her, he said, "Light now comes from the north." The woman who so enslaved men of genius and enlarged the empire which Peter the Great had already made powerful was not herself a Russian. She was born at Stettin, Prussian Pomerania, in 1729, the daughter of Christian Augustus, Prince of Anhalt-Zerbst and Governor of Stettin. Johnson gives an interesting account of her introduction to the court of the Empress Tsarina Elizabeth Petrovna, daughter of Peter the Great and Catherine I. His story of her marriage and sudden usurpation of the throne is a spirited picture of a dark event in her career. Above all, he furnishes a most animated and searching analysis of her character and acts, and of her relations with great personages of her day. His critical observations, happily blending with the historical review, shed a revealing light upon this famous ruler and her reign. It is January 1744, and the commandant of Stettin, Prince of Anhalt-Zerbst zu Dornburg, is keeping New Year's festivities at his castle of Zerbst, when suddenly couriers from Berlin, couriers from St. Petersburg, throw everyone into wild commotion. For the Tsarina Elizabeth, casting about for a wife for her nephew, the young Grand Duke Peter of Holstein, nominated heir presumptive to all the Russias, has accepted advice from Frederick, soon to become the Great. She is formally desirous of a visit from the Princess of Zerbst and her daughter, Sophie Frederica, now 15 years of age, and already noticeable for her good looks and good sense. Not a moment is to be lost. So, eastward, northward, the sleighs hurry them through the white leagues of snow, to arrive within 6 weeks at the Russian court, now established in Moscow. With little state or ceremony, nevertheless, for the princely house of Zerbst is poor as it is ancient. Sophie's wardrobe, she informs us herself, consists just of 3, or it may be 4, dresses, with 12 chemises. For here begins that singular autobiography, an unauthenticated fragment, it is true, but a self-portraiture convincing as any in literature. At Moscow they made the best of impression. The Tsarina was graciousness itself, and within 18 months the young princess had been received into the Greek church as Catharine, and married to the Grand Duke, himself only 17 years old. But already she had learned not to expect happiness. He was, if we believe the accounts of him, senseless and boorish in the extreme. Certainly he did not pretend to the least affection for Catharine. A few days after her arrival, he had confided to her, quote, as his cousin, that he was ardently in love with one of the maids of honor. Since, however, the emperors desired it, he had resigned himself and was willing to marry her instead. End quote. She was forced, according to her assertion, to listen to confidences of a like nature during many years. His puerilities and eccentricities, we are told, amounted almost to madness. He was fond of drilling dogs and tin soldiers, together with his disgusted suite. But, like everyone else about the court, he lived in terror of the strong-willed, strong-drinking Tsarina. His kennel must be kept a secret, and was accordingly located in his wife's bedroom. He would spend hours indoors cracking whips or emitting weird sounds on musical instruments. At night, after Madame Choglokov, who was charged with the surveillance of the Grand Ducal Ménage, had retired, under the impression that she had locked everyone up safely, he would call for lights again, like a schoolboy, and make Catharine and her attendants play with marionettes on the counterpane till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. He had been more or less drunk, to credit his enemies, since the age of 10, and Catharine declares he had a mortal aversion to the bath, which it seems was then a Russian, not a German, observance. When ordered by the Empress to take one as penance during Lent, he replied that it was repugnant to his moral nature and unsuited to his physical constitution. Nothing, he said, but the most vital considerations could induce him to risk the Empress's displeasure, but he was not prepared to die, and life was dearer to him than Her Majesty's approbation. Both were obstinate, and the dispute led to the most terrific outburst of rage on the part of the Tsarina that Catharine had yet witnessed. On another occasion his wife discovered him presiding over a court-martial in full regimentals, with a large rat in the center of the room, who had just been suspended with all the formalities of a military execution. It appeared that the unfortunate beast had transgressed the laws of war. It had climbed the ramparts of a cardboard fortress, and had actually eaten 2 pith sentries on duty at the bastions. It was to be exposed to the public view as an example during 3 days following. Catharine, unluckily, was so lost to the fitness of things as to betray open merriment. The Grand Duke was furious, and she had to retire, excusing herself with difficulty on account of her ignorance of military discipline. The affair sensibly aggravated the estrangement between them. Of Elizabeth, who led an eccentric life with her own peculiar intimates, Catharine knew little, but she was the victim of an unrelenting, if petty, tyranny, which kept jealous watch over every word and movement, deprived her of any attendant of whom she made a friend, and dictated every minute circumstance of her life. It was like nothing so much as a dame school, even to the various tutors and governesses ordered her by the Tsarina. When her father died, she was allowed a week's mourning. At the end of that time, the Empress sent a command to leave off. Quote, "She was a Grand Duchess, and her father was not a king." End quote. But Catharine was not of the stuff from which are modelled the monuments of docility. Little by little, as her character develops, she acquires a proud and lonely self-dependence. She awakens to intellectual interests. From the first, indeed, she had flung herself with ardor into the study of Russian history and language. During these early years, books are her great distraction. 18 années d'ennui et de solitude, we read in an epitaph written by herself, lui firent lire bien des livres. After a trial in the wilderness of third-rate contemporary fiction, Voltaire stirs her intellect. And he leads her, too, spellbound by that incomparable verve and intellectual agility of his. She surrenders herself to the illusion of his brilliant assurances, dancing like some triumphant will-o'-the-wisp over the obscure deeps and perplexities of things. In 100 ways, evil and good, she will remain the pupil of Voltaire. He has his part in her social test of philosophical speculations. He has his part also, to be sure of it, in her long devotion to ideals of monarchy expressed for her in Henri IV and Louis XIV. After Voltaire and Madame de Sévigné, Montesquieu, Baronius, Tacitus, Bayle, Brantôme, and the early volumes of the Encyclopedia. But her gay, expansive nature was not capable for long of purely intellectual or stoic consolation. In a moral environment such as that of Elizabeth's court, it was too easy for the reader of Brantôme to seek elsewhere the quote-unquote love romances had spoken of but marriage had denied her. She was remarked by all in her day for her gift of fascination. To outward observers, she seemed at this time a radiant and happy presence, as Burke saw Marie Antoinette, the morning star of a pleasure-loving society, quote, full of life and splendor and joy, end quote. She says that she never considered herself extremely beautiful, but, quote, she was able to please, et cela était mon fort, end quote. All contemporary testimony bears out this singular faculty of attracting others, rarest of natural gifts, but to a woman such as Catharine, a very perilous one. Not even those set to spy upon her could resist her personal magnetism. She could be beautiful or terrible, playful or majestic at pleasure. At St. Petersburg there were few wits, and her intellectual superiority to those about her was sufficient to gain her the nickname among her husband's friends of Madame la Ressource. Despite Peter's difficult relations with her, he would refer to her in most of his perplexities, especially when political, connected with his duchy of Holstein. "I don't understand things very well myself," he would explain to strangers, "but my wife understands everything." We observe in the autobiography a fixed idea to quote-unquote gain over as many people as possible, to attach them to her interests, partly because of the opposition of the Tsarina circle, which gradually came to characterize the jeune cour, but especially in the service of those vague, ambitious foreshadowings which from her first years in Russia had possessed her mind. Clear-sighted, with a keen sense of her husband's inadequacy to his position, warned by the implacable hostility of his mistress, Elizabeth Vorontsov, and her relations, above all with a passionate thirst to realize her presentiment of greatness, she was instinctively preparing for some emergency, she knew not exactly what. As for the more precise premonitions of the memoirs, they are what would naturally appear to her after the fait accompli. Ambition, calculation looking before and after, patience in adversity, quickness to note and use the weakness of those about her, a steady indifference to unessentials, a political intelligence unhampered by the keener sensibilities, these are the master traits of the Catharine of the autobiography. So far, then, of these earlier years, while we have the memoirs with us. we must now pass quickly over many things. The motto of the Romanovs might be taken from Macbeth: the nearer in blood, the nearer bloody. But in that sombre history there is no darker page than the conspiracy of 1762. In January Elizabeth died, and the Grand Duke ascended the throne, quietly enough, as Peter III. But the position of Catharine was worse than before. The Tsar was completely under the influence of her enemies. He insulted her in public, and it seemed certain that his next step would be to divorce her, throw her into prison, and marry Elizabeth Vorontsov. He had once already ordered her arrest, which his uncle had afterward persuaded him to retract. The very reforms with which he had begun his reign worked against him. He had made himself unpopular not only with the clergy, but with the Preobrazhensky guards, which, like the Praetorians of the Roman Empire, disposed of the throne. He smoked and drank till 3 or 5 o'clock in the morning, writes the French ambassador. Yet he would be up again at 7 maneuvering his troops. He would order 100 cannon to be fired together, that he might have a foretaste of war, and his eccentricities in general were intensified by absolute power. The history of the coup d'etat is still obscure. A considerable party, however, formed round Catharine. The brothers Gregory and Alexis Orlov won over several regiments, and the Princess Dashkov gained adherents in society. Matters were precipitated by the accidental arrest of one of the conspirators, and although their plans were incoherent, the good fortune of Catharine carried her through. At 5 o'clock in the morning of July the 9th, Alexis Orlov entered her room at Peterhof and told her to set out for St. Petersburg, where she was to be proclaimed immediately. She hastened there with the Orlovs. 3 regiments, to whom vodka had judiciously been dispensed beforehand, took the oath of allegiance with enthusiasm, and others followed suit. Peter was thunderstruck. On the advice of Marshal Munich, he embarked for Kronstadt, where he was challenged and demanded admittance as emperor. "Il n'y a plus d'empereur," replied the commandant Talitzin. He hurried back again, and after agonies of indecision finally abdicated. He had lost his crown, as Frederick said scornfully, like a naughty child sent to bed with a whipping. So far the revolution had been bloodless, but its darker hour was to come. I placed the deposed emperor under the command of A. Orlov, with 4 chosen officers and a detachment of quiet and sober men, and sent him to a distance of 27 versts from St. Petersburg to a place called Ropsha, very retired but very pleasant. So runs Catharine's account to Poniatowski. On the 15th he was dead, of quote-unquote hemorrhoidal colic, said the official announcement, strangled, as Europe rightly believed, by Alexis Orlov with his own hands. It is hardly possible that this hideous murder was without Catharine's at least tacit consent. She certainly condoned the crime. There was danger in a name, and her sentiment was doubtless that of Lord Essex when the fate of Stafford hung in the balance, quote, "Stone dead hath no fellow," end quote. Already, where the Neva turns toward the Baltic, one wretched boy Tsar languished beneath the melancholy fortress of the Schlussenburg. 2 years, and he, too, after having known the bitterness of life, will be violently done to death in his turn. But Voltaire wrote to Madame de Deffand I am aware that people reproach her with some bagatelles à propos of that husband of hers. However, one really cannot intermeddle in these family squabbles." Such was the tragedy of Peter III. He dies, as Catharine said, unpitied. A fool, echo her friends, who perished in his folly. But history is precise and simple, truth complex and difficult. Was there no light, no touch of nobility at all in that strange chaotic temperament, no reverence in the boy who would kneel to the picture of the great Frederick, no generosity in the Tsar who sacrificed victory to a sentiment, who abolished the hateful quote-unquote secret chancery, torture, monopolies, and refused the statue of gold offered by St. Petersburg, quote, desiring rather a monument in the hearts of the people, end quote. There was something inarticulate there, surely, in the would-be musician who must shut himself up for hours to scrawk madly, passionately, on a crazy violin, and whose last request was for his confidant and instrument. "What is history," said Napoleon, "but a fiction agreed upon?" Such, nevertheless, is the form and spirit of the hapless Peter, as portrayed by his enemies. This was the Catharine of Elizabeth's court, and protagonist of that revolution which first made her known to Europe. But it was the sovereign who dazzled her contemporaries and still lives splendidly with the quote-unquote great Tsar in the annals of Russia. That exuberant personality of hers is so eloquent, so omnipresent in the sphere of politics, that one is often the most luminous illustration of the other. There is a note you will find common to her grandiose schemes of territorial expansion, of intellectual enlightenment and domestic reform. It is the note of theatricality, of extravagance, of excess. The strangest chimeric fantasy sometimes here possesses her, hitherto prosaic enough in so many ways, and it communicates itself to men like the Orlovs, Potemkin, Suvorov. It is, I think, M. Leroy-Beaulieu who remarks that in Russia the shows of things are more important than reality. So, rite ceremonial, the spectacular, the symbolic, seem to have a power there greater than in any other people of civilization. But stronger still was Catharine's overmastering desire to play to the applause of Europe. She had conceived herself as the heroine of a grandiose drama. It was her ambition to be the quote-unquote grand monarque of the North, and to show the Paris of Louis XV that the age of Olympian sovereignty was not yet past. Hence her sensitiveness to Western opinion, her assiduous court to the men of intellect, her anxiety to be admired and feared in Europe. Nowhere is this pose, this consciousness of a gallery, more evident than in the sphere of foreign policy. The great Peter had fulfilled the dream of Ivan in reaching the Baltic, and so, in her wars with the Turk, Catharine realized the aim of Peter by forcing her way to the Black Sea. But a Hellenic empire at Constantinople haunts her dreams. She stirs up Greek against Ottoman, and her trumpeter, Voltaire, heralds a new Sparta and Athens. She calls her grandson Constantine, and surrounds him with Greek nurse and servants. Her famous progress southward, the most eccentric pageant in history, is typical of Potemkin's regime. This extraordinary man, mountebank, writes the English envoy, esprit rêveur, says the keener-eyed Prince de Ligne, a barbarian of terrific appearance, fantastic beyond the verge of madness, acquired a greater influence with Catharine than any other man of her reign. He had been created, quote-unquote, Prince of Taurida, the Crimea, after the conquest of the southern provinces, and was resolved to dazzle Europe and his sovereign with her new acquisitions. In January 1787, she set out on her triumphal journey. A huge retinue accompanied her, together with the foreign ambassadors, Coblenzel, Fitzherbert, and Ségur, the last of whom has described this strange procession. 40 miles were covered every day. There was a palace at every stopping place. Towns and villages dot what 6 months ago had been a howling wilderness. Painted forests seemed to clothe the horizon. Fertile solitudes swarmed with gaily dressed peasants, imported for this occasion only. From Kiev, floating pavilions carry them down the Dnieper. The prince magician alone has 120 of his beloved musicians. Again the same mise en scène. Operatic Cossacks rowing out from either shore. The village of yesterday in the foreground, roofless facades in the middle distance, the same reviews in successive provinces of hussars out of her own escort. The greatest of optimists saw everything and affected to see through nothing. The works of His Highness surpass conception. Suddenly spring appears, glittering on the enameled meadows and majestic river. They journey to the music of the galleys between throngs of spectators from 30 nations. Every morning a fresh scene opens. The days, quote, travel more quickly than they themselves, end quote. At Kaniów she is met by His Majesty of Poland, none other than Poniatowski, the lover of Peterhof in the old days. At Kherson, on an eastern gate, appears the famous legend, the road to Byzantium, and there it is the Holy Roman Emperor who is drawn into her train. They have already mapped out the Ottoman dominions. So with excursions and alarums eastwards by Poltava, of glorious memory, to the new glory of Catharine, her city of Yekaterinoslav. And last of all, through undulating steps to the gorgeous palace piled upon the sands at Inkerman, where, after banquetings, a curtain falls away, and behold, the pasteboard fortifications of Sevastopol, where a green wood squadron anchored beneath them splutters forth its husky artillery. Splendide mendax! The West applauded frantically. Never had such a traveling show been seen in Europe. At home, too, the cult of appearances went hand in hand with generosity and enthusiasm. C'est presque un monde, she writes to Voltaire, à créer, à unir, à conserver. First comes the administration of justice, and her ukase of 1762 on its abuses has a ring of sincerity that can hardly be mistaken. There is a real courage again in her dealings with the clergy. 4 years later, she summons a great assembly to Moscow to consider a new code, and her quote-unquote instruction to the delegates, saturated as it is with Montesquieu and the rest, shows her abreast of her time. Politicians of the old school, indeed, shuddered at its array of grandiloquent maxims. "There are bombs enough in it," cried Panin, "to bring the wolves about our ears." She is here, in spite of all that has been said, exactly where we invariably find her, neither a day in front of her age nor a day behind. Reform of the ex-cathedra sort was just then in the air. From the Tagus to the Dnieper, and from Copenhagen to the Vatican, Europe was crowded with paternal monarchs and earnest ministers who were willing to do almost everything for the people and nothing by them. The world had not seen statesmen so sincere, enlightened, and plausible. A generation later, on the meeting of the National Assembly, the despotic reformation of Montesquieu and Voltaire will still seem about to be translated into action. They will also understand that non de nobis sine nobis, which was the haughty motto of the Hungarian magnates. But her attention soon became diverted. She was not, as Gunning thought, insincere, only fickle. She wanted patience and continuity of aim. The quote-unquote States General had produced an excellent effect in the world, and in fact had afforded her information afterward turned to account. Her eye is on the Turk. As with the Second Pitt, had it not been for this cursed war, we should have seen greater things. Beginnings, only beginnings, exclaims an eyewitness. There are plenty of sketches to be seen, but where is the finished picture? Another reports that shows of academies and secondary schools bear witness to Catharine's enthusiasm for education, but that some exist only on paper, while others seem to have everything except scholars. Things are done hastily and without just measure or proportion. The imitative talent of the Russian does not seem to carry him quite far enough. At her death, says a historian who wrote 8 years after it, most of her foundations were already in ruins. Everything seemed to have been abandoned before completion. Yet we must not forget that liberal ideas were in themselves a revelation to the Russia of her days, and that after a succession of contemptible sovereigns, she appeared as the first worthy successor of Peter. It was already something for a woman there to be governed by large social conceptions. Has it not been said even elsewhere that the politics of women are proper names? You may say what you will. She saved the European tradition of Peter the Great, and was, in a sense, the creator of modern Russia. But to her philosophic friends in Paris, it mattered little whether her designs were in the parchment or any other stage. Since Voltaire had hailed her as the northern Semiramis, no adulation was enough to translate their enthusiasm. The quote-unquote charms of Cleopatra, for example, were united in her to quote-unquote the soul of Brutus. On her side, she, quote, distributed compliments in abundance, gold medals also, but more often in bronze, and from time to time even a little money, end quote. La Harpe, Marmontel, Volney, Galliani, and many others fallen silent in these days were sharers in her bounty. She would buy the books of some specially favored and install them at home again as, quote-unquote, her librarians. Only one or two, D'Alembert, Raynal, stood aloof with the mistrustful Jean-Jacques, who refused the domain of Gatchina. Diderot came to St. Petersburg in those days, declaiming for 2, 3, 5 hours with unmatched copiousness of discourse, astounding Catharine with his large argument and fiery eloquence, and entertaining her hugely by his oblivion of everything once fairly launched on his foaming torrent. The philosopher who, born on spiritual hurricanes, would leap from his chair at Princess Dashkov's, striding to and fro as he spat upon the floor in his excitement, forgot himself equally in the presence of quote-unquote Semiramis. Quote, in the heat of exposition, he brought his hands down on the imperial knees with such force and iteration, end quote, that Catharine complained they had turned black and blue. but for all that she would egg on this strange wildfowl. Allons, she would exclaim, at table once set safely between them, entre hommes tout est permis. As for Voltaire, his proudest title was that of lay preacher of the religion of quote-unquote Saint Catharine. Her correspondence with him, which begins the year after her accession and continues until his death, is in truth a kind of journalism written partly by herself, partly by others. Its object is to keep the friend of princes and dictator of literary opinion au courant with her ideas, measures, and general policy. She is not content now, however, with the applause of her generation. She aims at commanding the sources of history itself. Here she motions posterity to take its stand behind contemporaries in the church of Voltaire's foundation, while the archpriest of Ferney prostrates himself with iterated formula De Cathariniam laudamus, de dominam confitemur. For Saint Catharine was an interested reader of that correspondence of Diderot's with her sculptor Falconet, whose theme is the solidity of posthumous fame. Roulière had already written an account of the events of 1762, of which he had been an eyewitness. She had tried first to buy him, and then to have him thrown into the Bastille. She will search Venice for a pliable historian, and her own letter on the coup d'etat, together with her memoirs, shows how strong in her was that besoin de parolier, analyzed by the great Pascal a century before. Catharine, be quite certain of it, is no earnest seeker after truth, rather the quote-unquote plain man, with something of the acuteness as well as the insensibility of common sense. The philosophes were the interest of the cultivated, quote, as scholars had been in one century, painters in another, theologians in a third, end quote. They had the ear of Europe, who rests now in Mr. Mortley's bosom. But Catharine confessed years after, "Your learned men in Ist bored me to extinction. There was only my good protector Voltaire. Do you know it was he who made me the mode?" With what a quaint inconsequence her truer self appeared at the Revolution. She who will foresee Napoleon was rudely shocked by the fall of the Bastille. The Revolution touched her in her tenderest point. With every year, in spite of her sentiments and cosmopolitan culture, this Princess of Zerbst became more and more fervently autocratic and Russian. She had jestingly asked her doctor to bleed away the last drop of her German blood. No one ever had a more fanatical hero worship for the Russian himself, or a deeper enthusiasm for the greatness in his history. It was in the political sphere that her convictions lay, and she had a vague but passionate belief in what she and Russia might do together. Yet here were these declaimers threatening to overrun Europe, and, quote, equality setting peoples at the throats of kings, end quote. The cant about fraternity, the catchwords and sentiments vanished like smoke. No anathemas on the Revolution were fiercer than those of the âme républicaine who had burned to restore the ancient institutions of Athens. The hostess of Diderot breathed fiery indignation against, quote-unquote, these Western atheists, and the nationalization of church property, the very first of her own reforms, becomes, in the Man of 89, an quote-unquote organized brigandage. There is an economy of truth, said Burke. Quote-unquote Semiramis, like Romeo, quote, hung up philosophy, end quote, and the bust of her quote-unquote preceptor, Voltaire, accompanied Fox to the basement. Enfin, tout philosophe est banni d'océan, et nous ne vivons plus qu'avec les honnêtes gens. The advantage of women in affairs of this sort is that they are natural opportunists, and care nothing for the tyranny of your system. There is a wise inconsequence in their ideas, for the logic of the universe is not professed from an academic chair. Moi, she says, je ne suis qu'un composé de bâtons rompus. Voltaire had learned from Bayle, and Catharine tells us that she had learned from Voltaire to distrust, quote, the man of a system, end quote. Stulti sunt innumerabiles, said Erasmus, and theirs was but an ingenious foolishness. Diderot, on that adventurous visit of his, was bursting with eagerness to take Russia off the wall, and put it, quote, in the kettle of magicians, end quote. Never before now had such projects been seen in a government office. He gesticulated by the hour. She was delighted to listen. He drew up scores of schemes. They were as well ordered, as regular as his own meals, but presently he realized that no one had taken him seriously. Catharine once remarked herself that she wrote on, quote, sensitive skins, while his material was foolscap, end quote. And finally, like Mercier de la Rivière, he departed wiser and a little hurt. A wonderful man, she said afterwards to Ségur, but a little too old and a little too young. His plan of a university for Russia, which had an appreciable influence in education elsewhere, has never to this day, says Walishevsky, been translated into Russian. How natural again, and with what vivid abandon, she presents herself in her correspondence with Grimm. He lives in Paris, factotum and confidant, passes his life in executing her commissions. To him she talks rather than writes, as she talks to her intimates, in overwhelming, voluble fashion, gossiping, punning, often playing the buffoon, as she does with that little set of hers at her retreat of the Hermitage. Persons, even places, have their nicknames. St. Petersburg is the duck pond. Grimm himself, the fag, souffre-douleur. Georges Dandin, Monsieur le Baron de Thundertentronckh. Frederick the Great appears as Herod, a palpable hit, that. The diplomats as windbags, pea-soup, die perruquierte Häupte. Maria Theresa becomes Maman, Gustavus of Sweden, Falstaff, and so on. There is no question here of making a figure. Often she has nothing to say. She writes purely to give extravagance an outlet. We have her here as though we had been present at one of those sparkling conversations which, in old days, used to send Grimm sleepless to his rooms, but of which nothing remained memorable, which, in truth, charmed by their vivacity rather than by wit, by that verve which so often supplies the place of brilliancy. This familiar note will appear again in her letters to the Emperor Joseph, as unlike those addressed to Herod as the letters to Grimm are unlike those to Madame Geoffrin or Voltaire. He was also des nôtres. She who judged men in general poorly enough, though she used them incomparably well, not only recognized, unlike most of his contemporaries, but was fascinated by the elements of greatness in that extraordinary man. She used him, it is true, as she used Orlov or Potemkin. Her good fortune helped her as it did before, and will again. Their great alliance against the Ottoman brought her everything, and him nothing. Still, no foreigner ever dazzled her as he, who could so little impose himself on his age. He will live unrivaled, She wrote in her enthusiasm, "His star is in the ascendant. He will leave all Europe behind." End quote. A wandering star, alas. He will go before her to the grave, the great failure of his generation, and the bitterness of death dictating that saddest of epitaphs, "Here lies one who never fulfilled an aim." End quote. Impar congressus. Like Michelet's Charles the Bold, il avait trop voulu des choses infinies. The arts were indifferent to her, and she was insensible to the simplicity of true greatness. She idolized a Zubov, but Kosciuszko was immured at St. Petersburg till the day of her death, and she never even learned his precise name. Yet she brought to society and politics much of that Protean activity which was the distinction of her teacher Voltaire in the field of letters. She did much for education and something for Russian literature. She herself wrote or collaborated in plays whose performances the Holy Synod had to attend and applaud in a body. She also published translations, pamphlets, books for her grandchildren, a history of Russia to the 14th century, and even helped to edit a newspaper. Unlike Frederick, she did not despise the language of her country. She put her court to school, and at the Hermitage so many lines of Russian were learned every day. But Radishchev said, "Fear and silence reign round Tsarskoye Selo. The silence of death is there, for there despotism has its abode." End quote. He received the Knout and Siberia because his words were true. She lived, as he said, remote from her people. Beggars were forbidden to enter Moscow lest she should see them. But a rumor ran after her return from the south that Alexis Orlov led her into a barn where were laid out the bodies of all who had died of hunger on the day of her triumphal entry. Like Peter the Great, she even in some ways intensified serfdom. 150,000 quote-unquote peasants of the crown were handed over by her as serfs to her lovers. Their proprietors could send them with hard labor to Siberia. They could give them 15,000 blows for a trifling offense. A Saltykov tortured 75 to death. Sed ignoti perierunt mortibus illi. The day will come, but not yet. This is not the place to describe the campaigns of Rumyantsev, Potemkin, and the rest against Sweden and the Ottomans. Her own ideas in the field of foreign policy we have already seen. After the Revolution, another policy, that of spurring on Gustavus and the Western powers to a crusade against France, takes the first place. It gave them something to think about, she explained to Ostermann, and she, quote-unquote, wanted elbow room. The Third Polish Partition explains why she was so anxious for elbow room. Schemes of the kind were common enough in the 18th century. Everybody was dismembered on paper by everybody else. It was but a delicate attention reserved for a neighbor in times of trouble and sickness. And John Sobieski had foretold the doom of Poland 100 years before. But it remains a blot upon her name. For her final fate overtook Poland, not, as is commonly said, because of her internal anarchy, sedulously fostered by the foreign powers, but because that anarchy seemed about to disappear. The spirit of reform had penetrated to Warsaw, and after the Constitution of May the 3rd, Catharine was afraid of a revival of the national forces similar to that which had followed the reforms of 1772 in her neighbor Sweden. She was aided by traitors from within. a quali era più cara la servitù che la libertà della loro patria. And on the field of Macijovici, they were able to cry Finis Poloniae. No question has been more obscured. The fashion of liberal thought has changed. The history, like that of town and gown, has been written by the victorious aggressors, and Poland is become the rendezvous of the political sophistries, as it has been the cockpit of the political ruffianism of all Europe. But Catharine could boast that she had pushed the frontiers of Russia farther than any sovereign since Ivan the Terrible. Quote, I came to Russia a poor girl. Russia has dowered me richly, but I have paid her back with Azov, the Crimea, and the Ukraine. End quote. There remains the side of her which attracted Byron, and which no one has failed to seize. The beginnings of her moral descent are there before us in the memoirs. Ennui and solitude weighed upon her, and as she gained greater liberty, she sought distractions, which at first were harmless. The third stage was the infamous command of the Empress. The Grand Duke and she have no children. The succession must be secured. If Soltykov, as Catharine implies, were the father of her son Paul, the sovereigns who have since occupied the throne of Russia are Romanovs only in name. From this point till her death in 1796, she entirely ignored the code of morality convenient in a society whose basis is the family. In the succession of her quote-unquote lovers, only Potemkin, and for a moment Grigory Orlov, acquired a position of the first political importance, and Potemkin's was maintained long after his first relation had come to an end. It has been ascribed to her as a merit that she pensioned these worthies handsomely, instead of dealing with them after the manner of Christina of Sweden, and that she was able to make passion, which has lost others, coincident with her calculated self-interest. Certainly she entered as a child into a society, quote, rotten before it was ripe, end quote. She was surrounded with a court long demoralized by a succession of drunken and dissolute Tsarinas, which aped the corruption of Versailles more consummately than its refinement. The age was that of Louis XV, of Lord Sandwich, of Augustus the Strong. In it, even a Burke had persuaded himself that, quote, vice lost half its evil by losing all its grossness, end quote. The reader of Bayle and Brantôme had been introduced to a bizarre sort of morality. Her, quote-unquote, spiritual father, Voltaire, was the author of La Pucelle, and Jacques le Fataliste proceeded from the same pen as the University for Russia. Diderot, indeed, whose moral obscenity was not the whole of the man, but was nevertheless sincere and from the centre, was able to compliment her on the freedom from, quote, the decencies and virtues, the worn-out rags of her sex, end quote. She had no fund of theoretical cynicism on such matters, nor, on the other hand, the slightest moral pretense. The revolutionary Moniteur branded her as Messalina. Cela ne regarde que moi, she said haughtily, and the sheet circulated throughout the empire. Such is the summary of the gallons of printer's ink that have soiled paper on this account. It is the aspect of her allowed to escape no one, and therefore we say no more of it here. How easy it is to, quote, hint and chuckle and grin, end quote, with the chronique scandaleuse. Easier still to be incontinent of one's moral indignation. The truth is that this backstair gossip misses, on the whole, that just proportion necessary if you would not only see but also perceive. Catharine, whom her generation called the Great, had one absorbing passion. It was the greatness of Russia, and of herself as ruler of Russia, mon petit ménage, as she would call it, with her touch of lightness, and she desired to be the first amateur of la grande politique in Europe. Elle brillait surtout par le caractère, says Waliszewski, whose volumes collecting most of what is known about Catharine I have freely consulted. It is only natural that her biographer should regard her as a strikingly complex and exceptional being. Nous sommes tous des exceptions. Yet she is not essentially different from the quote-unquote woman of character you may meet in every street. Given her splendid physical constitution, there is nothing prodigious about her except her good fortune in every crisis and important action of her career. In one of his Napoleonic fits of incoherence, Potemkin said vividly enough that the Empress and himself were, quote, the spoiled children of God, end quote. For herself, she says in that introductory page, which Sainte-Beuve has well compared with Machiavelli, that what commonly passes for good fortune is in reality the result of natural qualities and conduct. If that satisfies, it is so much to her credit. Certainly, quote, the stars connived, end quote, with her from the day in 1762 when she galloped in her cuirassier's uniform through the streets of St. Petersburg. Toute la politique, she said, est fondée sur trois mots, circonstance, conjecture et conjoncture. And, like many leaders of action, she was, in her moments, a fatalist, for then she saw how little, after all, the greatest, as Bismarck says, can control events. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conspiracy of Pontiac, A.D. 1763, by E. O. Randall, Part 1. With the fall of Quebec and de Vaudreuil's capitulation of Montreal, Canada passed from the dominion of France to Britain, and for a time came under military rule. In the west, around the shores of the Great Lakes and the country watered by the Ohio, though small English garrisons occupied the forts of the region, the French still held posts on the Wabash and the Mississippi, and had a considerable settlement at New Orleans. About the lakes and in the Ohio Valley, discontent smoldered among the Indians, many of whom bewailed the fate of their old allies, the French, while they feared the English, whom they dreaded as likely to drive them from their hunting grounds and treat them with injustice or neglect. Their fears in this respect were worked upon, and disaffection among them was fomented by French traders from Montreal and St. Louis, the results of which were presently seen in the rising of all the western tribes under the wily leadership of Pontiac, chief of the Ottawa warriors, who sought to exterminate the English and restore the supremacy of the French and Indian races. The incidents of this conspiracy of Pontiac are related in an edifying paper by the Honorable E. O. Randall of Columbus, Ohio, contributed to the Transactions of the Ohio Archaeological and Historical Society, and here, by kind permission, reproduced. The conquest of Canada left the Indians of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys subject to British domination. The red men were repulsed but not conquered. They were scattered over a vast territory. Their total number between the Mississippi on the west, the ocean on the east, between the Ohio on the south and the Great Lakes on the north was probably not in excess of 200,000, and their fighting warriors not more than 10,000. Fort Duquesne was in November 1758, captured from the French by the British forces under General John Forbes. The military posts of the French in the east, on the waters of Lake Erie and the Allegheny, viz. Presqu'Isle, Le Boeuf, and Venango, passed into the hands of the British soon after the taking of Fort Duquesne. Most of the western forts were transferred to the English during the autumn of 1760, but the extreme western settlements on the Illinois, viz. Forts Oudenan, Vincennes, Kaskaskia, Chartres, and Cahokia, remained several years longer under French control. In the fall of 1760, Major Robert Rogers was directed by then British commander Sir Geoffrey Amherst to traverse the Great Lakes with a detachment of provincial troops and, in the name of England, take possession of Detroit, Michilimackinac, and the other western forts included in the surrender of the French. Major Rogers, with 200 Rangers, left Montreal, ascended the St. Lawrence, crossed Lakes Ontario and Erie, and reached the mouth of the Cuyahoga. On November 7th, no body of troops under the British flag had ever before penetrated so far west on the lakes. Rogers and his men encamped in the neighboring forest. Shortly after their arrival, a party of Indian chiefs and warriors appeared at the camp and declared they were envoys from Pontiac, ruler of all that country, and demanded in his name that the British soldiers should advance no farther until they had conferred with the great chief, who was rapidly approaching. That same day, Pontiac himself appeared, and it is here, says Parkman, for the first time, that this remarkable man stands forth distinctly on the page of history. The place and date of birth of Pontiac are both matters of dispute. There seems to be no doubt that he was the son of an Ottawa chief. His mother is variously stated to have been an Ojibwe, a Miami, and a Sac. Preponderance of evidence, as the lawyers say, seems to favor the Ojibwas. Authorities also vary as to the date of his nativity, from 1712 to 1720. Historical writers usually content themselves with the vague statement that he was born on the Ottawa River, without designating which Ottawa River, for many were so called. Indeed, the Ottawas were in the habit of calling every stream upon which they sojourned, any length of time, Ottawa, after their own tribe. The Miami chief, Richardville, is on record as often asserting that Pontiac was born by the Maumee at the mouth of the Auguries. In any event, Pontiac, like his great successor, the incomparable Shawano chief Tecumseh, was a native of Ohio. The Ottawas, Ojibwas, and Potawatomis had formed a sort of alliance of which Pontiac was the virtual head. He was of a despotic and commanding temperament, and he wielded practical authority among all the tribes of the Illinois country, and was known to all the Indian nations of America. Pontiac, conscious of his power and position, haughtily asked Major Rogers what his business was in that country, and how he dared enter it without Pontiac's permission. Rogers informed the chief that the war was over, the French defeated, the country surrendered to the British, and he was on his way to receive the post from the French occupiers. Pontiac was wily and diplomatic. He received the news stolidly, reserved his answer till next morning, when his reply was that as he desired to live in peace with the British, he would let them remain in his country as long as they treated him with due respect and deference. Both parties smoked the calumet and protested friendship. Rogers proceeded on his errand. On November 29, 1760, the French garrison at Detroit transferred that historic and most important western station to British possession. The stormy season prevented Rogers from advancing farther. Michilimackinac and the three remoter posts of Ste. Marie, La Bay, Green Bay, and St. Joseph remained in the hands of the French until the next year. The interior posts of the Illinois country were also retained by the French, but the British conquest of America was completed. The victory of England and the transfer of the French strongholds to British commanders were a terrible and portentous blow to the Indian. He could not fail to foresee therein dire results to his race. His prophetic vision read the handwriting on the wall. Expressions and signs of discontent and apprehension began to be audible among the Indian tribes, from the Potomac to Lake Superior, from the Alleghanies to the Mississippi. In every wigwam and hamlet of the forest, a deep-rooted hatred of the English increased with rapid growth. When the French occupied the military posts of the lakes and rivers, they freely supplied the neighboring Indians with weapons, clothing, provisions, and firewater. The sudden cessation of these bounties was a grievous and significant calamity. The English fur trader and incomer was rude and coarse and domineering as compared with the agreeable and docile Frenchman. Worse and more alarming than all was the intrusion into the forest solitude and hunting ground of the Indian by the English settler, who regarded the red man as having no rights he was bound to respect. While the rivalry between the two white nations was in progress, the red man was courted by each as holding in large degree the balance of power. But the war was over. The ascendant Britain no longer regarded the Indians as necessary allies, and they were in large measure treated with indifference and injustice. The hostility of the Indian against the British was, of course, assiduously promoted by the French, who saw in it trouble for the British, possibly a regaining of their lost ground. The warlike and revengeful spirit of the Indian began to give itself vent. The smoldering fires were bound to burst forth. During the years 1761 and 1762, plots were hatched in various tribes to stealthily approach and, by attack or treacherous entrance, destroy the posts at Detroit, Fort Pitt, and others. These plots were severally discovered in time to forestall their attempt. Indian indignation reached its height when, in 1763, it was announced to the tribes that the King of France had ceded all their Indian country to the King of England, without consulting them in the matter. At once a plot was contrived, such as was never before or since conceived or executed by North American Indians. It was determined and planned to make an assault upon all the British posts on the same day. Then, having destroyed the garrisons, to turn upon the defenseless frontier and ravage and lay waste the white settlements. It was fondly believed by thousands of braves that then the British might be exterminated, or at least driven to the seaboard and confined to their coastal settlements. It was the great chief, Pontiac, who, if he did not originally instigate, fostered, directed, and personally commanded this secretly arranged universal movement. His mastermind comprehended the importance and necessity of combined and harmonious effort. He proposed to unite all the tribes into one confederacy for offensive operations. At the close of 1762, he dispatched ambassadors to the different nations, to the tribes of the north on the lakes, to the northwest, the headwaters of the Mississippi and south to its mouth, to the east and the southeast. The Indians thus enlisted and band together against the British comprised, with few unimportant exceptions, the whole Algonquin stock. Especially were the Ohio tribes solicited and secured, the Shenandoahs, the Miamis, the Wyandots, and the Delawares. The Senecas were the only members of the Iroquois Confederacy that joined the League. The onslaught was to be made in the month of May, 1763. The tribes arrived simultaneously at the various points, and each tribe destroyed the British garrison in its neighborhood. It was a vast scheme, worthy the brain and courage of the greatest general and shrewdest statesman. The plan was divulged by individual Indians to officers at 2 or 3 of the post, but was either disbelieved or its importance ignored. While this gigantic and almost chimerical plot was being developed by Pontiac and his associate chiefs, the Treaty of Peace between France and England was signed at Paris, February 10, 1763. By this compact, France yielded to England all her territory north of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence and east of the Mississippi. The Spanish possessions on the Gulf of Mexico were ceded to England, the territory west of the Mississippi going to Spain. France was left no foothold in North America. While the powers of England, France, and Spain were in the French capital, arranging this result, as Parkman remarks, countless Indian warriors in the American forest were singing the war song and whetting their scalping knives. The chief center of Indian activity and the main point of attack was the post of Detroit, the western headquarters of the British government. Pontiac was personally to strike the first blow. The rendezvous of his painted and armed warriors was to be the banks of the little river Ecorse, which empties into the Detroit River a few miles below the fort, now the city of Detroit. It was April 27th when the assembled warriors listened to the final war speech of the great chief. Pontiac was an orator of high order, fierce and impassioned in style. He presented at length the injustice of the British as compared with that of the French. He set forth the danger to his race from the threatened supremacy of the British power. He predicted the awakening of their great father, the King of France, during whose sleep the English had robbed the Indian of his American possessions. In passionate appeals, he aroused the vengeance and superstition of his people and warned them that the white man's civilization was poisoning and annihilating the red race. In his dramatic way, he related to the superstitious Indians a dream wherein the Great Spirit sent his message that they were to cast aside the weapons, the utensils of civilization, and the deadly run of the white men, and with aid from the Great Spirit, drive the dogs and red from every post in their Indian country. He revealed his plans of destruction of the whites and the details of the plot to secure Detroit. He and a few of his chosen chiefs were to visit the fort under pretense of a peaceful visit, gain admittance, seek audience with Major Henry Gladwin, the commandant, and his officers, and then, at an agreed signal, the chiefs were to draw their weapons, previously concealed beneath their blankets, raise the war whoop, rush upon the officers, and strike them down. The Indian forces waiting meanwhile at the gate were then to assail the surprised and half-armed soldiers. Thus, through the perfidious murder, Detroit would fall an easy prey to the savages, and Pontiac's conspiracy have a successful inauguration. His plan was approved. Just below Detroit, on the same side of the river, was a Potawatomi village. Across the river, some 3 miles up the current, was an Ottawa village. On the same eastern side, about a mile below Detroit, was the Wyandotte village. Along each side of the river, for 2 or 3 miles, were houses of the French settlers. The king and lord of all this country, as Major Rogers called Pontiac, had located one of his homes, where he spent the early summer on a little island, Ile et Pechet, at the opening of Lake St. Clair. Here he had a small, oven-shaped cabin of bark and rushes. Here he dwelt with his squaws and children, and here doubtless he might often have been seen lounging, Indian-style, half-naked on a rush mat or bearskin. The number of warriors under the command of Pontiac is variously estimated from 600 to 2,000. The garrison consisted of 120 soldiers, 8 officers, and about 40 others capable of bearing arms. 2 armed schooners, the Beaver and the Gladwin, were anchored in the river near the fort. Pontiac's plot was revealed to Gladwin the night before its proposed execution by an Ojibwe girl from the Potawatomi village. Gladwin, thus warned, was forearmed. Pontiac and his 6 chiefs were admitted to the council chamber. Pontiac began the harangue of peace and friendly palaver, and was about to give the preconcerted signal when Gladwin raised his hand and the sound of clashing arms and drum beating was heard without. Pontiac feared he was foiled, and announcing that he would call again next time with his squaws and children, he and his party withdrew. The next morning, Pontiac, in hopes of regaining Gladwin's confidence, repaired to the fort with but 3 of his chiefs, and bearing in his hand the pipe of peace. Offering it to Gladwin, he again protested his friendship for the British, whom he declared we love as our brothers. A few days later, the Indians thronged the open field behind the fort gate. It was closed and barred. Pontiac, advancing, demanded admittance. Gladwin replied that he might enter, but only alone. The great chief, baffled and enraged, threw off the mask he had so long worn, and boldly declared his intention to make war. A day or 2 later, the 4 tribes, Ottawas, Ojibways, Potawatomis, and Wyandots, clamored about the fort, and the attack was begun by volleys of bullets fired at the palisade walls. Thus opened the famous siege of Detroit, which lasted 6 months, from May 1st to November 1st, 1763, one of the longest and most bitterly contested sieges in the history of Western Indian warfare. The incomparable treachery of Pontiac, in endeavoring to secure the fort by dissemblance of friendship, was further evidenced by his pretense at a truce. Pontiac, declaring his earnest desire for firm and lasting peace, requested Gladwin to send to the camp of the chief, Captain Campbell, Gladwin's second in command, a veteran officer and most upright and manly in character. Campbell went, was made prisoner, and subsequently foully and hideously murdered. Pontiac neglected no expedient known to Indian perfidy, cruelty, or deviltry. He surpassed his race in all the detestable elements of their nature. His conduct from first to last was only calculated to create distrust, contempt, and loathing. His warriors murdered the British settlers in the vicinity of the fort, burned their huts, robbed the Canadians, and committed every variety of depredation. Pontiac, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the obstinate courage of the British garrison, prepared for a lengthy campaign. He ordered the Ottawa village moved across the river to the Detroit side, where it was located about 1.5 miles northeast of the fort, at the mouth of Parent's Creek, afterward known as Bloody Run. The garrison bravely and patiently withstood all assaults and bided the time of rescue. By midnight, sallies and other expedients, they removed all exterior buildings, fences, trees, and other obstacles that lay within the range of their guns or that might afford protection to sneaking and stealthy Indians who would crawl snake-like close to the palisade and fire at the sentinels and loopholes, or shoot their arrows tipped with burning tow upon the roofs of the structures within the fort. Fortunately, the supply of water was inexhaustible. The provisions were wisely husbanded. Friendly Canadians across the river under cover of night brought supplies. These Canadian farmers were also subject to tribute to the Indians, who seized their supplies by theft or open violence. They appealed to Pontiac, and about the only creditable act recorded of that perfidious chief was his agreement to make restitution to the robbed settlers. Pontiac gave them in payment for their purloined property promissory notes drawn on birch bark and signed with the figure of an otter, the totem to which he belonged, all of which promises to pay, it is said, were redeemed. Day after day passed with varying incidents of attack and repulse. The keen-eyed watchfulness of the Indians never for an instant abated. Their vigils were tireless and ceaseless. Woe to the soldier who ventured without the fort or even lifted his head above the palisade. Pontiac's patience was strengthened with the delusive idea that the French were only temporarily defeated and would rally to his assistance. He even dispatched messengers across the interior to the French commandant, Neyon, at Fort Chartres on the Mississippi, requesting that French troops be sent without delay to his aid. Meanwhile, Gladwin had sent one of his schooners to Fort Niagara to hasten promised reinforcements from the British. Lieutenant Cuyler had already, May 13th, left Niagara with convoy of 7 boats, 96 men, and quantities of supplies and ammunition. This little fleet coasted along the northern shore of Lake Erie until near the mouth of the Detroit River. The force attempted to land when a band of Wyandot Indians suddenly burst from the woods, seized 5 of the boats, and killed or captured 60 of the soldiers. Cuyler, with the remaining men, 36, many of whom were wounded, escaped in the other boats and crossed to Fort Sandusky, which they found had been taken and burned by the Wyandots. The garrison had been slaughtered, and Ensign Pauley sent prisoner to Pontiac's camp. Cuyler, with his escaping companions, slowly wended his way back, where he reported the result of his expedition to the commanding officer, Major Wilkins. At the same time, the Wyandots, with the captured boats and prisoners, proceeded up the Detroit to Pontiac's quarters, arriving in full sight of the fort's garrison, when Gladwin, of course, learned of the destruction of the Cuyler flotilla. The disappointment to the inmates of the fort was almost unbearable. Gladwin's schooner, however, reached Fort Niagara and returned about July 1st, laden with food, ammunition, and reinforcements, and the most welcome news of the Treaty of Paris. Pontiac, undismayed, continued his efforts. His forces now numbered, it is recorded, about 820 warriors, 250 Ottawas, his own tribe and under his immediate command, 150 Potawatomis under Nineveh, 50 Wyandots under Taki, 200 Ojibways under Boston, and 170 of the same tribe under Secondhouse. The 2 schooners were a serious menace to the movements of the Indians, and many desperate attempts were made to burn them by midnight attacks and the floating of fire rafts down upon them, but all to no avail. Pontiac had the stubborn persistency of a later American general who said he would fight it out on that line if it took all summer. He exerted himself with fresh zeal to gain possession of the fort. He demanded the surrender of Gladwin, saying a still greater force of Indians was on the march to swell the army of besiegers. Gladwin was equally tenacious and unyielding. He proposed to hold the fort till the enemy were worn out or reinforcements arrived. Pontiac sought to arouse the active aid of the neighboring Canadians, but the Treaty of Paris had made them British subjects, and they dared not war on their conquerors. History scarcely furnishes a like instance of so large an Indian force struggling so long in an attack on a fortified place. The Wyandots and Potawatomis, however, never as enthusiastic in this war as the other tribes, late in July decided to withdraw from the besieging Confederacy and make peace with the British. They did so, and exchanged prisoners with Gladwin. The Ottawas and Ojibways, however, still held on, watching the fort and keeping up a desultory fusillade. The end was drawing nigh. On July 29th, Captain James Dalzell arrived from Niagara with artillery supplies and 280 men in 22 barges. Their approach to the fort was bravely contested by the combined Indian forces, even the Wyandots and Potawatomis breaking their treaty and treacherously joining in the assault. Dalzell's troops entered the fort, and he proposed an immediate sortie. Dalzell was bravery personified, and he had fought with Israel Putnam. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conspiracy of Pontiac, A.D. 1763 by E.O. Randall, Part 2. On the morning after his arrival, July 31st at 2 o'clock, he led a force of 250 men out of the fort. They silently in the darkness marched along the river toward the Ottawa village just across Parent's Creek. The Indians were prepared and had ambuscaded both sides of the road. They were, Indian fashion, secreted behind trees and fences and Canadian houses. Their presence was not discovered till the van of Danzell's column reached the bridge over the creek, when a terrible fire was opened upon the soldiers from all sides. It was still dark. The Indians could not be seen. A panic ensued. The troops in disorder retreated amid an awful slaughter. Dalzell himself was killed, and Major Robert Rogers assumed command, and the fleeing soldiers were only spared from total destruction by 2 of the British boats coming to the rescue. About 60 men were killed or wounded. It was known as the Battle of Bloody Bridge. Upon the retreating into the fort of Major Rogers' survivors, the siege was renewed. Pontiac was greatly encouraged over this victory, and his Indians showed renewed zeal. The schooner Gladwin was sent to Niagara for help. On its return, it was attacked and its crew and supplies practically destroyed. Another relief expedition under Major Wilkins in September was overwhelmed in a lake storm, and 70 soldiers were drowned. But even Indian persistency began to tire. The realization that the French were beaten and time only would bring victory to the British led all the tribes except the Ottawas to sue for peace. This was on October 12th. Pontiac could only hold his own tribe in line. The Ottawas sustained their hostility until October 30th, when a French messenger arrived from Nayon, who reported to Pontiac that he must expect no help from the French, as they were now completely and permanently at peace with the British. Pontiac was advised to quit the war at once. His cause was doomed. The great chief who had so valiantly and unremittingly fought for 6 months suddenly raised the siege and retired into the country of the Maumee, where he vainly endeavored to arouse the Miamis and neighboring tribes to another war upon the invading British. Though the memorable siege of Detroit, personally conducted by Pontiac, ended in failure to the great chief, his conspiracy elsewhere met with unparalleled success. The British posts planned to be simultaneously attacked and destroyed by the savages, were some dozen in number, including, besides Detroit, St. Joseph, Michilimackinac, Quiatanon, Sandusky, Miami, Presque Isle, Niagara, LaBeouf, Venango, Fort Pitt, and 1 or 2 others of lesser importance. Of all the posts from Niagara and Pitt westward, Detroit alone was able to survive the conspiracy. For the rest, there was but one unvaried test of calamity and ruin. It was a continued series of disasters to the white men. The victories of the savages marked a course of blood from the Alleghenies to the Mississippi. On May 16, 1763, the Wyandots surrounded Fort Sandusky, and under pretense of a friendly visit, several of them, well known to Ensign Pauley, the commander, were admitted. While smoking the pipe of peace, the treacherous and trusted Indians suddenly arose, seized Pauley, and held him prisoner while their tribesmen killed the sentry, entered the fort, and in cold blood murdered and scalped the little band of soldiers. The traders in the post were likewise killed and their stores plundered. The stockade was fired and burned to the ground. Pauley was taken to Detroit, where he was adopted as the husband of an old widowed squaw, from whose affectionate toils he finally escaped to his friends in the Detroit fort. St. Joseph was located at the mouth of the River St. Joseph, near the southern end of Lake Michigan. Ensign Schlosser was in command with a mere handful of soldiers, 14 in number. On the morning of May 25th, the commander was informed that a large party of Potawatomis had arrived from Detroit to visit their relations, and the chief, Washashi, and 3 or 4 of his followers wished to hold a friendly talk with the commander. Disarmed of suspicion, The commander ensign admitted the callers. The result is the oft-repeated story. The entering Indians rushed to the gate, tomahawked the sentinel, let in their associates who instantly pounced upon the garrison, killed 11 of the soldiers, plundered the fort, and later carried Schlosser and his 3 surviving companions captives to Detroit. Port Michilimackinac was the most important point on the Upper Lakes, commanding as it did the Straits of Mackinac, the passage from Lake Huron into Lake Michigan. Great numbers of the Chippewas, or Ojibways, in the last of May, began to assemble in the vicinity of the fort, but with every indication of friendliness. June 4th was King George's birthday. It must be celebrated with pastimes. The discipline of the garrison, some 35 in number, was relaxed. Many squaws were admitted as visitors into the fort, while their braves engaged in favorite game, a ball just outside the garrison entrance. It was a spirited contest between the Ojibways and Sacs. Captain George Etherington, commander of the fort, and his Lieutenant Leslie stood without the palisades to watch the sport. Suddenly the ball was thrown near the open gate, and behind the 2 officers, the Indians, pretending to rush for the ball, instantly encircled and seized Etherington and Leslie, and crowded their way into the fort, where the squaws supplied them with tomahawks and hatchets, which they had carried and hidden under their blankets. Quick as a flash, the instruments of death were gleaming in the sunlight, and Lieutenant Jamet and 15 soldiers and a tradie were struck down, never to rise. The rest of the garrison were made prisoners, and 5 of them afterward tomahawked. All of the peaceful traders were plundered and carried off. The prisoners were conveyed to Montreal. The French population of the post was undisturbed. Captain Etherington succeeded in sending timely warning to the little garrison at L'Abbaye. Lieutenant Gorell, the commandant, and his men were brought as prisoners to the Michilimackinac fort, and then sent with Etherington and Leslie to the Canadian capital. The little post of Ste. Marie, the Sault, had been partially destroyed and abandoned. The garrison inmates had withdrawn to Michilimackinac and shared its fate. The garrison at Owatonna, situated on the Wabash, Indian Owabash, near the present location of Lafayette, Indiana, then in the very heart of the western forest, as planned, was to have been massacred on June 1st. Through the information given by the French at the post, the soldiers were apprised of their intended fate, and, through the intervention of the same French friends, the Indians were dissuaded from executing their sanguinary purpose. Lieutenant Jenkins and several of his men were made prisoners by stratagem. The remainder of the garrison readily surrendered. On the present site of Fort Wayne, Indiana, was Fort Miami, at the confluence of the River St. Joseph and St. Mary, which unite to form the Maumee. The fort at this time was in charge of Ensign Holmes. On May 27th, the commander was decoyed from the fort by the story of an Indian girl that a squaw lay dangerously ill in a wigwam near the stockade and needed medical assistance. The humane Holmes, forgetting his caution on an errand of mercy, walked without the gate and was instantly shot dead. The soldiers in the palisades, seeing the corpse of their leader and hearing the yells and whoopings of the exultant Indians, offered no resistance, admitted the red men, and gladly surrendered on promise of having their lives spared. Fort Presque stood on the southern shore of Lake Erie at the site of the present town of Erie. The blockhouse, an unusually strong and commodious one, was in command of Ensign Christie, with a courageous and skillful garrison of 27 men. Christie, learning of the attack on the other post, braced up for his visit from the hellhounds, as he appropriately called the enemy. He had not long to wait. On June 15th, about 200 of them put in the appearance from Detroit. They sprang into the ditch around the fort, and with reckless audacity approached to the very walls, and threw fireballs of pitch upon the roof and sides of the fortress. Again and again the wooden retreat was on fire, but amid showers of bullets and arrows, the flames were extinguished by the fearless soldiers. The savages rolled logs before the fort and erected strong breastworks, from behind which they could discharge their shots and throw their fireballs. For nearly 3 days a terrific contest ensued. The savages finally undermined the palisades to the house of Christie, which was at once set on fire, nearly stifling the garrison with the smoke and heat. But Christie's quarters were close to the blockhouse. Longer resistance was vain. The soldiers, pale and haggard, like men who had passed through a fiery furnace, now issued from their scorched and bullet-pierced stronghold. The surrendering soldiers were taken to Pontiac's quarters on the Detroit River. 3 days after the attack on Presque Isle, Fort Le Boeuf, 20 miles south on Le Boeuf Creek, one of the head sources of the Allegheny River, was surrounded and burned. Ensign Price and a garrison of 13 men miraculously escaped the flames and the encircling savages and endeavored to reach Fort Pitt. About half of them succeeded. The remainder died of hunger and privation by the way. Fort Venango, still farther south on the Allegheny River, was captured by a band of Senecas, who gained entrance by resorting to the oft-employed treachery of pretending friendliness. The entire garrison was butchered, Lieutenant Gordon, the commander, being slowly tortured to death, and the fort was burned to the ground. Not a soul escaped to tell the horrible tale. Fort Legionnaire, another small post, commanded by Lieutenant Archibald Blaine, 40 miles southeast of Fort Pitt, was attacked but successfully held out till relieved by Bouquet's expedition. Thus, within a period of about a month from the time the first blow was struck at Detroit, Pontiac was in full possession of 9 out of the 12 posts, so recently belonging to, and, it was thought, securely occupied by the British. The fearful threat of the great Ottawa conspirator that he would exterminate the whites west of the Alleghenies was well nigh fulfilled. Over 200 traders, with their servants, fell victims to his remorseless march of slaughter and rapine, and goods estimated over $500,000 became the spoils of the confederated tribes. The result of Pontiac's widespread and successful uprising struck untold terror to the settlers along the western frontier of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. The savages, roused to the highest pitch of fury and weltering in the blood of their victims, were burning the cabins and crops of the defenseless whites and massacring the men, women, and children. Many hundreds of the forest dwellers with their families flocked to the stockades and protected posts. Particularly in the Pennsylvania country, did dread and consternation prevail. The frontiersmen west of the Alleghenies fled east over the mountains to Carlisle, Lancaster, and numbers even continued their flight to Philadelphia. Pontiac was making good his threat that he would drive the palefaces back to the sea. But Forts Niagara and Pitt was still in the possession of the Redcoats, as the British soldiers were often called by the forest Redskins. Following the total destruction of Le Boeuf and Venango, the Senecas made an attack on Fort Niagara, and extensive work on the east side of Niagara River, near its mouth as it empties into Lake Ontario. The fort guarded the access to the whole interior country by way of Canada and the St. Lawrence. The fort was strongly built and fortified, and was far from the center of the country of the Warpath Indians, for, with the exception of the Senecas, the Iroquois tribes inhabiting eastern Canada and New York did not participate in Pontiac's conspiracy. The attack on Fort Niagara, therefore, was half-hearted, and after a feeble effort the besiegers despaired of success or assistance and abandoned the blockade, which only lasted a few days. Fort Pitt was the British military headquarters of the western frontier. It was the Gibraltar of defense, protecting the eastern colonies from invasion by the western Indians. The consummation of Pontiac's gigantic scheme depended upon the capture of Fort Pitt. It was a strong fortification, at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers. Its northern ramparts were faced with brick on the side looking down the Ohio. Fort Pitt stood far aloof in the forest, and one might journey eastward full 200 miles before the English settlements began to thicken. The garrison consisted of 330 soldiers, traders, and backwoodsmen, besides about 100 women and a greater number of children. Captain Simon Esquire, a brave Swiss officer, was in command. Every preparation was made for the expected attack. All houses and cabins outside the palisade were leveled to the ground. A rude fire engine was constructed to extinguish any flames that might be kindled by the burning arrows of the Indians. In the latter part of May, the hostile savages began to approach the vicinity of the fort. On June 22nd, they opened fire upon every side at once. The garrison replied by a discharge of howitzers, the shells of which, bursting in the midst of the Indians, greatly amazed and disconcerted them. The Indians then boldly demanded the surrender of the fort, saying vast numbers of braves were on the way to destroy it. Esquire displayed equal bravado and replied that several thousand British soldiers were on the way to punish the tribes for their uprising. The fort was now in a state of siege. For about a month, nothing occurred except a series of petty and futile attacks, in which the Indians, mostly Ottawas, Ojibways, and Delawares, did small damage. On July 26th, under a flag of truce, the besiegers again demanded surrender. It was refused, and Esquire told the savages that if they again showed themselves near the fort, he would throw bombshells among them and blow them to atoms. The assault was continued with renewed fury. Meanwhile, Sir Geoffrey Amherst, the commander-in-chief of the British forces, awakening to the gravity of the situation, ordered Colonel Bouquet, a brave and able officer in His Majesty's service, to take command of certain specified forces and proceed as rapidly as possible to the relief of Fort Pitt, and then make aggressive warfare on the western tribes. Bouquet, leaving his headquarters at Philadelphia, reached Carlisle late in June, where he heard for the first time of the calamities at Presque Isle, Le Boeuf, and Venango. He left Carlisle with a force of 500 men, some of them the pick of the British regulars, but many of them aged veterans, enfeebled by disease and long severe exposure. Bouquet had seen considerable service in Indian warfare. He was not likely to be caught napping. He marched slowly along the Cumberland Valley and crept cautiously over the mountains, passing Forts Loudon and Bedford, the latter surrounded with Indians, to Fort Ligonier, which, as noted above, had been blockaded for weeks by the savages who, as at Bedford, fled at Bouquet's approach. On August 5th, the little army, footsore and tired and half famished, reached a small stream within 25 miles of Fort Pitt, known as Bushy Run. Here in the afternoon they were suddenly and fiercely fired upon by a superior number of Indians. A terrific contest ensued, only ended by the darkness of night. The encounter was resumed next day. The odds were against the British, who were surrounded and were being cut down in great numbers by the Indians who skulked behind trees and logs and in the grass and declivities. Bouquet resorted to a ruse, which was signally successful. He formed his men in a wide semicircle, and from the center advanced a company toward the enemy. The advancing company then made a feint of retreat. The deceived Indians followed close after, and fell into the ambuscade. The outwitted savages were completely routed, and fled in hopeless confusion. Bouquet had won one of the greatest victories in Western Indian warfare. His loss was about 150 men, nearly a third of his army. The loss of the Indians was not so great. As rapidly as possible, Bouquet pushed on to Fort Pitt, where he entered without molestation on August 25th. The extent and the end of Pontiac's conspiracy had at last been reached. The Pennsylvania Assembly, and King George even, formally thanked Bouquet. Forts Detroit and Pitt, as has been seen, proved impregnable. Neither the evil cunning nor the persistent bravery of the savage could dislodge the occupants of those important posts. The siege of Detroit had been abandoned by the combined forces of Pontiac, but the country round about continued to be infested with the hostile Indians, who kept up a sort of petty bushwhacking campaign that compelled the soldiers and traders of the fort for safety to remain indoors during the winter of 1763-64. Bouquet, on gaining Fort Pitt, desired to pursue the marauding and murderous savages to their forest retreats and drive them hence, but he was unable to accomplish anything until the following year. In the spring of 1764, Sir Geoffrey Amherst resigned his office, and General Thomas Gage succeeded him as Commander-in-Chief of the British forces in America, with headquarters in Boston. Shortly after assuming office, General Gage determined to send 2 armies from different points into the heart of the Indian country. The first, under Bouquet, was to advance from Fort Pitt into the midst of the Delaware and Chattanooga settlements of the Ohio Valley, and the other, under Bradstreet, was to pass from Fort Niagara up the lakes and force the tribes of Detroit and the region round about to unconditional submission. Colonel John Bradstreet left Fort Niagara in July 1764 with a formidable force of over 1,000 soldiers. In canoes and bateaus, this imposing army of British regulars coasted along the shore of Lake Erie, stopping at various points to meet and treat with the Indians, who, realizing their inability to cope with so powerful an antagonist, made terms of peace or went through the pretense of so doing. At Sandusky Fort, particularly, Bradstreet accepted the false promises of the Wyandottes, Ottawas, Miamis, Delawares, and Shawanoas. On August 26 he arrived at Detroit, to the great joy and relief of the garrison, which now, for more than a year, had been cut off from all communication with their race, and had been virtually prisoners confined within the walls of their stockade. Bradstreet forwarded small detachments to restore or retake, as the case might be, the farther western British posts, which had fallen into the hands of Pontiac's wily and exultant warriors. In October 1764, Bouquet, with an army of 1,500 troops, defiled out of Fort Pitt, and taking the Indian Trail westward, boldly entered the wilderness, which no army had ever before sought to penetrate. It was a novel sight, this regiment of regulars, picking its way through the woods and over the streams to the center of the Ohio country. Striking the Tuscarawas River, he followed down its banks, halting at short intervals to confer with delegations of Indians until October 25th, when he encamped on the Muskegon, near the forks of that river formed by the confluence of the Tuscarawas and Wahonding rivers. Here, with much display of the pomp and circumstance of war on the part of Bouquet, to impress and overawe the savages, he held conferences with the chiefs of the various tribes. They agreed to lay down their arms and live for the future in friendship with the white invaders. All prisoners heretofore taken, and then held by the Indians, were to be surrendered to Bouquet. Over 200 of these captives, including women and children, were delivered up, and with these Bouquet, with his successful soldiery, retraced his course to Fort Pitt, arriving there on November 28th. It was one of the most memorable expeditions in the pre-state history of Ohio. The sudden and surprising victories of Pontiac were rapidly undone. The great Ottawa chief saw his partially accomplished scheme withering into ignominious failure. Sullen, disappointed, consumed with humiliation and revenge, he withdrew from active prominence to his forest wigwam. He sought the banks of the Maumee, the scene of his birth and location of the villages of many tribes who were his sympathetic adherents. He did not participate in any of the councils held by Bradstreet and the chiefs. His vengeance was unslaked and his purpose unshaken, but his glory was growing dim and his power was withering into dust. From the scenes of his promising but short-lived triumphs, he retired into the country of the Illinois and the Mississippi. He tried to arouse the aid of the French. He he gathered a band of 400 warriors on the Maumee, and with these faithful followers, revisited the western tribes in hopes of creating another confederation. Not even would the southern tribes, however, respond to his appeals. All was lost. His allies were falling off. His followers, discouraged, were deserting him. Again and again he went back to his chosen haunts and former faithful followers on the Maumee. But his day had passed. In the spring of 1766, Pontiac met Sir William Johnson at Oswego. In his peace speech at that time he said, "I speak in the name of all the nations westward, of whom I am the master. It is the will of the Great Spirit that we should meet here today, and before him I now take you by the hand. I call him to witness that I speak from my heart, for since I took Colonel Croghan by the hand last year, I have never let go my hold, for I see that the Great Spirit will have us friends. Moreover, when our great father of France was in this country, I held him fast by the hand. Now that he is gone, I take you, my English father, by the hand, in the name of all the nations, and promise to keep this covenant as long as I shall live." But he did not speak from the heart. On the contrary, only from the head. Leaving the Oswego conference, his canoe laden with the gifts of his enemy, Pontiac steered homeward for the Maumee, and in that vicinity he spent the following winter. From now on for some 2 years the great Ottawa chief disappeared as if lost in the forest depths. In April 1769, he is found at Fort St. Louis, on the west side of the Mississippi, where he gave himself mainly to the temporary oblivion of firewater, the dread destroyer of his race. He was wont to cross the Father of Waters to the fort on the British side at Cahokia, where he would revel with the friendly Creoles. In one of these visits in the early morning, after drinking deeply, he strode with uncertain step into the adjacent forest. He was arrayed in the uniform of a French officer, which apparel had been given him many years before by the Marquis of Montcalm. His footsteps were stealthily dogged by Kaskaskia Indian, who in the silence and seclusion of the forest, at an opportune moment, buried the blade of a tomahawk in the brain of the Ottawa conqueror, the champion of his race. The murderer had been bribed to the heinous act by a British trader named Williamson, who thought to thus rid his country, England, of a dangerous foe. The unholy price of the assassination was a barrel of liquor. It was supposed that the Illinois, Kaskaskia, Peoria, and Cahokia Indians were more or less guilty as accomplices in the horrible deed. That an Illinois Indian was guilty of the act was sufficient. The Sacs and Foxes and other western tribes friendly to Pontiac and his cause were aroused to furious revenge. They went upon the warpath against the Illinois Indians. A relentless war ensued, and says Parkman, over the grave of Pontiac, more blood was poured out in atonement than flowed from the veins of the slaughtered heroes on the corpse of Patroclus. The body of the murdered chief was borne across the river and buried near Fort St. Louis. No monument ever marked the resting place of the great hero and defender of his people. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. American Colonies opposed the Stamp Act, A.D. 1765 by James Grahame. Patrick Henry's Speech, A.D. 1765, James Grahame, George Bancroft. Although the Stamp Act passed by the English Parliament in 1765 was repealed in the following year, the opposition which led to its repeal became also one of the principal causes of the American Revolution. The passage of this act and the laying of its impositions upon the colonies formed the climax of England's mercantile policy there, where irritating revenue laws had already, as in Massachusetts for some years, been in force. In 1763, England determined to levy upon the colonies direct taxes, not only for their own military defense, but also as a contribution to the payment of the British war debt. George Grenville, who says, Macaulay, knew of no national interests except those which are expressed by pounds, shillings, and pence, became Prime Minister in 1763. His first measure was that known as the Molasses or Sugar Act, reviving an old law for enforcement in the American colonies. The act was meant to protect West Indian sugar planters, and it laid a heavy duty upon all sugar and molasses imported into North America from the French West Indies. The outbreak of indignation, especially in New England, against this imposition was a prelude to the more general and determined resistance to the Stamp Act, which was Grenville's second obnoxious measure. The history of Grenville's Stamp Act is adequately set forth by Grahame and Bancroft, whose respective accounts present its most important features and its fate in the hands of American patriots. James Grahame. The calamities of the French and Indian War, 1755, had scarcely ended when the germ of another war was planted which soon grew up and produced deadly fruit. At that time, sundry resolutions passed the British Parliament relative to the imposition of a Stamp Act in America, which gave a general alarm. But then the right, the equity, the policy, and even the necessity of taxing the colonies were formally avowed. These resolutions, being considered as the preface of a system of American revenue, were deemed an introduction to evils of much greater magnitude. They opened a prospect of oppression, boundless in extent and endless in duration. They were, nevertheless, not immediately followed by any legislative act. Time and an invitation were given to the Americans to suggest any other mode of taxation that might be equivalent in its produce to the Stamp Act, but they objected not only to the mode, but the principle, and several of their assemblies, though in vain, petitioned against it. An American revenue was, in England, a very popular measure. The cry in favor of it was so strong as to silence the voice of petitions to the contrary. The equity of compelling the Americans to contribute to the common expenses of the empire satisfied many who, without inquiring into the policy or justice of taxing their unrepresentative fellow subjects, readily assented to the measures adopted by the Parliament for this purpose. The prospect of easing their own burdens at the expense of the colonists dazzled the eyes of gentlemen of landed interest, so as to keep out of their view the probable consequences of the innovation. The omnipotence of Parliament was so familiar a phrase on both sides of the Atlantic that few in America, and still fewer in Great Britain, were impressed in the first instance with any idea of the illegality of taxing the colonists. Illumination on that subject was gradual. The resolutions in favor of an American Stamp Act, which passed in March 1764, met with no opposition. In the course of the year which intervened between these resolutions and the passing of a law grounded upon them, the subject was better understood, and constitutional objections against the measure were urged by several, both in Great Britain and America. This astonished and chagrined the British ministry, but as the principle of taxing America had been for some time determined upon, they were unwilling to give it up. Impelled by partiality for a long-cherished idea, Grenville, in March 1765, brought into the House of Commons his long-expected bill for laying a stamp duty in America. By this, after passing through the usual forms, it was enacted that the instruments of writing in daily use among a commercial people should be null and void unless they were executed on stamped paper or parchment, charged with the duty imposed by the British Parliament. When the bill was brought in, Charles Townshend concluded a speech in its favor with words to the following effect. And now will these Americans, children planted by our care, nourished up by our indulgence, till they are grown to a degree of strength and opulence, and protected by our arms, will they grudge to contribute their mite, to relieve us from the heavy weight of that burden which we lie under? To which Colonel Barry replied, They planted by your care? No, your oppressions planted them in America. They fled from tyranny to a then uncultivated and inhospitable country, where they exposed themselves to almost all the hardships to which human nature is liable, and, among others, to the cruelty of a savage foe, the most subtle, and I will take upon me to say the most formidable, of any people upon the face of God's earth. And yet, actuated by principles of true English liberty, they met all hardships with pleasure, compared with those they suffered in their own country, from the hand of those that should have been their friends. They nourished up by your indulgence. They grew by your neglect of them. As soon as you began to care about them, that care was exercised in sending persons to rule them, in one department and another, who were, perhaps, the deputies of deputies to some members in this House, sent to spy out their liberties, to misrepresent their actions, and to prey upon them. Men whose behavior on many occasions has caused the blood of those sons of liberty to recoil within them. Men promoted to the highest seats of justice, some who to my knowledge were glad, by going to a foreign country, to escape being brought to the bar of a court of justice in their own. They protected by your arms. They have nobly taken up arms in your defense, have exerted a valor, amid their constant and laborious industry, for the defense of a country whose frontier was drenched in blood, while its interior parts yielded all its little savings to your emolument. And believe me, that same spirit of freedom which actuated these people at first will accompany them still. But prudence forbids me to explain myself further. God knows I do not at this time speak from any motives of party heat. I deliver the genuine sentiments of my heart, however superior to me, in general knowledge and experience, the respectable body of this house may be. Yet I claim to know more of America than most of you, having seen and been conversant in that country. The people, I believe, are as truly loyal as any subjects the king has, but a people jealous of their liberties, and who will vindicate them if ever they should be violated. But the subject is too delicate. I will say no more. During the debate on the bill, the supporters of it insisted much on the colonies being virtually represented in the same manner as Leeds, Halifax, and some other towns were. A recurrence to this plea was a virtual acknowledgment that there ought not to be taxation without representation. It was replied that the connection between the electors and non-electors of Parliament in Great Britain was so interwoven from both being equally liable to pay the same common tax as to give some security of property to the latter. But with respect to taxes laid by the British Parliament and paid by the Americans, the situation of the parties was reversed. Instead of both parties bearing a proportional share of the same common burden, what was laid on the one was exactly so much taken off from the other. The bill met with no opposition in the House of Lords, and on March 22, 1765, it received the royal assent. The night after it passed, Dr. Franklin wrote to Charles Thomson, "The sun of liberty is set. You must light up the candles of industry and economy." Thomson answered, "I was apprehensive that other lights would be the consequence," and he foretold the opposition which shortly took place. On its being suggested from authority that the stamp officers would not be sent from Great Britain, but selected from among the Americans, the colony agents were desired to point out proper persons for that purpose. They generally nominated their friends, which affords a presumptive proof that they supposed the act would have gone down. In this opinion they were far from being singular. That the colonists would be ultimately obliged to submit to the Stamp Act was at first commonly believed, both in England and America. The framers of it, in particular, flattered themselves that the confusion which would arise upon the disuse of writings and the insecurity of property which would result from using any other than that required by law would compel the colonies, however reluctant, to use the stamped paper and consequently to pay the taxes imposed thereon. They therefore boasted that it was a law which would execute itself. By the term of the Stamp Act, it was not to take effect till November 1st, a period of more than 7 months after its passing. This gave the colonists an opportunity of leisurely canvassing the new subject and examining fully on every side. In the first part of this interval, struck with astonishment, they lay in silent consternation and could not determine what course to pursue. By degrees they recovered their recollection. Virginia led the way in opposition to the Stamp Act. Patrick Henry, on May 29, 1765, brought into the House of Burgesses of that colony vigorous resolutions, which were substantially adopted. See Bancroft's account. They were well received by the people and immediately forwarded to the other provinces. They circulated extensively and gave a spring to the discontented. Till they appeared, most were of opinion that the act would be quietly adopted. Murmurs indeed were common, but they seemed to be such as would soon die away. The countenance of so respectable a colony as Virginia confirmed the wavering and emboldened the timid. Opposition to the Stamp Act from that period assumed a bolder face. The fire of liberty blazed forth from the press. Some well-judged publications set the rights of the colonists in a plain but strong point of view. The tongues and the pens of the well-informed citizens labored in kindling the latent sparks of patriotism. The flame spread from breast to breast till the conflagration became general. In this business, New England had a principal share. The inhabitants of that part of America in particular considered their obligations to the mother country for past favors to be very inconsiderable. They were fully informed that their forefathers were driven by persecution to the woods of America, and had there, without any expense to the parent state, effected a settlement on bare creation. Their resentment for the invasion of their accustomed right of taxation was not so much mitigated by the recollection of late favors as it was heightened by the tradition of grievous sufferings to which their ancestors, by the rulers of England, had been subjected. The heavy burdens which the operation of the Stamp Act would have imposed on the colonists, together with the precedent it would establish of future exactions, furnished the American patriots with arguments calculated as well as to move the passions as to convince the judgments of their fellow colonists. In great warmth they exclaimed, "If the Parliament have a right to levy the stamp duties, they may by the same authority lay on us imposts, excises, and other taxes without end, till their rapacity is satisfied, or our abilities are exhausted. We cannot, at future elections, displace these men who so lavishly grant away our property. Their seat and their power are independent of us, and it will rest with their generosity where to stop in transferring the expenses of government from their own to our shoulders." It was fortunate for the liberties of America that newspapers were the subject of a heavy stamp duty. Printers, when uninfluenced by government, have generally arranged themselves on the side of liberty, nor are they less remarkable for their attention to the profits of their profession. A stamp duty, which openly invaded the first and threatened a diminution of the last, provoked their united zealous opposition. They daily presented to the public original dissertations, tending to prove that if the Stamp Act were suffered to operate, the liberties of Americans were at an end, and their property virtually transferred to their transatlantic fellow subjects. The writers among the Americans, seriously alarmed for the fate of their country, came forward with essays to prove that, agreeably to the British Constitution, taxation and representation were inseparable, that the only constitutional mode of raising money from the colonists was by acts of their own legislatures, that the Crown possessed no further power than that of requisition, and that the parliamentary right of taxation was confined to the mother country, where it originated from the natural right of man to do what he pleased with his own, transferred by consent from the electors of Great Britain to those whom they chose to represent them in Parliament. They also insisted much on the misapplication of public money by the British ministry. Great pains were taken to inform the colonists of the large sums annually bestowed on pension favorites and for the various purposes of bribery. Their passions were inflamed by high-colored representations of the hardships of being obliged to pay the earnings of their industry into a British treasury, well known to be a fund for corruption. While a variety of legal and illegal methods were adopted to oppose the Stamp Act, November 1st, on which it was to commence its operation, approached. At Boston, the day was ushered in by a funereal tolling of bells. Many shops and stores were shut. The effigies of the planners and friends of the Stamp Act were carried about the streets in public derision, and then torn in pieces by the enraged populace. It was remarkable that, though a large crowd was assembled, there was not the least violence or disorder. At Portsmouth, in New Hampshire, the morning was ushered in with tolling all the bells in town. In the course of the day, notice was given to the Friends of Liberty to attend her funeral. A coffin, neatly ornamented and inscribed with the word Liberty in large letters, was carried to the grave. The funeral procession began from the State House, attended with 2 unbraced drums. While the inhabitants who followed the coffin were in motion, minute guns were fired, and continued till the coffin arrived at the place of interment. Then an oration in favor of the deceased was pronounced. It was scarcely ended before the coffin was taken up, it having been perceived that some remains of life were left, on which the inscription was immediately altered to Liberty Revived. The bells immediately exchanged the melancholy for a more joyful sound, and satisfaction appeared in every countenance. The whole was conducted with decency and without injury or insult to any man's person or property. The general aversion to the Stamp Act was, by similar methods, in a variety of places, demonstrated. It is remarkable that the proceedings of the populace on these occasions were carried on with decorum and regularity. They were not ebullitions of a thoughtless mob, but for the most part planned by leading men of character and influence, who were friends to peace and order. These, knowing well that the bulk of mankind are more led by their senses than by their reason, conducted the public exhibitions on that principle, with a view of making the Stamp Act and its friends both ridiculous and odious. Though the Stamp Act was to have operated from November 1st, yet legal proceedings in the courts were carried on as before. Vessels entered and departed without stamped papers. The printers boldly printed and circulated their newspapers, and found a sufficient number of readers, though they used common paper in defiance of the Acts of Parliament. In most departments, by common consent, business was carried on as though no Stamp Act had existed. This was accompanied by spirited resolutions to risk all consequences, rather than submit to use the paper required by law. While these matters were in agitation, the colonists entered into associations against importing British manufactures till the Stamp Act should be repealed. In this manner, British liberty was made to operate against British tyranny. Agreeably to the free constitution of Great Britain, the subject was at liberty to buy or not to buy as he pleased. By suspending their future purchases on the repeal of the Stamp Act, the colonists made it the interest of merchants and manufacturers to solicit for that repeal. They had usually taken so great a proportion of British manufactures that the sudden stoppage of all their orders, amounting annually to 2 or 3 millions sterling, threw some thousands in the mother country out of employment, and induced them, from a regard to their own interest, to advocate the measures wished for by America. The petitions from the colonists were seconded by petitions from the merchants and manufacturers of Great Britain. What the former prayed for as a matter of right and connected with their liberties, the latter also solicited for motives of immediate interest. In order to remedy the deficiency of British goods, the colonists betook themselves to a variety of necessary domestic manufactures. In a little time, large quantities of common cloths were brought to market, and these, though dearer and of a worse quality, were cheerfully preferred to similar articles imported from Britain. That wool might not be wanting. They entered into resolutions to abstain from eating lambs. Foreign elegancies were laid aside. The women were as exemplary as the men in various instances of self-denial. With great readiness they refused every article of decoration for their persons and luxuries for their tables. These restrictions, which the colonists had voluntarily imposed on themselves, were so well observed that multitudes of artificers in England were reduced to great distress, and some of their most flourishing manufactories were in a great measure at a stand. An association was entered into by many of the Sons of Liberty, the name given to those who were opposed to the Stamp Act, by which they agreed to march with the utmost expedition, at their own proper cost and expense, with the whole force, to the relief of those that should be in danger from the Stamp Act, or its promoters and abettors, or anything relative to it, on account of anything that may have been done in opposition to its obtaining. This was subscribed by so many in New York and New England that nothing but a repeal could have prevented the immediate commencement of a civil war. From the decided opposition to the Stamp Act, which had been adopted by the colonies, it became necessary for Great Britain to enforce or to repeal it. Both methods of proceeding had supporters. The opposers of a repeal urged arguments, drawn from the dignity of the nation, the danger of giving way to the clamors of the Americans, and the consequences of weakening parliamentary authority over the colonies. On the other hand, it was evident, from the determined opposition of the colonies, that it could not be enforced without a civil war, by which event the nation must be a loser. In the course of these discussions, Dr. Franklin was examined at the bar of the House of Commons, and gave extensive information on the state of American affairs, and the impolicy of the Stamp Act, which contributed much to remove prejudices, and to produce a disposition that was friendly to a repeal. Some speakers of great weight, in both houses of Parliament, denied their right of taxing the colonies. The most distinguished supporters of this opinion were Lord Camden, in the House of Lords, and William Pitt, in the House of Commons. The former, in strong language, said, "My position is this. I repeat it. I will maintain it to my last hour. Taxation and representation are inseparable. This position is founded on the laws of nature. It is more. It is itself an eternal law of nature. For whatever is a man's own is absolutely his own. No man has a right to take it from him without his consent. Whoever attempts to do it attempts an injury. Whoever does it commits a robbery." Pitt, with an original boldness of expression, justified the colonists in opposing the Stamp Act. "You have no right," said he, "to tax America. I rejoice that America has resisted. 3 millions of our fellow subjects, so lost to every sense of virtue as tamely to give up their liberties, would be fit instruments to make slaves of the rest." He concluded with giving his advice that the Stamp Act be repealed absolutely, totally, and immediately, that reasons for the repeal be assigned, that it was founded on an erroneous principle. "At the same time," said he, "let the sovereign authority of this country over the colonies be asserted in as strong terms as can be devised, and be made to extend to every point of legislation whatsoever, that we may bind their trade, confine their manufactures, and exercise every power except that of taking their money out of their pockets without their consent." The approbation of this illustrious statesman, whose distinguished abilities had raised Great Britain to the highest pitch of renown, inspired the Americans with additional confidence in the rectitude of their claims of exemption from parliamentary taxation, and emboldened them to further opposition when, at a future date, the project of an American revenue was resumed. After much debating, 2 protests in the House of Lords, and passing an act for securing the dependence of America on Great Britain, the repeal of the Stamp Act was carried in March 1766. This event gave great joy in London. Ships in the River Thames displayed their colors, and houses were illuminated all over the city. It was no sooner known in America than the colonists rescinded their resolutions and recommenced their mercantile intercourse with the mother country. They presented their homespun clothes to the poor and imported more largely than ever. The churches responded with thanksgivings, and public and private rejoicings knew no bounds. By letters, addresses, and other means, almost all the colonies showed unequivocal marks of acknowledgment and gratitude. So sudden a calm after so violent a storm is without a parallel in history. By the judicious sacrifice of one law, the Parliament of Great Britain procured an acquiescence in all that remained. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. American Colonies opposed the Stamp Act, A.D. 1765 by George Bancroft. George Bancroft. Virginia received the plan to tax America by Parliament with consternation. At first, the planters foreboded universal ruin, but soon they resolved that the act should recoil on England, and began to be proud of frugality. Articles of luxury of English manufacture were banished, and threadbare coats were most in fashion. A large and embarrassing provincial debt enforced the policy of thrift. Happily, the legislature of Virginia was then assembled, and the electors of Louisa County had just filled a sudden vacancy in their representation by making choice of Patrick Henry. He had resided among them scarcely a year, but his benignity of temper, pure life, and simplicity of habits had already won their love. Devoted from his heart to their interest, he never flattered the people and was never forsaken by them. As he took his place, not yet acquainted with the forms of business in the House, or with its members, he saw the time for the enforcement of the Stamp Act drawing near, while all the other colonies, through timid hesitation or the want of opportunity, still remained silent, and cautious loyalty hushed the experienced statesman of his own. More than half the assembly had made the approaching close of the session an excuse for returning home. But Patrick Henry disdained submission. Alone, a burgess of but a few days, unadvised and unassisted, in an auspicious moment, of which the recollection cheered him to his lightest day. He came forward in the committee of the whole House, and while Thomas Jefferson, a young collegian from the mountain frontier, stood outside of the closed hall, eager to catch the first tidings of resistance, and George Washington, as is believed, was in his place as a member. He maintained by resolutions that the inhabitants of Virginia, inherited from the first adventurers and settlers of that dominion, equal franchises with the people of Great Britain, that royal charters had declared this equality, that taxation by themselves, or by persons chosen by themselves to represent them, was the distinguishing characteristic of British freedom and of the Constitution, that the people of that most ancient colony had uninterruptedly enjoyed the right of being thus governed by their own laws, respecting their internal polity and taxation, that this right had never been forfeited, nor in any other way given up, but had been constantly recognized by the King and people of Great Britain. Such was the Declaration of Colonial Rights adopted at his instance by the Assembly of Virginia. It followed from these resolutions, and Patrick Henry so expressed it in a fifth supplementary one, that the General Assembly of the whole colony have the sole right and power to lay taxes on the inhabitants of the colony, and that any attempt to vest such power in any other persons whatever tended to destroy British as well as American freedom. It was still further set forth, yet not by Henry, in two resolutions which, though they were not officially produced, equally embodied the mind of the younger part of the Assembly, that the inhabitants of Virginia were not bound to yield obedience to any law designed to impose taxation upon them, other than the laws of their own General Assembly, and that anyone who should, either by speaking or writing, maintain the contrary, should be deemed an enemy to the colony. A stormy debate arose and many threats were uttered. Robinson, the speaker, already a defaulter, Peyton Randall, the King's attorney, and the frank, honest, and independent George White, a lover of classic learning, accustomed to guide the House by a strong understanding and single-minded integrity, exerted all their powers to moderate the tone of the hot and virulent resolutions, while John Randolph, the best lawyer in the colony, singly resisted the whole proceeding. But on the other side, George Johnston of Fairfax reasoned with solidity and firmness, and Henry flamed with impassioned zeal. Lifted beyond himself, Tarquin, he cried, and Caesar had each his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell, and George III. "Treason!" shouted the speaker. "Treason! Treason!" was echoed round the house, while Henry, fixing his eye on the first interrupter, continued without faltering, "May profit by their example." Swayed by his words, the Committee of the Whole showed its goodwill to the spirit of all the resolutions enumerated, but the 5 offered by Patrick Henry were alone reported to the House, and on Thursday, May 30th, having been adopted by small majorities, the 5th by a vote of 20 to 19, they became a part of the public record. "I would have given 500 guineas for a single vote," exclaimed the Attorney General, aloud, as he came out past young Jefferson, into whose youthful soul the proceedings of that day sank so deeply that resistance to tyranny became a part of his nature. But Henry carried all the young members with him. That night, thinking his work done, he rode home, but the next day, in his absence, an attempt was made to strike all the resolutions off the journals, and the 5th only, was blotted out. The lieutenant governor, though he did not believe no elections would fall on what he esteemed cool, reasonable men, dissolved the Assembly, but the 4 resolutions which remained on the journals, and the 2 others on which no vote had been taken, were published in the newspapers throughout America, and by men of all parties, by royalists in office, not less than by public bodies in the colonies, were received without dispute as the avowed sentiment of the Old Dominion. This is the way the fire began in Virginia. Of the American colonies, Virginia rang the alarm bell. Virginia gave the signal for the continent. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Watt Improves the Steam Engine, A.D. 1769, by Francois Arago. No greater service has been rendered to the world through mechanical invention than that performed by James Watt in his improvement of the steam engine. Watt was born at Greenock, Scotland in 1736. During the 83 years of his life, much progress was made in mechanics and engineering in different countries, but the name of Watt remains the most brilliant among contemporary workers in these departments of practical science. The first contriver of a working steam engine is supposed to have been Edward, 2nd Marquis of Worcester, 1601 to 1667. No complete description of his engine is known to exist, and conjectures about it disagree. But it is not questioned that he made important contributions to the great invention, upon which others at the same time were engaged. The construction of the first actual working steam engine is usually credited to Thomas Savery, born in England about 1650. He devised a fire engine, as he called it, for the raising of water, but, owing to the want of strong boilers and a suitable form of condenser, it imperfectly served its purpose, and was soon superseded by the better engine of Thomas Newcomen, here referred to by Arago. Newcomen was an English inventor, born in 1663. With Savery and Colley, he invented, and in 1705 patented, the atmospheric steam engine by which he is known, and which, as told by Arago, gave place to the superior invention of Watt. Arago was an eminent French physicist and astronomer, 1786 to 1853, who is even better known through his biographies of other great workers in science. His account of, quote, the fruitful inventions which will forever connect the name of Watt with the steam engine, end quote, is all the more valuable for preservation because written while the steam engine was still in an early stage of its development. Of its later improvements and varied uses, numerous descriptions are within easy reach of all readers. In physical cabinets, we find a good many machines on which industry had founded great hopes, though the expense of their manufacture, or that of keeping them at work, has reduced them to be mere instruments of demonstration. This would have been the final fate of Newcomen's machine, in localities at least not rich in combustibles, if Watt's efforts had not come in to give it an unhoped-for degree of perfection. This perfection must not be considered as the result of some fortuitous observation, or of a single inspiration of genius. The inventor achieved it by assiduous labor, by experiments of extreme delicacy and correctness. One would say that Watt had adopted as his guide that celebrated maxim of Bacon's, quote, to write, speak, meditate, or act when we are not sufficiently provided with facts to stake out our thoughts is like navigating without a pilot along a coast strewed with dangers, or rushing out on the immense ocean without compass or rudder, end quote. In the collection belonging to the University of Glasgow, there was a little model of a steam engine by Newcomen that had never worked well. The professor of physics, Anderson, desired Watt to repair it. In the hands of this powerful workman, the defects of its construction disappeared. From that time, the apparatus was made to work annually under the inspection of the astonished students. A man of common mind would have rested satisfied with his success. Watt, on the contrary, as usual with him, saw cause in it for deep study. His researches were successively directed to all the points that appeared likely to clear up the theory of the machine. He ascertained the proportion in which water dilates in passing from a state of fluidity into that of vapor, the quantity of water that a certain weight of coal can convert into vapor, the quantity and weight of steam expended at each oscillation by one of Newcomen's engines of known dimensions, the quantity of cold water that must be injected into the cylinder to give a certain force to the piston's descending oscillation, and finally, the elasticity of steam at various temperatures. Here was enough to occupy the life of a laborious physicist, Yet Watt found means to conduct all these numerous and difficult researches to a good termination, without the work of the shop suffering thereby. Dr. Cleland wished, not long since, to take me to the house near the port of Glasgow, whither our associate retired, on quitting his tools, to become an experimenter. It was razed to the ground. Our anger was keen, but of short duration. Within the area still visible of the foundations, 10 or 12 vigorous workmen appeared to be occupied in sanctifying the cradle of modern steam engines. They were hammering with redoubled blows various portions of boilers, the united dimensions of which certainly equaled those of the humble dwelling that had disappeared there. At such a spot, and under such circumstances, the most elegant mansion, the most sumptuous monument, the finest statue, would have awakened less reflection than those colossal boilers. If the properties of steam are present to your mind, you will perceive at a glance that the economic working of Newcomen's engine seems to require two irreconcilable conditions. When the piston descends, the cylinder is required to be cold. Otherwise, it meets some steam there, still very elastic, which retards the operation very much and diminishes the effect of the external atmosphere. Then, when steam at the temperature of 100 degrees flows into the same cylinder and finds it cold, the steam restores its heat by becoming partially fluid, and until the cylinder has regained the temperature of 100 degrees, its elasticity will be found considerably attenuated. Thence will ensue slowness of motion, for the counterpoise will not raise the piston until there is sufficient spring contained in the cylinder to counterbalance the action of the atmosphere. Thence there will also arise an increase of expense. No doubt will remain on the immense importance of this economical observation when I shall have stated that the Glasgow model at each oscillation expended a volume of steam several times larger than that of the cylinder. The expense of steam, or, what comes to the same thing, the expense of fuel, or, if we like it better, the pecuniary cost of keeping on the working of the machine, would be several times less if the successive heatings and coolings, the inconveniences of which have just been described, could be avoided. This apparently insolvable problem was solved by Watt in the most simple manner. It sufficed for him to add to the former arrangement of the engine a vessel totally distinct from the cylinder, and communicating with it only by a small tube furnished with a tap. This vessel, now known as the condenser, is Watt's principal invention. Still another invention by Watt deserves a word, the advantages of which will become evident to everybody. When the piston descends in Newcomen's engine, it is by the weight of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is cold, hence it must cool the sides of the metal cylinder, which is open at the top, in proportion as it expands itself over the entire surface. This cooling is not compensated during the whole ascension of the piston, without the expense of a certain quantity of steam. But there is no loss of this sort in the engines modified by Watt. The atmospheric action is totally eliminated by the following means. The top of the cylinder is closed by a metal cover, only pierced in the center by a hole furnished with greased tow stuffed in hard, but through which the rod of the piston has free motion, though without allowing free passage either to air or steam. The piston thus divides the capacity of the cylinder into two distinct and well-closed areas. When it has to descend, the steam from the cauldron reaches freely the upper area through a tube conveniently placed, and pushes it from top to bottom as the atmosphere did in Newcomen's engine. There is no obstacle to this motion because, while it is going on, only the base of the cylinder is in communication with the condenser, wherein all the steam from that lower area resumes its fluid state. As soon as the piston has quite reached the bottom, the mere turning of a tap suffices to bring the two areas of the cylinder, situated above and below the piston, into communication with each other, so that both shall be filled with steam at the same degree of elasticity, and the piston, being thus equally acted upon, upward and downward, ascends again to the top of the cylinder, as in Newcomen's atmospheric engine, merely by the action of a slight counterpoise. Pursuing his researches on the means of economizing steam, Watt also reduced the result of the refrigeration of the external surface of the cylinder containing the piston almost to nothing. With this view, he enclosed the metal cylinder in a wooden case of larger diameter, filling the intermediate annular space with steam. Now the engine was complete. The improvements effected by Watt are evident. There can be no doubt of their immense utility. As a means of drainage, then, you would expect to see them substituted for Newcomen's comparatively ruinous engines. Undeceive yourselves. The author of a discovery has always to contend against those whose interests may be injured, the obstinate partisans of everything old, and finally, the envious. And these three classes united, I regret to acknowledge it, form the great majority of the public. In my calculation, I even deduct those who are doubly influenced to avoid a paradoxical result. This compact mass of opponents can only be disunited and dissipated by time, yet time is insufficient. It must be attacked with spirit and unceasingly. Our means of attack must be varied, imitating the chemist in this respect. He, learning from experience that the entire solution of certain amalgams requires a successive application of several acids. Force of character and perseverance of will, which in the long run disintegrate the best woven intrigues, are not always found conjoined with creative genius. In case of need, Watt would be a convincing proof of this. His capital invention, his happy idea on the possibility of condensing steam in a vessel separate from the cylinder in which the mechanical action goes on, was in 1765. 2 years elapsed without his scarcely making an effort to apply it on a large scale. His friends at last put him in communication with Dr. Roebuck, founder of the large works at Catharine, still celebrated at the present day. The engineer and the man of projects enter into partnership. Watt cedes 2/3 of his patent to him. An engine is constructed on the new principles. It confirms all the expectations of theory. Its success is complete. But, in the interim, Dr. Roebuck's affairs receive various checks. Watt's invention would undoubtedly have restored them. It would have sufficed to borrow money, but our associate felt more inclined to give up his discovery and change his business. In 1767, while Smeaton was carrying on some triangulations and levelings between the two rivers of the Forth and the Clyde, forerunners of the gigantic works of which that part of Scotland was to be the theatre, we find Watt occupied with similar operations along a rival line crossing the Lomond Passage. Later, he draws the plan of a canal that was to bring coals from Monkland to Glasgow and superintends the execution of it. Several projects of a similar nature, and, among others, that of a navigable canal across the Isthmus of Crinan, which Rennie afterward finished, some deep studies on certain improvements in the port of Ayr, Glasgow, and Greenock, the construction of the Hamilton and Rutherglen bridges, surveys of the ground through which the celebrated Caledonian Canal was to pass, occupied our associate up to the end of 1773. Without wishing at all to diminish the merit of these enterprises, I may be permitted to say that their interest and importance were chiefly local, and to assert that neither their conception, direction, nor execution required a man called James Watt. In the early part of 1774, after contending with Watt's indifference, his friends put him into communication with Mr. Bolton, of Soho, near Birmingham, an enterprising, active man, gifted with various talents. The two friends applied to Parliament for a prolongation of privilege, since Watt's patent, dated 1769, had only a few more years to run. The bill gave rise to the most animated discussion. The celebrated mechanic wrote as follows to his aged father, quote, "This business could not be carried on without great expense and anxiety. Without the aid of some warm-hearted friends, we should not have succeeded, for several of the most powerful in the House of Commons were opposed to us." End quote. It seemed to me interesting to search out to what class of society these parliamentary persons belonged to whom Watt alluded, and who refused to the man of genius a small portion of the riches that he was about to create. Judge of my surprise when I found the celebrated Burke at their head. Is it possible, then, that men may devote themselves to deep studies, possess knowledge and probity, exercise to an eminent degree oratorical powers that move the feelings and influence political assemblies, yet sometimes be deficient in plain common sense? Now, however, owing to the wise and important modifications introduced by Lord Brougham in the laws relative to patents, inventors will no longer have to undergo the annoyances with which Watt was teased. As soon as Parliament had granted a prolongation of 25 years to Watt's patent, he and Bolton together began the establishments at Soho, which have become the most useful school in practical mechanics for all England. The construction of draining pumps of very large dimensions was soon undertaken there, and repeated experiments showed that, with equal effect, they saved 3/4 of the fuel that was consumed by Newcomen's previous engines. From that moment, the new pumps were spread through all the mining counties, especially in Cornwall. Bolton and Watt received as a duty the value of 1/3 of the coal saved by each of their engines. We may form an opinion of the commercial importance of the invention from an authentic fact. In the Chase water mine alone, where 3 pumps were at work, the proprietors found it to their advantage to buy up the inventor's rights for the annual sum of 60,000 francs, or £2,400. Thus, in one establishment alone, the substitution of the condenser for internal injection had occasioned an annual saving in fuel of upward of 180,000 francs, or £7,000. Men are easily reconciled to paying the rent of a house or the price of a farm, but this goodwill disappears when an idea is the subject treated of, whatever advantage, whatever profit it may be the means of procuring. Ideas? Are they not conceived without trouble or labor? Who can prove that with time the same might not have occurred to everybody? In this way, days, months, and years of priority would give no force to the patent. Such opinions, which I need not here criticize, had obtained a footing from mere routine as described. Men of genius, the manufacturers of ideas, it seemed, were to remain strangers to material enjoyments. It was natural that their history should continue to resemble a legend of martyrs. Whatever may be thought of these reflections, it is certain that the Cornwall miners paid the dues that were granted to the Soho engineers with increased repugnance from year to year. They availed themselves of the very earliest difficulties raised by plagiarists to claim release from all obligation. The discussion was serious. It might compromise the social position of our associate. He therefore bestowed his entire attention to it and became a lawyer. The long and expensive lawsuits that resulted therefrom but which they finally gained, would not deserve to be now exhumed. But having recently quoted Burke as one of the adversaries to our great mechanic, it appears only a just compensation here to mention that the Roys, Milnes, Herschels, Delucs, Ramsdens, Robisons, Murdocks, Rennies, Cummings, Moores, Southerns, eagerly presented themselves before the magistrates to maintain the rights of persecuted genius. It may be also advisable to add, as a curious trait in the history of the human mind, that the lawyers, I shall here prudently remark that we treat only of the lawyers of a neighboring country, to whom malignity imputes a superabundant luxury in words, reproached Watt, against whom they had leagued in great numbers, for having invented nothing but ideas. This, I may remark in passing, brought upon them before the tribunal the following apostrophe from Mr. Roos. Quote, "Go, gentlemen, go and rub yourselves against those untangible combinations, as you are pleased to call Watt's engines, against those pretended abstract ideas. They will crush you like gnats. They will hurl you up in the air out of sight." End quote. The persecutions which a warm-hearted man meets with, in the quarters where strict justice would lead him to expect unanimous testimonies of gratitude, seldom fail to discourage and to sour his disposition, nor did Watt's good humor remain proof against such trials. 7 long years of lawsuits had excited in him such a sentiment of indignation that it occasionally showed itself in severe expressions. Thus he wrote to one of his friends, quote, "What I most detest in this world are plagiarists. The plagiarists! They have already cruelly assailed me, and if I had not an excellent memory, their impudent assertions would have ended by persuading me that I had made no improvement in steam engines. The bad passions of those men to whom I have been most useful, would you believe it, have gone so far as to lead them to maintain that those improvements, instead of deserving this denomination, have been highly prejudicial to public wealth." End quote. Watt, though greatly irritated, was not discouraged. His engines were not, in the first place, like Newcomen's, mere pumps, mere draining pumps. In a few years he transformed them into universal motive powers and of indefinite force. His first step in this line was the invention of a double-acting engine, a double effet. In the engine known under this name, as well as in the one denominated the modified engine, the steam from the boiler, when the mechanic wishes it, goes freely above the piston and presses it down without meeting any obstacle, because at that same moment the lower area of the cylinder is in communication with the condenser. This movement once achieved, and a certain cock having been opened, the steam from the cauldron can enter only below the piston and elevates it. The steam above it, which had produced the descending movement, then goes to regain its fluid state in the condenser, with which it has become, in its turn, in free communication. The contrary arrangement of the cocks replaces all things in their primitive state as soon as the piston has regained its maximum height. Thus, similar effects are reproduced indefinitely. Power is not the only element of success in industrial works. Regularity of action is not less important. But what regularity could be expected from a motive power engendered by fire fed by shovelfuls, and the coal itself of various qualities, and this under the direction of a workman, sometimes not very intelligent, almost always inattentive? The motive steam will be more abundant, it will flow more rapidly into the cylinder, it will make the piston work faster in proportion as the fire is more intense. Great inequalities of movement then appear to be inevitable. Watt's genius had to provide against this serious defect. The throttle valves by which the steam issues from the boiler to enter the cylinder are constantly open. When the working of the engine accelerates, these valves partly close. A certain volume of steam must therefore occupy a longer time in passing through them, and the acceleration ceases. The aperture of the valves, on the contrary, dilates when the motion slackens. The pieces requisite for the performance of these various changes connect the valves with the axes which the engine sets to work by the introduction of an apparatus, the principle of which Watt discovered in the regulator of the sails of some flour mills. This he named the governor, which is now called the centrifugal regulator. Its efficacy is such that a few years ago, in the cotton spinning manufactory of the renowned mechanic Mr. Lee, there was a clock set in motion by the engine of the establishment, and it showed no great inferiority to a common spring clock. Watt's regulator and an intelligent use of the revolving principle, that is the secret, the true secret, of the astonishing perfection of the industrial products of our epoch. This is what now gives to the steam engine a rate entirely free from jerks. That is the reason why it can, with equal success, embroider muslins and forge anchors, weave the most delicate webs, and communicate a rapid movement to the heavy stones of a flour mill. This also explains how Watt had said, fearless of being reproached for exaggeration, that to prevent the comings and goings of servants, he would be served, he would have gruel brought to him in case of illness, by tables connected with his steam engine. I am aware it is supposed by the generality of people that this suavity of motion is obtained only by a loss of power. But it is an error, a gross error. The saying, much noise and little work, is true, not only in the moral world, but is also an axiom in mechanics. A few words more, and we shall reach the end of our technical details. Within these few years, great advantage has been found in not allowing a free access of steam from the boiler into the cylinder during the whole time of each oscillation of the engine. This communication is interrupted, for example, when the piston has reached 1/3 of its course. The 2 remaining thirds of the cylinder's length are then traversed by virtue of an acquired velocity, and especially by the detention of the steam. Watt had already indicated such an arrangement. Some very good judges esteem the economical importance of the steam detent as equal to that of the condenser. It seems certain that since its adoption the Cornwall engines give unhoped-for results, that with 1 bushel of coal they equal the labor of 20 men during 10 hours. Let us keep in mind that in the coal districts a bushel of coal only costs 9d, and it will be demonstrated that over the greater part of England Watt reduced the price of a man's day's work, a day of 10 hours' labor, to less than a sou, 1 halfpenny. Numerical valuations make us appreciate so well the importance of his inventions that I cannot resist the desire to present 2 more improvements. I borrow them from one of the most celebrated correspondents of the Academy, from Sir John Herschel. The ascent of Mont Blanc, starting from the valley of Chamonix, is justly considered as the hardest work that a man can accomplish in 2 days. Thus, the maximum mechanical work of which we are capable in twice 24 hours is measured by transporting the weight of our body to the elevation of Mont Blanc. This work, or its equivalent, would be accomplished by a steam engine in the course of burning 1 kilogram, or 2 pounds, of coal. Watt has, therefore, ascertained that the daily power of a man does not exceed what is contained in half a kilogram, or 1 pound, of coal. Herodotus records that the construction of the Great Pyramid of Egypt employed 100,000 men during 20 years. The pyramid consists of calcareous stone. Its volume and its weight can be easily calculated. Its weight has been found to be about 5,900,000 kilograms, or nearly 5,000 tons. To elevate this weight to 38 meters, which is the pyramid's center of gravity, it would require to burn 8,244 hectoliters of coal. Our English neighbors have some foundries where they consume this quantity every week. Footnote: Watt was one of the 8 foreign associates of the French Academy of Sciences, which body Arago was addressing. End of section 30. Read by Carolyn Seyfarth, July 2023.